What happens when an unstoppable force meets another unstoppable force? We are ready for a big winners final, and I'm here with Danny Ranch. Danny, what do you predict when Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes on Magnus Carlsen?
I predict we're going to see what happens when a current world number one takes on maybe a future world number one. Now, Nodirbek Abdusattorov won the last time we were all here, but that was the Chess Kid Cup, and somebody was missing from that field. His name was Magnus Carlsen, and I predict Magnus is going to show up and bring it today and see himself in the grand finals.
It's going to be a nerve-wracking fight. Welcome to the Champions Chess Tour. Whoa!
He's got 1 second, he's got it. Okay, he moves.
White spawns are too slow. Is your going to resign?
Need a cheerleader for anybody. Anyone who needs a cheerleader, I'm there.
That's it, and Wesley saw there. He celebrates as the game ends in a draw.
Hurt Valley your pipe and smoke it.
What is this position? We might just have resignation right now. And he makes a blunder, and it is match over. Magnus takes it because it gets him the match victory. From 8 players, we're down to 6, and 2 more will be eliminated today. It's high-stakes matches in the losers bracket and a big winners final. To call all the action in the studio, Grandmaster David Howell, Chin and International Master Danny Rensch. David, it was a fantastic day of chess. What was the highlight for you?
Yeah, what a day of chess it was, Tanya. The highlight for me was Abdusattorov's performance. Just blistering chess, fantastic opening preparation, and just world-class potential. He demolished Levon Aronian.
And chat, David might have left a little bit of an Easter egg for you. Brownie points if you find that one out. But what a performance it has been for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He's knocked down Levon Aronian. He's knocked down Wesley So into the elimination bracket. He faces Magnus today. Simon, what are you expecting from him?
I think it's going to be a brilliant match. I mean, you've got the younger generation versus, dare I call him the old man, but he's the old champion. And both players really want to show a bit of dominance in this match. I mean, Magnus wants to show who's boss, and Nodirbek wants to say, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for the title. So it's going to be just a brilliant match. Yeah.
Who will assert his domination in that big winners final? Danny, what does it take to get by Magnus?
It's a question that a lot of people have been trying to figure out for a long time. I'm not sure I have the answer. I predicted Magnus is going to win this match. I think I poked the bear a little bit yesterday when I accidentally wasn't specific enough that Magnus is the current and reigning World Rapid champion. He made sure he'd let me know that he is, and I think he has the ability to bring it when he really wants, and I think it's going to be tough for Nodirbek today.
And he really wants it.
He wants it.
He's back in the Champions Chess Tour after missing the Chess Kid Cup. He's definitely looking to win his second title of the season. And this is the menu for the day. We did see Vladimir Fedoseev and Jordan Van Foreest being eliminated on day 2. Meanwhile, Nodirbek Abdusattorov knocked down Levon Aronian. It was Magnus Carlsen who took down Fabiano Caruana. We start with the losers quarterfinal. Fabi taking on Wesley So. Levon Aronian against Iturrizaga, and later today we will have Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the big final that we're all waiting for. And of course, it's quite a clash. Earlier this year, they played their first classical match against each other. And it was Nodirbek Abdusattorov who took that win. David, is it a grudge match for Magnus?
Yeah, Magnus has a score to settle. Not just did he lose in the Tata Steel Masters to Abdusattorov, but also in 2021, when Abdusattorov became World Rapid champion, Magnus lost there too. Both times were queen endgames, and not many people get the better of Magnus in that phase of the game. It's it's going to be exciting today.
It's going to be super exciting, but not only in the winners bracket, in the losers bracket, when Wesley takes on Fabi, it's bittersweet there because it means a close fight, but one of them will be eliminated. Danny, what will be the deciding factor in that one?
It depends on whether we're going to have Fabiano Caruana of this year in the Champions Chess Tour or Wesley So of last year. If you look at their all-time record, Wesley actually has the better of the two, especially in Rapid. But I think that Fabiano has been playing better this year, so we'll see who's in better form today.
And that's also going to be the question when Levon Aronian takes on Eduardo Iturrizaga. We saw how much this means for Iturrizaga. He's the underdog, Simon. What does he need to do to create his chances against Lev?
I think he just needs to create a mess. I mean, we saw Lev lose horribly yesterday when Nodirbek did the same. Just create a mess, get him out of his comfort zone, and get some chaos on the board.
Chaos on the board, that's the name of the game. And the big fight is for the season-end playoff to make it to the CCT Grand Final. And chat, we've got a surprise for you.
Airthings Masters, Chessable Masters, Chess Kid Cup, and now Aimchess Rapid. They all lead to one thing, the Champions Chess Tour finale. The finale will be played between December 9th and 16th in Toronto, Canada. The top 8 players from the season will compete to be crowned the 2023 champion. 3 spots are already taken, and the remaining 5 will be decided in the upcoming tour events. So follow us to see who will join Magnus Carlsen in Canada in December.
We are so excited about the year-end finals in Toronto. Danny, tell us everything.
Toronto held the Chess.com Global Championship last year. It was an amazing city. We had a great time, and we're going back. We're pretty pumped. This time there will be Even more opportunities for fans to get involved. We will have tickets available, so don't stress. For those of you who crashed the party at the hotel, we almost couldn't keep them out, literally. It was crowded. We're going to have a different kind of outlay and a different venue there, so be ready to join us in Toronto.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and the winner of the Aimchess Rapid punches a ticket to Toronto and also wins this super cool NFT trophy. And you can bid for one just like the winner trophy and get VIP tickets to the season finals in Toronto. Make your NFT bids at chesschamps.io. And you could be in Toronto with all the big names. And for a spot into the grand finals, into the finals of the Aimchess Rapid, we've got a clash of generations in Division 1 today. But it's not just in Division 1, because take a look at what happened in the other two divisions.
Division 2 saw some action in the second day of the Aimchess Rapid. In a hard-fought battle, Iranian Grandmaster Amin Tabatabai overcame Peruvian Grandmaster Jose Eduardo Martinez Alcantara.
That's it. Amin Tabatabai wins.
American prodigy Sam Sevian stepped up against the talented Armenian Grandmaster Aram Hakobian, making a case for himself and advancing to the semifinals. Gadakamsky proved that years of experience does matter with his victory over the impressive Jeffrey Zhang, punching his ticket to the semifinals as well. In Division 3, GM Chuan Minlei, once considered the strongest IM, and the Chinese Super Grandmaster Yang Yiyu are set to face off in the finals after facing a gauntlet of skilled Grandmasters. Who will continue to shine? Who will rise from the losers bracket? Only time will tell.
It's time to shine in Division 2 and 3 with the finish line in sight, and keeping us up to date with all the action, Katie in the studio. Katie, the younger generation is really shaking up the World Elite.
That's right, Tanya. They really want to get into first division and get the first prize, $10,000 USA. And here we can see the lineup for today. And matches Amin Tabatabai will face Denis Lazovic. These two so far are having great tournament. Denis Lazovic, in fact, destroys everyone on his way. And he has won matches 3-0 or 3-1. Now we can see him on the screen. I'll just jump a bit here. So he's 17 years old. He became International Master 2021, and very soon he became Grandmaster in 2022. Tanya, you can see how fast he is progressing. His Chess.com Rapid rating is 2800, which is really impressive.
Super impressive stuff. Dan Laz had a breakout moment in the Pro Chess League season earlier this year. He's just 17 years old. Can he book a ticket into Division 1 of the next Champions Chess Tour event? And Katie, we've also got Super GMs fighting it out in Division 3.
That's right, Tanya. In Division 3, we have Yu Yangyi, Chinese Super Grandmaster. We all know about him. And there is Manly. Maybe not many people knows about this name, but if we say Wonderful Time, you guys know him for sure. This is a streamer. As you guys heard, he was the most famous international master streamer. He became Grandmaster last year. His fans really wanted him to play more over the board tournaments to win, and that was the moment when he became Grandmaster.
I love that. How awesome was that to see Manly celebrating?
That's right. He has a lot to celebrate, Tanya. He's winning a lot of titles these days, and also he's recognized as one of the best speed chess player in the world.
Will he be able to continue the celebration by taking down Yu Yangyi? That is a big ask. It is big fights in these other two divisions, and you can catch all the games and all the action on Chess Dojo's Twitch channel as well as chess.com/events. So definitely check that out. And as we get ready to kick off day 3 of the Aimchess Rapid, let's relive the dramatic Armageddons and the flashy wins from yesterday.
The last pawn capture was on move 72, so we're already just a few moves away from that 50-move rule. Fedoseev needs to move a pawn or capture a piece in the next 5 moves, otherwise this game's automatically a draw.
He could have taken the pawn, and that's it. And Wesley saw there. He celebrates as the game ends in a draw.
He blundered.
Oh.
Commentator's curse.
Commentator's curse.
This feels wrong on multiple levels, though.
This is really all in now, right? You know, you're giving pieces away. You're not liking your pawns or your pieces anymore. Very risky.
Under 20 seconds.
15. And he makes a blunder.
Oh, no.
He takes the bait.
Nodirbek knows it.
Bishop takes.
And now this black king is not going to survive. The white bishops, white queen are going to come in.
You can just trade queens and mate on e5.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful.
That's it.
Might see this on
You
the
didn't
board.
see, and Levon is freaking out. He's got 5 seconds. It's over.
Unbelievable. Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes the second win in a row in the winner's bracket.
I think this one is pretty much over. Fabi not offering a draw because Magnus won't take it.
Yeah, 3 pawns down. It's just hopeless at this point, unfortunately. Magnus locking up the cage for that black king, not allowing a trade of pawns, not allowing the black king to centralize itself.
Repetition there. Magnus takes it because it gets him the match victory. What a match performance this has been by the world number 1, taking down world number 3, Fabiano Caruana. It was thrilling matches across both the losers bracket and the winners bracket, and we start with the losers quarterfinal today. Fabiano Caruana taking on Wesley, so another big clash of the titans, and then we've got 2 extremely creative players fighting against each other as Lev plays against Eduardo, and these 4 players face elimination. 2 will be knocked out later today. The big winners final that we're all waiting for. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, just 18 years old, takes on Magnus Carlsen. And it was clear from both these players yesterday that they were looking forward to this match. This is the matchup that they wanted. And that just means, Danny, we get a big fight.
Yeah, I think one of the things we haven't talked about yet is you asked Nodirbek a great question, who he'd rather face, Fabiano or Magnus. And he gave an even better answer, which is that he's already played Fabi. He wants to play Magnus. That's a champion's mindset. He wants the number 1. If you're going to be number 1, you gotta take down the king. I love it.
You gotta beat the best to be the best. Simon, can Nodirbek do it today?
I think he can, yeah. I mean, it's going to be really tough because Magnus is, when he's on form, when he really wants to take the game down, he's really hard to beat. But Nodirbek is an amazing talent. And here we see some stats, which are also very impressive.
Yeah, Simon, it looks like both players are really well matched here. Incredibly high numbers. We see that Nodirbek actually has the edge over Magnus in terms of advantage capitalization. That means killer instinct, finishing off promising positions. He's more resourceful than Magnus, actually saving more difficult positions. When it comes to the endgame, not many players can compare. Magnus is the favorite there, but Nodirbek shows he has strengths of his own. And yeah, certainly capable of winning today.
Just shows how close a matchup this is going to be. But this is coming up later. Before that, we do have the losers quarterfinals and exciting matches there as well as Levon Aronian takes on Iturrizaga. I want to ask, is there a favorite? But there is a clear favorite in this one.
You think Levon Aronian, I think you're suggesting. Although I'll say again that Iturrizaga had to go through Armageddon to stay alive. And we've seen that can really pay off because these players sometimes need a wake-up call and it makes you have all the adrenaline pumping. And so I think Iturrizaga will have something to say about whether he's that big of an underdog.
And he's really motivated. We had an incredibly emotional interview with him where he mentioned just how much the Aimchess Rapid means for him. David, are you expecting an extra motivated Iturrizaga today?
Certainly. One fact that I forgot to mention yesterday, I've only ever lost one Armageddon game, and that was to Iturrizaga. He's super quick, he's super fast, and as we saw yesterday, not many people can match his passion, his motivation right now. It's going to be, I think, a very close match, this one, actually.
And another super close match. Impossible to pick a favorite in this one is as Fabiano Caruana takes on Wesley So. Take a look at their head-to-head. 10 wins for Fabi. Wesley So leads their overall rapid history with 13 wins. But Simon, we know when these 2 play, it's just hard to predict a winner.
Yeah, they're so closely matched normally. I mean, at the moment, Wesley is not playing great chess, so he's got to do something to improve his form, and Fabiano is playing pretty well. Okay, he just lost to Magnus yesterday. Anyone can do that.
But overall, Fabiano has been playing better this year, I think, than most people in the tour, right? So I totally agree with you. I think Wesley is the one temporarily not in as good a form. Fabiano seems to have found a home here in the Champions Chess Tour event, so I totally agree. It's Wesley who really needs to prove that he's going to show up today.
So Fabi is the player in better form. David, you agree with that?
I'll say yes, but I've seen Wesley, when he's at his best, I've seen him just play godlike level chess, so I think it might depend on the first game or 2. If Wesley can survive those, then yeah, he's got a chance.
And he had a great Armageddon yesterday when he won. And Fabi, meanwhile, lost to Magnus Carlsen in 4 games. Yep. He had his chances there, but failed to convert.
Yeah, but I think that's a good point, is that Fabi did have his chances, and I think we kept talking about the fact that if you just took back game one, where Magnus won the opening prep battle, went into that sharp Sicilian, Fabiano was pressing in those next games, so he has to take that positive mindset that overall I played really well. And again, not to pick on Wesley at all, but I think that Wesley hasn't been on form. Even if he overall has the better record, he's got to show up today and really right the ship.
And in just a few moments, we will have the players on our screens. The clocks are ticking. We will have the first move. Let's take a look at the regulations for our losers bracket. It is a best of two, so the margin for error is 0. You lose the first game, you already have to win on demand the next one. The minimum margin to win is 1.5 points. It's 15 minutes with a 3-second addition. Every move you make, you're eliminated if you lose the match. You continue in to the losers bracket. If you win, they are on their last strike. They are on their last life. That is heavy pressure. And there we've got the two big players of the game, Fabiano Caruana taking on Wesley. So Fabi starts with the white pieces. And we've got moves. The King's Pawn opening.
Yep, it's e4 from Fabiano. How will Wesley react? We're used to seeing him play ultra-solid chess, especially with the black pieces. And there we go, it's e5. Will we see the Spanish, the Italian? Okay, it's the Italian game. That's good. No Berlin defense today. We've moaned about that one before. But yeah, this is a promising start. All pieces will be on the board for a while. And yeah, I've got to admit, the Italian game, it's one of the most tense openings, but it's one of the ones that's hardest to evaluate. Simon.
Yeah, I mean, I've never played the Italian game. It's just far too subtle for me. I don't understand it at all. It's little pawn moves where you put the bishop in certain positions. Sometimes you put it there. I mean, it's really, really sort of intricate the way you play it. I prefer the more blunt approach, something a bit more aggressive. These subtleties, they go flying over my head. But these two players, it's great to watch them in these types of positions, because even I pick up a lot of stuff about their manoeuvring, Danny. I mean, they are two of the best players in the world in the Italian, right?
They really are. And, you know, these positions they teach everyone. I think they teach each other a lot every time they play, because, David, you were talking about it, how, you know, you're preparing chess at a very high level, and these positions are super hard to figure out. You talked about the intricate details, the flexibility that both sides have to play d4, to play b4, to back up the bishop, to challenge the bishop. There's so many opportunities to go wrong in your prep, even just on a human level, right? Even no matter how well they know the position, one subtlety of where you put a piece can change the whole dynamic.
Yeah, and it always explodes eventually, so we'll build up to that moment. Meanwhile, still a very well-known position as the players blitz out their moves.
Fabiano Caruana there, declining some trades in the position. All pieces, pawns on the board. It's going to be a strategic fight. We will also have the first moves in our other matchup. Levon Aronian taking on Eduardo Iturrizaga, and there we see the players. Levon, with his chessboards and chessbooks at the back, starts also with the King's Pawn opening.
Yeah, again, it's e4. Levon, he's switched towards this in rapid chess in recent years, and he's had a lot of success. And a Sicilian, and wow, a transposition to the c3 Sicilian, the Alapin. Black's queen coming out. This is one of my favorite openings. I'm getting nostalgic here, guys.
You're getting a little excited over there. I mean, given how lame the Alapin is, can I just be honest? It's like calling out the London player in the room. Given how lame the Alapin is, you're getting a little excited. But I will say, obviously, Levon knows these positions really well. But look at Iturrizaga playing quickly. He knew the Alapin was coming, Simon. Now this knight a3 move is the first moment he's given pause, but he's already moved again.
I have to say, whenever I was facing David over the years, and we played in so many competitions, don't ask the score, please. But whenever I have faced David, whenever I got the black pieces, I just know that if I go for the Sicilian, he will do this to me. And it's put me off playing the Sicilian against him on any occasion, because it's a certain aspect to this opening where, as black, you know, you kind of want a lot of action, but you don't really get it when white plays this way. Yes, it does have a very drawing reputation, but it's a very risk-free approach from white, right? I mean, white can push, try to get some kind of nibble out of the position, and black doesn't really get what he wants. That's the problem for the player of the black side in generally in the Alapin. Yep.
So even though black is doing fine out of the opening, it is every Sicilian player's nightmare, because you just don't get the kind of open positions that you want.
I hate it.
Yeah, I think the point is Sicilian players, being one, are used to opposite sides castling, right? Knight Orfs and dragons. They're used to queenside pawn storms versus kingside pawn rushes, whatever you want to call it. This is a very positional game. Sometimes it reaches isolated queen pawn, IQP. This is not one because the knight recaptured. But either way, it's a game where, as Simon said, white has a nibble, not a huge edge, not a potential to maybe blow black off the board, but not a position that Sicilian players dream about.
And David, everyone's talking about this nibble advantage that white has. You're an Alpine player. What is this advantage?
Yeah, right now I would say that white has a very pleasant position for many factors. Here you have a slight lead in development. White's minor piece is looking active. If you look at the pawn structure, white has this queenside majority, the 3 versus 2 on the left side there. Long term, maybe a little factor there. It's easier to push those pawns than it might be for black to push on the other flank. And it's just kind of simple play. Obviously, it's roughly level, it's roughly balanced, and it will come down to who understands the position better. But yeah, it looks like it's not as dynamic, not as wild a position as Danny or a lot of Sicilian players would want. And I think it's just a psychological factor here. Of course, openings go in trends, go in fashion. And right now, it's come back into fashion, this type of position with white. Just nibble away with minimal risk, as Simon mentions.
And do you think Levon's strategy to use the Alpine is also playing the opponent? Iturrizaga, known for this aggressive style, attacking style of play in the middle game, he just wants to shut all of that down. Is that a factor?
I completely agree with that. I think that's probably the biggest reason he chose it. So I think that's a great call out. I think it's a practical decision. He doesn't want Iturrizaga at home and the wild stuff that he's well known for and all of his success online. We mentioned on day one he had the 3rd highest winning percentage of any player in the Pro Chess League this year behind Magnus and Hikaru. This guy wins in rapid chess a lot. There's a reason he's still standing here. And Levon isn't looking to mix it up in craziness against him.
Yeah, he said in his interview yesterday to Iturrizaga there were nerves. He doesn't often get the opportunity to play these kind of elite players, but he's on a winning streak now. He won 2 clutch victories yesterday, and he looks full of confidence to me, blitzing up to this point already, even though it's maybe a bit of a sideline of this opening. And I'm expecting him again to blitz out his move. Levon's trying to put pressure, bringing his queen out, the bishop, the knight. They're all hitting black's knight on c6. One thing he needs to work on maybe to Iturrizaga is his air quality, looking very warm there in his room. Not great CO2 levels, but good position.
Yeah, no, totally agree with what you're saying. And I think we love an underdog, don't we? I mean, I don't know if it's an English thing, but we kind of celebrate it a lot in England of, players who are sort of nearly become champions, but they don't. So, like, losers, basically. But, like, we love an underdog and an underdog story. And I think it's worth... just mention that again, as you say, like Eduardo, he doesn't get the opportunities to play in these big money events, in these events where he can dice with the top players. It's a real honour, It's like sometimes I expect the other players, they get a bit used to playing the same guys all the time. It's part of their job. So for Eduardo, this is a really special occasion, and it's great he's got this opportunity. So I for one, would love to see him do well, and put up a strong performance, at least against Aronian.
I agree. And he's also got the right mindset. You say he's got the opportunity now and he's got the right mindset. A lot of people drew attention. They freeze-framed his tattoo. I don't know if you guys saw it on social media, but paraphrasing, because don't hold it against me, but basically it's like if you try hard and fail, you try again and you fail better. And anyway, it's a famous quote, but his mindset is one that keeps him focused and keeps him fighting. And I love it.
Yeah, very quickly, Danny. I mean, I was speaking to David about this the other day, and I saw that Nepo has a tattoo. And I don't know if anyone knows.
Is it new?
I think it's quite new. Yeah, he's got a sleeve. So, and we were talking about getting tattoos as well. David, you were tempted as well.
Should we all get tattoos together?
Hand in hand, we can skip in that tattoo place.
I'll get a green pawn on my arm.
Yeah, a green pawn. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I can see what you're doing there. Yeah, with Danny's face on it. But
talking about that.
I think that'd be a good chat for people at home, though. The perfect chess tattoo. What would it be? But I'd also like to know what Nepo's tattoo actually says. So interesting. But
And meanwhile, a couple of changes in this position and a big decision from Levon Aronian. He has shattered black's queenside pawns, a couple of isolated pawns over there. But if we jump in, he's allowed a trade of his dart-squared bishop. And this goes against what a lot of top players prefer. They normally love their bishops, but he's allowing knight takes bishop here, shattering the white pawn structure. If we compare the structure now, white's pawn on e3, extremely weak long term. Yes, these two don't look great for black, but I do foresee a future where this pawn eventually becomes a big weakness. And yeah, big moment.
I'm surprised by that. I mean, it looks good for Iturrizaga to take, and it's certainly an imbalance that normally you would go for, the 2 bishops. So teach me something I don't understand about this, because I think the engine also thinks that black would be fine. I don't know.
Yeah, long-term, black's doing great. Tanya?
It's perhaps Lev's strategy to just imbalance the position and try and create some play on the king side. Yes, you weaken your pawn structure, you give up the bishop pair, but you have the F line open. And we remember what Nodirbek said about his game against Levon yesterday. He walked into a knowing lost line because he knew that objectively it's hard to counter. And these are those kind of positions that it doesn't matter what the eval bar says. As long as the position's in balance, you've got less time on the clock, you can create play. It's anyone's game.
I love that point. And honestly, now that I look at it and you're talking about the imbalance, I'm looking at White's pieces are actually deceptively ready to coordinate here, David, right? The queen on A4, she started on the queen side, but that 4th rank is wide open for business, either E4 or G4. You already have an open F file, right? The knight is ready to pop in. And now there is no Greek gift right now. There's no bishop takes H7, knight G5, but that should be something that's on the radar. And so I agree. I guess from a practical perspective, Lev is still sort of playing to get himself some chances, and I like it. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Just to point out some of the ideas you mentioned, Danny, just the rook might come. Eventually, the knight might move. You can swing your queen to the center, threaten some checkmates, bring the knight in. I think this is the square you wanted
Maybe
later.
even show what happened if White would have put the rook on E1, because this actually works. If you put the rook on E1 and Black plays bishop C5, now you can actually play bishop takes H7. You see that eval bar. Followed by the way, I'm just spouting out these tactics, so I'm proud of myself. I was right. And the reason it only works with the rook on E1 is on queen H4, king G8, knight G5, is otherwise bishop takes E3 check would take the knight. So rook had to go to E1 in order to make that a threat. And anyway, so this is an example of the type of things that you got to be careful about.
Yeah. Big danger if Black isn't vigilant. And here, okay, he just slides his king to H1, so maybe similar ideas in mind, Danny. Again, bishop C5 would be a losing blunder because it gives control to White of the G5 square. Stakes are high in this one.
When you take such big decisions of giving up the bishop pair and these strategically weak pawn structure, we see pawn islands here. White's got 3 pawn islands. That E pawn is a glaring weakness for the rest of the game. Is it making intentions clear that you now need to go for the attack? You have to find the initiative, and timing is really important. You can't play a slow game anymore, Simon.
Yeah, I think this is just clearly a battle between White's short-term or shortish term ideas of going for the Black king, because he's got these open lines, he's got the bishop and the knight, but Black has the long-term potential here because Black has a decent pawn structure. I mean, it's not necessarily a lot better because he's got his own weaknesses, but he's got 2 bishops, he's got some nice open lines. So I think if if Eduardo can survive the next 10 moves without making the position any worse, he'd be in a very, very good situation going forwards. And it's a risky strategic strategy that Levon is doing here because it might not pay off. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah.
Big risks taken by Lev straight from the opening. He's going for the win in this one. We'll see if the plan works out or not, but let's head over to our other big matchup with Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Wesley So, and Wesley's knights are jumping, David.
Yeah, the Black Knight has jumped into F4 on the last move. To me, it looks like a huge success for this opening for Wesley So. Black's bishop on A7, the dark squared bishop, it's poaching from afar, just sniping down at the white king on the same diagonal. It looks like a symmetrical pawn structure as well, and just no issues here at all for Black. Body language experts here maybe needed.
Body language, by the way, for anyone who hasn't seen Wesley So from the Fair Play Cam view, we've leaked it a few times. He has a big monitor, but he likes making the chessboard super small. And I think he thinks it makes him better in time scrambles. And then he tends to really get dialed in on a small board, which again, I don't know that the math checks out. I think you might as well have a bigger board during most of the game and then make it smaller if you need it. But I think he doesn't want to mess with it as the game goes on. So anyway, just wanted to call that out. That's why he does that.
So it's a tiny board, and that pose that we just saw from Wesley, he's just trying to focus into it. That's crazy.
We've seen on his screen that it's a big screen, but he makes the board really small here. And anyway, if it's okay to call for the analysis board, I'm fascinated by how this position got here, because this is not your normal maneuvering Italian, David, if you don't mind giving us an instant replay. This has opened up much more quickly than it normally does. Am I right about that?
Yeah, completely right, Danny. And it all stems back to here. Black blew open the center with a quick d5. Normally it's white who's kind of breaking first in the middle of the board. With white, you start with an extra move, and if it's almost symmetrical, you're the one to conquer the center. And this is how things exploded. White captured here in the middle, and the key tactic is that this pawn is now poisoned. Black can get away with this trick because if you capture, it looks like you're winning a pawn here, but a nasty double attack after bishop takes pawn check, forcing the king out, and this check would then win material for black. The white rook would drop off. So utilizing this small trick, this tactic, black was able to blow open the center, and white decided, okay, I have to do the same, and total symmetry here after a trade of pawns. And this is how we basically see the contours of the position. It looks like Fabiano maybe just with the wrong move order allowing this break. And if we fast forward, this is the current position after bishop to e4. I think the big decision rests upon whether black parts with his beautiful bishop here and trades off for this knight. This gives white an IQP, an isolated queen's pawn. And long-term, this pawn in the middle might be weak. But parting with the bishop pair, just like we said with the other game, big decision, long-term.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go for it.
I don't think he will. I mean, I think Wesley will look at ways to try and keep the tension, keep that bishop. I mean, it looks like such a strong piece and it has great potential, but he obviously needs to try and find something to keep any a chance of an advantage here that he can. The only thing that you could say that black's really got going for him are his slightly better pieces and his slightly better knight. And if white's given time, then white should be able to deal with that. So he's got to find something reasonably quick, I think, here.
Fabi just whispered something to himself under his breath after bishop d5. If I had instant replay, I might be able to read lips. I do read lips for another job. But I missed what he said.
What job was that?
I can't talk about it.
Okay, very interesting. More questions than answers there.
That's by design. All right, but bishop d5 is played, and the offer of an exchange, although it does keep the dark squared bishop on the board, is kind of inviting a little bit of a release of the tension. So I don't know, that's funny. Even though the position is cleared up, and I agree, a move order mistake, if we want to call it that, by Fabi kind of allowed it. As I look at the clock, he's still up a couple minutes. There's not really a lot of teeth, I feel like, to either player's position. So I hate to use the ugly word of peace in chess, but I mean, I'm not seeing a ton of fireworks happening here.
Yeah, depends on the type of piece, but yeah, no peace treaty yet.
Draw. I didn't want to say draw, so I
don't know what you're talking about, Danny. All pieces on the board, not a single trade so far, and you're predicting a draw in this one. I think it's a far way off. And look at that. Okay. The last move by Fabi, keeping the tension on the board.
I love when I'm wrong. The shows are usually better when I'm wrong. So that is great.
But the question is, are the moves better when you're wrong?
Hey, I don't know.
The suggested moves are normally better.
I've actually been doing okay. I've been holding my own.
I know that.
Sitting next to these two grandmasters and very strong international master to my left. So, you know, doing my best.
You've been doing great, Danny. But the question is this last move by Fabi. We saw the eval bar creep down a little bit, saying that this was perhaps an inaccuracy, David.
Yeah, it looks like he was talking to himself again there, Fabi, for a moment. It looks like he was like, oh, I think
he's literally like, dude, wake up. He's like talking to himself. Like, sorry, go ahead.
No, I think you're right. And already there's some tactics in the position. The evaluation bar says that there is an advantage here for black. And I did just peep here. I thought it was level. It looks roughly balanced to me. But apparently there might be a tactic in the air. White's queen has planted herself on a really vulnerable square. And for example, if black takes this knight now, if white naively recaptures, then I think black can get a winning advantage by taking this piece with his rook. And the problem is, here there's simply a pin. Your queen is vulnerable. And black is going to come out with 2 extra pieces just for white's rook, a material advantage.
I was looking at that f5 idea, but hadn't considered the rook taking first. And there you go. That could be a huge moment, because what does that mean? That means if Wesley takes d4, Fabiano has to go down a pawn, right? Because you'd have to take d5 first and allow the intermezzo. Bishop takes f2 check.
Yeah, and this would be the outcome. You simply lost the f2 pawn for free. That's why Fabi's cursing himself. And Wesley, maybe his spidey senses are tingling here. He's suddenly stopped for a couple of minutes. Is he calculating this? That's the big question.
Big moment here for Wesley to seize the initiative or extra material here by trading on d4. Will Wesley spot this? He's down to about 5 minutes on the clock. Not great clock management by Wesley so far, Simon.
No, not at all. But he's got a I don't know. Maybe it is because he's got a great position. If he plays, bishop, if he finds this move, and winning with black would be amazing. I'm sure we'll move on to the other game very shortly as well, and we'll wait and see if this move is played. But I'm just looking at their backgrounds, and I know that Wesley's still in the room, and Fabiano is that a lamp behind him? It looks like a big mushroom to me.
And he doesn't find it. He goes for a trade in the center. So the balance has been restored. Big miss there by Wesley, but there is big action on the other board as well. Let's quickly head over to Eduardo Iturrizaga. Is he winning? Where is White's queen?
I was just going to say, is he up a queen? Indeed he is. And I was quickly spying it right before we switched, so apologies for getting ahead of it. But yeah, if we want to back up just a few moves, things have gone wrong here for Levon Aronian, and he actually just willingly parted ways with his queen on the last turn because the position was that bad.
Yeah, let's show what happened. The queen was attacked, and look at how she couldn't find a safe home. She tried to use the g4 square. She was harassed. She was hit by the pawn. She tried to use this square. She was hit by a bishop. And suddenly, the rook is coming to attack her as well. And like you said, Danny, she tried to find safety on c4, but suddenly a skewer, and the queen is gone. You simply have to part with your queen, or you lose your bishop. And to catch up with the live game, we saw this move, and bishop takes h2, bang, capturing a pawn, similar to that Greek gift in front of the white king. If this bishop is taken, then simply this would be winning. This is a pin, and if you try to block this, a nasty double attack. Beautiful geometry here from Iturrizaga.
This is quite shocking. This is quite shocking. I mean, with the black pieces against Aronian, this could be a major, major first-round win. You can see the head. I don't have to be a body expert to see that he's pretty happy with the way things are going. And I'm becoming a bit of a fan of Eduardo.
Yeah.
He was so nice in the interview. You can tell he's a nice guy, and I'm cheering for him.
Vamos, Eduardo, vamos, Eduardo. I mean, I'm a fan. I've been a fan of this guy for years. No, seriously, he's an aggressive player. He has an just enterprising, entertaining style. He has won games in miniature fashion for years in the Pro Chess League and in some of the other events online. Won himself a few Title Tuesdays. This is a guy who deserves a chance to make a name for himself, and I'm not surprised that he's delivering.
And his fist bumps after those victories are legendary, but Levon Aronian, he had that one-move rook drop against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Now getting his own queen trapped. It feels like Lev is struggling to find his form here.
Yeah, something seems to be wrong, and wow, it looks like he was about to resign there. Body language looked like he'd just given up, but yeah, something's gone wrong. I think it was just that strategic decision. He kind of banked it all on a short-term initiative, and suddenly he got carried away. Everywhere he went, he got chased. He wasn't ready for this switch of momentum.
Do you think,
shaking his head.
Yeah, I mean, the position is pretty hopeless here as long as black keeps his cool. But do you think there's a danger that when for someone like Levon, when he's playing like Eduardo, and this is no disrespect to Eduardo or to Levon, but Eduardo is the lower rated player, right? And do you think that in your mind you're thinking, I can take more liberties against the lower rated player? I can take more risks? Because I just don't see Lev playing this capture on e3 against Magnus Carlsen. I just don't think he would do that against Magnus. I mean, it is just so anti-positional, and you're taking a lot of risks with the white pieces. So I don't know. It just seems a very strange decision, that one.
But is it the opponent or is it the form? Because against Nodirbek Abdusattorov as well, we saw him take some very questionable decisions on the board.
Yeah, and I don't think he was underestimating Nodirbek. It's interesting because Levon started out so well. I mean, we were calling him as maybe the top performer after day one. I mean, he really, really played some great chess. But maybe sometimes that can backfire because you weren't even challenged. Like, he won his first match in 2.5 games. Or, sorry, 2.5 games. Yeah, 3 games, right? 2.5 out of 3. And so, I don't know, sometimes you see that backfire. Some players actually start off slowly, and then it's a wake-up call, and they find their form as they get poked throughout. So, yeah, Lev has not been the same player after the first day.
Yeah, and I think what might have gone wrong today as well is he didn't use his time that well. He's still got 8.5 minutes left, but you don't carry that over to the next game. He lost his queen by playing very, very quickly, and I think he could have calculated this. He could have seen the tactics coming, but he was just blitzing and only stopped when it was too late. Dead lost position now. Black's queen versus the white rook and knight. Far superior piece there, but also look at that massive pawns black has on the king side.
Yeah.
The big underdog story in the Aimchess Rapid continues. Eduardo Iturrizaga on the brink of taking a match lead here. He could very well be winning this one, which would mean that Levon Aronian has to win at least one game in this 4-game mini rapid. And right now, struggling in form. He is in a think tank. Are we expecting him to fight this out or throw in the towel soon?
Well, let's remember, it's actually only 2 games, right? Because we're in the losers bracket, and I only say that because your point is a good one. That like I think he has no choice but to fight it out because it's only 2 games, right? He has to keep fighting and hope for a trick, hope for a swindle. But I think I speak for the crew here in that it's pretty hopeless. This is a position that is very hard to lose. As they say, I could win this position.
Oh, hang on a minute.
That's how winning it is.
I mean, Simon could almost win this position.
I could almost. I'd have some good chances to win this position. It's just too much. I mean, you've got those pawns coming down. You've got everything. You just got to stop that knight activating. This is maybe Lev's only chance because Lev's rooks are pretty good. I mean, you can bring one of the rooks in with a check. It doesn't achieve a great deal yet, but if you can coordinate 3 pieces, and it have to be every single one of White's pieces, then that could cause some trouble. I don't think 2 pieces is anything to worry about, but 3 pieces, there's some chances. But I don't see it happening here as long as Eduardo can keep his cool. But it's a very good point. It's only 2 games, and losing with the white pieces is massive. You have to win with the black pieces in the next game.
Big ask.
Yeah.
Big ask.
Just one trick to avoid, I want to point out, if White, for example, pushes a pawn to e5, watch out for your king if you're Iturrizaga, because there suddenly would be a huge threat of almost a checkmating attack. You would have to part with your queen here. So still a little glimmer of hope. But
I saw the same tactic, but if we back up a move, I wanted to point out that the other natural thing to do was to play g3, because your pawn was under attack, right? Well, then knight g4 comes in, and now you save your rook and go to g6. Anyway, I wanted to point out the same thing, but just a different way for the f6 square to be guarded, because now the knight guards the escape square, and maybe that was a more reasonable trick that could have happened. But again, Iturrizaga not interested in either trap.
It's pretty dodgy when we really have to scrape the barrel for these tricks.
There was a chance that if you were losing your focus, you might play g3. I mean, Simon Williams might have played g3.
Easily on a Friday night down the good night at 3 a.m. in the morning, I might be very tempted to play g3, but I'd hope I wouldn't do it anywhere else. And the Good Night is obviously our friendly chess pub in Oslo. Great
Shout
place.
Out to the Good Night.
Great place. But yeah, I just can't see how Aronian can do this. I mean, Black's just got to get his queen, I would feel, to a good route here, and that'll be it.
But you mentioned this idea of getting Black's king into the kill zone by pushing that e-pawn and taking away the escape route. How would Black fight that if that checkmating pattern was to happen?
Yeah, let's show this on the board. I think it's worth one last try. Set one last trap here for Levon. He doesn't look too optimistic on the camera. But, for example, if you were to close that cage on the black king, Tanya, then I see 2 ways of dealing with this. Firstly, you could actually step towards the rooks. I'm a bit reluctant to do this, but at least now you cover this square with your queen and king. The more attractive move to me would be, for example, to move the rook just to create an escape square. And you can see the king walking into relative safety here, supported by its pawn. So, for example, a check, you simply walk forward and you're safe as houses. If anything, it's the white king that's going to come under a mating attack soon. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure Eduardo has foreseen this, but worth a try maybe from Aronian. Looks like everything else is just as hopeless.
Desperate times.
Yeah, desperate measures.
Desperate times, desperate measures. And
thinking, Levon Aronian, but it might just be too late to use up that clock. Should have had better time management in that situation when the queen got into trouble. But we've seen Lev with this match strategy throughout the Champions Chess Tour, where he plays fast, puts pressure on the clock, and the disadvantage of that is that sometimes you tend to miss these critical moments.
Yeah, it just looks like the case today. He just blinked for one moment and suddenly his queen was gone. And that can happen. It's so hard against the top players, and I'm including Iturrizaga in that, just kind of blitzing in chess because, yeah, things slip.
It's funny, I agree with you, Simon, that regardless of whether it was for form or perhaps for some underestimation, I do agree with you that in hindsight, this decision to allow knight takes e3, I want to say was a bit of parlor tricks, right? He was going for a flashy kingside attack, and I had fun with that. It would have been great to see the bishop sacrifice, right? But in hindsight, objectively, there was really nothing there and questionable.
It's very risky decision. I mean, you got the white pieces. You really got to try and avoid him with white in these tournaments, and you can take risks. But if you've got an alternative, which is just as good risk-free, then why not do the alternative? And he did. So it's a strange decision by Levon to destroy his pawn structure so early on in this game.
And the more he's thinking, the more it feels as if he wants to press that resign button. Down to about 4 minutes on the clock now, and little to fight for. He looks extremely dejected.
I agree. I can relate to that moment where you're just you resist persists, and you're trying not to think about resigning, and unless you can see the button on screen, because you're like, I'm just so frustrated with my position, I can't even stop thinking about the fact that I want to get rid of it. Either that or it's a last-minute trick. What?
I think it's time. I think he just, the best move for Lev is to just resign. Just resign. Get it done. And, I don't,
Fight the next one.
Get the pain over with. There's a lot of people will play on and on, which is absolutely fine, just because it's a mental thing, right? You want to prepare yourself for resigning, and you've got to get ready for that next match. And you're just kind of playing out of spite, getting the bad energy out of your system. Even sometimes it helps.
4.5 minute think though. I mean, it feels like you might as well resign at this point. You're clearly not thinking about anything if you're Levon Aronian.
It feels like stages of grief right now more than actually calculating what's going on the board.
I agree. I think that's a great call out, right? What are the stages, right? You start out with denial, right? Then anger, then acceptance.
I want to see the anger.
Then sadness, right? I agree. I think Levon was doing anything but really coming up with a plan that could mix it up. And I sometimes wonder what the right psychological thing to do is when you're getting beat. If you should throw in the towel and allow yourself to shake off the emotions away from the board, or if it's good to keep playing moves, because I feel like sometimes that can backfire where you sort of reinforce the fact that you just had a really negative experience and you let it go on many more minutes longer than it should have. I don't know what the right psychology is there.
Yeah, maybe that's part of like the healing process for the next game. I made the mistake of calling this the best of 4 match. It's only 2 games. Lev has to strike back in the next round. So maybe mentally he's kind of already thinking about that and letting this play out and sort of calming himself on the inside. David, you're the Super Grandmaster here. What's the big strategy in these moments?
Oof. I wish I knew, Tanya. I think I would also be playing on. I'm not sure whether that... Oh, wow, look at Levon there, just reacting, looking away again. But, I'm not sure whether that's part of any big strategy. It's just kind of... Yeah, it's just forcing your opponent to think. Maybe it'll come down to a time scramble. You can try and mess with their nerves slightly. But this one is totally hopeless. Look how beautiful Black's king is in the center. King of the hill here. It's safe as... it's the safest king you'll ever see. And Black's queen is slowly inching her way in for the kill.
King of the hill, most underrated variant.
Yeah, my favorite.
It's a great variant.
Yeah. Right now, Eduardo Iturrizaga is the one who's enjoying his king on the hill. Simon, that king on e5, it's not every day that you get to see a king in the center of the board with queens on, with heavy pieces on. But it's so cool that that's the safest square, actually.
Well, I mean, you should see some of my games with Danny. This happens far too often, actually. But you're right, Tanya. The king in the middle is very safe there. There's no good way that White can check that king. If White tries to check it in any way, White will lose a piece. And Black's pawns are doing a fantastic job of shading it. Like some tropical trees there, aren't they? They're just stopping the knight from coming in. That knight moves, but where can it go? There's another tropical tree stopping it coming any nearer to the king. And as long as Black just doesn't blunder here, Black's got this in the bag. I mean, the thing about resigning, I would resign here, but that's just me. But these guys should probably play on. I mean, there's no point resigning, is there? And there's always tricks.
I will call out one interesting kind of psychological ploy here is I'm just observing what's going on, observing the clocks, observing Lev's body language and behavior. And there is one chance you have in these positions, which is to sort of convince your opponent by your behavior, by your body language, that you've already checked out, you've already resigned. But as I would always tell my students, as long as your opponent is still playing moves, they still believe there's a chance, whether it's a win or a draw. And so you have to keep your focus. And I just want to point out that now both players are under 2 minutes. There is an awkward king in the center. There's still a knight on the board, and Levon Aronian is nothing if he's not resourceful and full of tricks. So until this game is over, I'm just pointing out.
I think we got the result there.
That's it.
Okay, after that, thank you for that.
And it's over.
It's finally over.
Eduardo Iturrizaga, with the biggest upset of the Aimchess Rapid so far, takes the lead in the best of 2 match. Levon has to win the final Rapid game on demand to take it to Armageddon. And he's just sitting there looking at what happened, what went wrong. And it seems everything did. There we've got Eduardo and his fist bump.
Vamos, Eduardo.
Eduardo.
There it is. Goal! What an awesome game that was by Eduardo against Levon Aronian, and now it's back to this one, and Fabi's managed to create an advantage with an extra pawn.
2 extra pawns, Tanya. He has an advantage on both flanks. Look at the queen side. Probably not the most impressive extra pawn, those doubled white A pawns, but it's on the other side of the board. Fabi's worked his magic here. And it's a 2-result game. It's either going to be a win for white or a draw. But can he milk this? Black's queen and knight look fantastic. But, OK, the bar reacts again. White's just going to slowly inch forward. And at the right moment, maybe start playing on both flanks.
And look at the clock as well. The clock is really in Fabi's favour. He's got an extra minute, but more importantly, Wesley's under 10 seconds pretty much. And this is looking very good for white. I suppose the only good thing about Black's position is queen and knight. Queen and knight coordinate really well together. That knight is in the centre of the board, so it's well positioned. And white's bishop is not a great piece, so it still seems a little bit of hard work to convert this one to a win.
Interesting. I think Fabi might have missed queen g6 check there in h6. He backed up, I think, instinctively. But queen g6 check and h6 might have been lights out. I think he got worried, as to the point Simon said, that the queen and knight can be dangerous, and so Fabi was not interested in any kind of risk.
Just 5 seconds on the clock for Wesley right now. Fabi with 40 seconds. This is getting into danger time zone. The bishop retreats, the knight retreats. David, 2 extra pawns should be Fabi's game.
It should be, but I agree with Danny. I think just these 1 or 2 small missed opportunities, not finishing it off when you have the opportunity. Yeah, it could backfire. Look at Black's knight now dancing.
Well, now the knight's dominating. H5 is suddenly overextended instead of an asset. I think queen g6 was actually critical, because the other thing that happened, you highlighted those pawns being useless, David, but actually the b7 pawn was super weak when the queen had access to c8. Not anymore. So I'm actually, suddenly it's turned, and I think that Wesley's going to hold this.
Fabi declines the repetition, so he's still going for the win in this position. Watch out for discovered checks. The queen and the knight lined up against the white king.
Yeah, just full light square domination here for Black, and great compensation. I agree as well. The white H-pawn looks like it's overstepped its mark. Harry getting too excited there, Simon.
And there goes a pawn as well. I mean, that's quite an important pawn, because Black has a very useful pass pawn. OK, white trying to open up the black king now, but Black gets the first check in, and he's threatening a checkmate. Yeah. There is a big threat.
And now who's down on time? Now who's down on time?
4 seconds, 3 seconds. He's got a mate to defend.
Well, he's got to be careful. The queen is zigzagging her way closer and closer to that white king. And
well, queen takes bishop is very...
Does it work?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yes.
Queen takes bishop, knight d3 check.
Then king comes forward, picks up the f-pawn.
OK, so Wesley's calculating it, but knight d3 first doesn't work because queen takes f5 check.
Yeah.
So maybe you can do that anyway.
No, he doesn't. Wait, he allows it?
He allows it.
What?
Was it part of the plan, or did he miss it, David?
I think it's part of the plan. Now, the maximum white can get is just a perpetual check. White has to keep giving checks because the white bishop will drop if you stop. And, yeah, you have to just go for the draw now, I think, Fabi.
Oh, wait.
Well, he plays on.
No, he wants more.
He's going for the win.
The fighting chess is on.
Both sides playing for the win now. But Black's got pawns too. Look how they're running now.
Yeah. Who's winning the king upon ending? Because we're going to find out right now whether Wesley goes for it.
Keep pushing.
That's a
Maybe he
mistake.
should have. Maybe he should have.
Now the bishop can wriggle out. He keeps checking first.
b7 is also falling.
Okay, will we see a draw by repetition? Wow,
No.
he moves his
Going
bishop.
for it.
Nice.
Who's playing for the
I
win?
think he could have taken b7. Okay. Oh, my gosh.
The bishop's attack, a queen trade offered, and Wesley declines it.
I think white can go for b7, but they're afraid to do it.
The bar has no idea who's playing for a win right now.
But now's your chance if you want the pawn. Nope, he doesn't yet.
You can choose which pawn to take. Maybe Fabi wants the g pawn. He's going to give some checks. He needs to get his bishop into the game somehow. White's bishop is just a bystander right now. Okay, repeating. 15 seconds gets 20.
Oh,
gotta
he
pick up
take
the
the
B
7th
pawn.
rank.
Now he can pick up the g pawn with some checks.
Queen f5 check wins g5 with check. He didn't
missed
see it.
it.
Oh, he missed it.
Fabi. Ooh, he had a winning check there. He could have dropped himself on f5, and that would have been game over. Okay, Wesley's grabbing pawns.
Oh, my God, I love it. Wesley's turning this around.
And 12
Feel the
seconds
nerves.
for Fabi right now. Queen comes back to defend the A-pawn, but what a moment that was. Fabi could have wrapped up the game right there with the right check, but he missed it.
Now White's bishop can re-enter the action. There we go. Fabi is finally going for that black g-pawn, but some checks. I'm really scared here if I'm Fabiano.
Too little, too late.
I mean, it's just changing every move, this one. I mean, I expect it'll be a draw because it's so up and down.
I don't know.
You know, just because it's so crazy.
I'm expecting Wesley to get this. I think the whole thing is switched around. Fabi missed his chances. The queen and knight are now super dangerous against the king. The c-pawn is passed.
This is scary for White's king.
I think, yeah. Will this be the
gonna
draw?
No, I think Wesley's going to see it. He's going to push.
Yeah.
Wesley will be the one to try for a win now.
I think so. I think he's feeling it. I think he is.
Yeah, Queen and Knight are so dangerous together.
Yeah.
This one, momentum as well, all on black side.
He's trying to get his king to a much safer space there
Now
to avoid the checks. And now that knight and queen, though, they've got to find a way in, and it's not so easy. Okay, he's pushed the pawn.
Joins the body. And now it's Fabi who's trying to repeat the moves.
Wesley has been super smart with the king, getting it out of harm's way so he can advance the pawn.
I think Wesley's taking this one. A check.
Repeating the position first, though.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Wesley.
Remember,
Don't do
they
it.
want time. They want time on the clock. That's why they're repeating moves.
Nine,
It doesn't necessarily mean they want to draw.
Okay, black's queen
Oh,
can give a check.
he goes the other
He
way.
just allowed queen h7?
He's walking into the center.
Okay,
King of the
here
hill
we
again.
go.
And David, it's good strategy for the black king to stay on light squares and not allow a check with the bishop.
Yeah, you have to be really careful. Walk onto the wrong square and you might get forked, skewered. That white bishop is just poised there, but he's using the light squares, Tanya. Just can he get out, though? The white queen is keeping this cage shut. Maybe it's a draw. Maybe there's no way out for the black king.
I think it's a draw now. I don't think there's any way you can escape this, right?
Oh, he plays
well,
off.
This is very risky, Dave.
He wants it. Even with the pawn on dark squares, he's not afraid of the queen trade. White is one move away from that eval bar crashing down and there being a checkmate attack. So Wesley is banking on a blunder by Fabi here.
Be careful. Don't take that black pawn. The black queen, if it gives one check, that would have ended in checkmate. So Fabi has to keep checking.
Okay, he moved.
And now queen trades and the pawn is hanging, but he gives a check. Another one. Repetition.
Maybe it's finally time.
Black
Don't do
blocks
it,
now with the queen. It's a draw.
No, he wants more. He's still going. Let's go. Fighting chess.
I love this move. He's walking all the way up the board if he can. The knight blocks. The best defender is a knight for a king. And no more checks.
So irritating for the white queen to be blocked by the knight. Oh,
And
there it
the
is.
pawn pushes.
The pawn pushes, and the eval bar goes crashing down.
Black king, where's it going? Is it going back or is it
Run
stepping
out.
forward?
Run to d5 or c5.
5 seconds.
Yeah, c5. That's it, because you can guard the pawn when the king moves.
Yeah, he's running into open air here. Just sidestep, step into the center of the board. Okay, this looks good too. The king's going to hide. Finally, it's running towards the corner. Black's going to make a new queen. This is game over.
Just like
B5,
that.
That's it.
Just like that.
Oh, and that's a pain. You can't pick up the c-pawn because of the king. And Fabiano Caruana resigns. What a win by Wesley. So keeping the tension, keeping the pressure. What a fight this was. Could have gone either way. And you can see that Fabi is not happy.
Not happy. But Wesley is. Look at the fist pump. He's turning it around. As we said, sometimes you start in bad form and you find it as the event goes on. That might be exactly what's going to happen to Wesley So. If I'm everyone else in this event, I'm scared of what's happening with Wesley So right now.
What a game that was. Fabiano Caruana goes down, which means that Fabi and Lev have to win on demand. The final rapid game. It was an exciting 2 games in the losers quarterfinals. A lot to choose from, David. But what stood out to you?
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to that dramatic game between Caruana and Wesley So, where Fabi let it slip. He just gave the wrong checks, and we saw the potency of queen and knight. As a combo, they are extremely dangerous. And it was here that Fabiano missed a winning move. He could have played, instead of queen e3, dropping back, allowing black to actually grab this pawn, he could have played the move queen to f5. This is a check, and not just a check. You next move, take a very valuable pawn with check. And when the black king continues to run, you can start pushing a pawn of your own. This is one thing that Fabiano lacked, a passed pawn. In the end, the game did turn around. The black queen and knight did triumph.
What a finish that was. Had us on the edge of our seat, which means that Fabi has to win the next one on demand. A nail-biting game 1 in the losers quarterfinals for both these matchups. And there we see Levon with a disastrous loss with the white pieces. What a moment it was for Eduardo. And both Eduardo Iturrizaga and Wesley So celebrating with fist pumps there. The Eduardo win. That is a big upset.
A huge upset for Eduardo Iturrizaga. Again, he would say not so much. And I just want to call out that it's interesting that every time we have a must-win game to force Armageddon, that player is playing black. We have Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. They will get the black pieces and a must-win situation. Will we have more Armageddon? I'm hoping for it, honestly.
We would love to see the adrenaline-focused Armageddons. If it comes down to that, but two players have to win on demand for that. It's going to be a fun round two. And we also had a lot of fun in Oslo when Danny and Simon took to the streets for some chess hustle. The full video is coming out later, but take a look at what's coming up.
Simon has a distinct advantage because his openings are so bad, they tend to get more blunders.
Look at this bat, look at this slow positional chess going on over it. Three.
Okay, I'm coming for you. There we go. That's the subtlety you didn't see at the end of the line. I'm in the lead. Simon, sack your queen. Sack your queen. Come on. I'm freaking out here. Where's the win, bro?
Take your time, Danny. There you go. There's another one. Pressure's on.
I'm playing against two enemies here, Simon Williams and the clock.
That looked like a really close fight. Did you guys have fun? How was that?
We had a blast. It was pretty close. I mean, we don't want to spoil any endings.
Don't give it away.
I'll let Simon say about just how close it was.
Yeah, very close. Yeah, very exciting match. Went all the way to the wire, as you expect with us two. And yeah, right in the harbour of Oslo as well. Lovely place to play a bit of chess. And we might have even had a surprise guest come along and play a game or two as well. So we'll have to wait and see tensely what happens. Yeah.
We will be revealing the result of that final challenge between Danny and Simon in Oslo later today, so don't miss that one. For now, it is all about Game 2 coming up in the losers quarterfinals right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
The most elite bullet tournament returns. You don't want to miss the 4th ever Bullet Chess Championship featuring Magnus Carlsen for the first time. He'll join reigning champ Hikaru Nakamura, 2021 champion Alireza Firouzja, and more to fight for their share of the $100,000 prize fund. It all kicks off on July 17th at 9 a.m. Pacific. Use !BCC in chat for all the details.
Basically, it's a tool for improving your chess game. It gives you tailored lessons for different phases of the game, and it seems like a very useful tool.
So again, better than players around your rating.
That's good. It looks like you get a really nice overview over your games and what you need to focus on and what you are good enough at.
To have all my weaknesses black and white on paper is devastating and interesting and fun at the same time.
The middle games are really rough, and Aimchess said it to me again. So.
And that is definitely the most popular move there.
Today I actually learned a few tricks in the opening that I love to play, so I got some tips from Simon.
If you're a beginner, it will pick out kind of the basic things you need to improve on. And also advanced players is very detailed at getting straight in, working out if your openings work, if your tactics, and giving you some personalised lessons. So it's pretty broad, pretty much everyone. And Aimchess was great at finding out that nearly everyone we had, their endings were actually very bad. So they need to work on that area of the game.
To be honest, I think Aimchess can help everyone. It's helped me, especially improve in the opening, realise my strengths and weaknesses there, and in the endgame, where actually I thought I was very good, but it pointed out areas that I could work on.
If you want to improve on anything from start and opening to endgames, any level can do Aimchess, I suppose.
It's the fast way to get stronger. Get your targeted training in with Aimchess analytics and lessons. And right now, you can get your first month free with code CCT, that's CCT, at go.chess.com/Aimchess. So go there right now and get working on chess right now. There are two players who need to get working, and it is Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana as they go into their final rapid games. Are we going to get Armageddons?
I think we're going to get at least one Armageddon.
Is it going to be this one?
I don't know that Fabi is feeling so fresh anymore, honestly. We saw a pretty dejected Fabiano when he faced this same situation against Magnus. Though we'll see. Maybe he'll have more energy against Wesley and believe he has a better chance to pull it off.
Yeah, if there's even 10% of the twists and turns that we had in the previous game, then Fabi will get a chance.
Yeah.
So he just has to stay in the moment and stay positive. I think that's the main thing. The last game could have gone either way. He was a bit unlucky. Maybe we'll see his luck return here. But Wesley opening with e4. Simon with a draw in hand. If Wesley's feeling solid, do you think he'll get it?
Well, I mean, we see the opening stage, Fabiano repeating the opening that he played against Magnus Carlsen. So there's kind of potentially a hippo. And I'm wondering if Wesley will now bring the knight out and copy Magnus's play. But he seemed to get quite decent chances there. So we're kind of knowing now at elite level, if you need to win, this is the way to play, the modern, which is such a fun but dangerous opening. And the reason we don't see this all the time is because look at White's centre. White has this fantastic centre that Black gives away, and we call this like a hyper-modern way of playing. It was something that chess players didn't originally start to do when chess became popular, but you attack the centre from the sides, and Wesley now having a big think about what setup he wants to go for.
Yeah, I guess it's something you play if you need to play for a win, or something you play when your back is against the wall and you have no choice, right? Because there's a reason they take on a position that is objectively so much worse for Black. There are forcing lines that the best players in the world know against any of the other major weapons, whether it's E5 or the Sicilian or the Caro or the French. And so you get these positions where Fabi knows he's taking on something that isn't going to be fun, but at least it'll have a dynamic of chance.
But he's played this before, right? As
Yeah.
Sai, you were saying, against Magnus in a must-win situation. This was the setup that he employed. And the fact that Wesley slowed down before taking out the bishop, do you think he did see that game? The fact that this has actually happened in the Aimchess Rapid?
100%, yeah. 100%. And the only difference there is that the pawn in front of Black's king was pushed one square earlier, which Black can still play, going into that hippo. And Wesley is basically will know exactly how to play against this. I mean, this is the thing at this level, right, David? That these guys, you can't really surprise them. You know, I mean, like, it's so hard to surprise, you know, a player of this caliber. You just can't do it. But Black's keeping all the pieces on the board, and this is the strategy you have to go for, no matter how risky it is.
Yeah, we've got a fun game guaranteed, and full of tension as well. So even if Wesley knows what to do, even if he knows the most promising setups for White, even if he goes for something like Magnus did yesterday, Fabi will get a position. And yeah, he's playing up really, really quickly up to this point. So I do believe in Fabi on his chances. I think he'll get a moment or two where, yeah, he has a shout.
And the other player who needs to believe in his chances right now, it is Levon Aronian. They are ready to start their final rapid game. Eduardo Iturrizaga there looking confident with the white pieces. He needs only a draw to further advance in the Aimchess Rapid. He starts with the knight move first, and Levon taking this approach, he's going to be aggressive in this one, David.
Yeah, it looks like he's taking a leaf out of Fabiano's book, just playing G6 here. White isn't going to occupy the centre in the exact same way as Wesley is doing. But yeah, Levon's just staying super flexible, fianchettoing his bishop. This is a key moment. Will he take some of the centre with one of the black pawns, or will he just set up like a King's Indian? And there we go. He takes the centre.
Iturrizaga was sort of inviting as well the system that he got against Jordan over the last couple games. Now, he lost the first one to Jordan, but then ultimately won the second chance he had on the white side of those G3 King's Indians, right? So Lev not interested in that, plays E5. We get a more traditional English, named after the gentleman here, the English opening, your favorite. My favorite accent as well.
Oh, yes, old boy. Oh, boy. Make sure you put your pinky out.
Okay, but hold on. Now
when you play it.
Now it's not a traditional English with F5. This is a Leningrad Dutch potential transposition here, which we know can be very aggressive for Black on the king side, but also something that can get in trouble quickly.
It's not a traditional anything. When out of the first 4 moves, Black makes 3 pawn moves. David, it goes against any traditional opening wisdom. What's going on here?
Yeah, it's essentially a reverse Sicilian where Black is trying to set up in a really kind of closed way. You just keep all the pieces on the board and attack. And wow, with this last move, Iturrizaga, he's saying, OK, I don't want as much tension. I want to clarify the situation in the middle. And yeah, provocative chess from both sides. Black's taking every opportunity to step forward with pawns. And now this knight's doing a bit of a dance. It's going to lose a lot of time. But now that the centre has clarified, Eduardo knows exactly how to try and chip away at the head of Black's pawn chain. This one could get very spicy very quickly.
Yeah, definitely. This is quite a typical setup, and I like White's move where he pushed that pawn to D4 in front of the queen. I think that was the way that you should play these positions. You should try to disrupt Black's pawn structure. Black's got this pawn chain of four pawns, but they're quite static now. Before they're a bit more mobile, they have more potential to cause problems. But Lev developing, attacking the pawn in the middle, and now White's got to make a decision. Does he push that pawn forwards? And it's actually becoming very interesting already, because it's not easy to defend that pawn. There was, very quickly, I had a very similar position to this when I was at International Master on New Year's Day in Hastings, and I played the move E3. And I was 24-20 rated. I think my opponent was 21-20.
Do we want to show why that's a mistake?
We can show. And can I just clarify? It was New Year's Day. I just want to say that one more time. In the Hastings competition, the world's longest ever running competition. And I played this move, and it was a bit of a mistake, so my opponent took my knight.
What could you have possibly have done New Year's Eve?
I was just having a cup of tea with my friends, of course, and some scones, as we do in England. Yeah. I think I was at a rave on the pier until 9 a.m. And that was a long time ago. I don't do that anymore.
It's really funny to show, because even though Simon is sort of making fun of himself, we should actually show that it's easy to make that mistake, because here's what you calculate along your way to doing that. You say, well, if I play d5, the black knight goes to e5, and now I have to guard c4. So I could play e3 here, but guess what? The knight still hangs in that line, and you might even see it in that line. So you back up and go, well, if I can't protect the pawn with my pawn, bishop e3 feels super awkward. The truth is, it shows how interesting this position is, that one of White's best moves already, instead of bishop e3, is actually already to play f3 here. And that should tell you how crazy it is, because after things like h6 and the knight goes back to h3, eventually we get a trade of the d pawn for the e pawn. And this is not a position you see every day. That's my point. How often can White play f3 on move whatever 7 and get away with it? And so anyway, it just shows you why blunders like that happen. So I'm defending you, old chef.
Oh, thanks.
I'm defending you.
Thanks, man.
It's easy to make that mistake.
Well, it was quite funny, because generally people weren't looking at my games, but as soon as I blundered my knight, they're like wolves. They can smell blood. Right. You know, and no one was looking at my games the whole tournament, but as soon as I blundered a piece, there was 50 people there just pointing. It's like they could just smell my absolute pain and agony. They were just there. I looked around and, well, what the hell are all these people doing? And I had to resign that one. But it's a very interesting position, and this is what Levon wants, right? He wants something very chaotic. So I'm assuming he should be quite happy with the way things have gone here.
Yeah, whether the objective evaluation is fine or not for Black, I think it's just big success. Just strategically, it looks really, really imbalanced, as you say, Simon. And all the pieces on the board, just like in the other game. He's got Connect 4. He's won Connect 4 with Black's pawn chain on the king side. What's not to like?
Great game, by the way. Yeah. Connect 4.
I agree.
Super.
I thought you were talking about the position,
no,
which is also going to be a great game.
This is not
given
a very
the
good.
opening.
No, I'm kidding. Connect 4. Great game, though.
Wow, so Levon Aronian one more time going for the imbalance in the position. Well, right now he's got to give it his all. It is his final chance to stay alive in the Aimchess Rapid. And we see a lot of pawn moves, so the narrative continues, but with every pawn move there is a consequent weakness that you make, and there is a lot of dark square weaknesses in Black's camp here, David.
Yeah, a lot of weaknesses potentially in both camps. I'm wondering how Turizaga is going to break in the center. It feels like right now Black just has everything he wants. So you mentioned the dark square weaknesses. Let's just show some of those, Tanya. There's potentially we see a knight coming into this square to kind of harass this really awkward bishop. For White, you could make an argument for pushing forward, but now you give Black a nice square, and yes, you might get a nice square of your own later on, but yeah, I'm not sure you want to give in order to take this one. It's really, really tough, this strategic decision. Maybe you can push a pawn to f3, as Danny highlighted in the other line, but again, you have to be careful that your king in the center is not weak and not immediately targeted. It's just so complex, and I wouldn't even know where to start. To be honest, I'm inclined to push f3 just because I don't know what else to do.
And I think the more we talk about it, the more, I mean, we'll get back to the game in a little bit, but as far as what the two players got, Levon Aronian has much better chances here as Black. I mean, objectively, the position is about level. I think you just showed a lot of lines that illustrate where White could go wrong. So as far as chances you would want to get in a must-win situation as Black, I really like Lev's chances here. And I do not feel the same way about Mr. Fabiano.
Yeah, this is a good moment to check in on that one, as we see that the momentum is shifting once again in Wesley's favor. We will bring that up right now for Levon. He has to. He's done everything right. We will check back in with that. And here, Fabi's still struggling to make chances against Wesley.
Yeah, we have seen the first trade of pawns just on this last move, and the line has opened up. The white rook on d1 peers down at the black queen. I don't like what Fabi's doing, I've got to say. It feels like he started with a hippo setup, and he could be consistent with a hippo setup. Normally, you want to make sure, just like we were saying yesterday, all of the black pieces are in the game before you start opening things.
Totally agree, David. I mean, it seems like this capture that black has just played is going to a symmetrical position where only white can be better. And you don't want a symmetrical position because there's more chances of a draw. And also, you don't really want your opponent to be better as well. So why did he do that? Why didn't he move his knight out first so he could have captured on that square with the knight, keeping it like a Sicilian, keeping it dynamic? And that's what you're supposed to do in the hippo. And this is a very aggressive move now from Wesley that we've seen played, but this is the standard hippo setup, isn't it, David? That, you know, you stay flexible there. You can even play h6, g5. You can do loads of quite interesting stuff, but the way he's played it in the game, Wesley now playing this pawn right into the middle, and those dark squares, they look quite scary, Danny, right?
Not only do I agree with you, we should call back to yesterday's game with Magnus Carlsen. There's a reason Fabiano didn't play the h6, knight d7 thing, but if you remember, it's because Magnus pushed Harry, the h-pawn. He played that h4 idea with h5, right, which makes it harder to sit there. You highlighted that there's even some sacrifices on g5, but in this game, Wesley didn't go for the same approach. So it seems to me that the idea you said of g5 and knight g6 was on the agenda for black if he had played for h6. So I agree. Again, look, Fabiano's in a tough spot no matter what, so it's easy for us to throw some shade, but ultimately, I like this position for Wesley, and this is going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Immediately dropping his knight in the center of the board. It looks like a pawn sacrifice, but I don't think black wants to get greedy and capture here. It will cost him his dark-squared bishop. That being said, there is a pin on the e-file. What is Wesley's idea? It's a pawn sacrifice right now.
Bishop g5? Or no? The knight goes, okay, hold on. Hold the phone.
Maybe bishop g5, Danny, although, yeah, this knight will drop.
It's just a trade.
We head into an endgame. Maybe this is going to be great compensation for white, only needing a draw. But, OK, we don't find out. He didn't test the idea there. Instead, he hits the pawn with his knight. But there's so many holes already. I'm looking at this square later on. White can bring his bishop out to f4. Yeah, it looks like you're cramped with black with not much compensation.
The opening battle has been won by Wesley, and Fabi has to find a way to not only keep things under control, but actually win this game. Earlier, we were talking about how Wesley's struggling with form, and it seems as if Fabi, as of right now, is the player in form. What worked for Wesley today so far?
Well, it's funny because we talked about that, how Wesley had been struggling in form, but we wondered whether sometimes when your back is against the wall, the best comes out, right? And Wesley finding himself facing elimination has turned it around a little bit.
And right now his back is against the Global Championship trophy.
That's true. Now his back is against the Global Championship trophy. He did switch rooms, and he's been playing better ever since he switched rooms, by the way, and added that trophy. Yeah. So, you know, but it is tough because Fabiano, I mean, we didn't really get a chance to digest it, right? Really, it's he's got to still be reeling from that last game where he was objectively better most game and then maybe winning in the end and let it get away. So I don't mean to sound like the writing's on the wall, but just looking at the complete turnaround of these two guys in their Aimchess Rapid campaign, it just feels like Fabi's going the wrong way, and Wesley, as I said, isn't going to be someone that anyone wants to face going forward.
Yeah. And I would like to say a comment just came up on the screen that me and David just had a little giggle about. It was talking about after party and the clothes we wear. And I just want to say that don't be fooled by David's smart clothes. The guy knows how to party as well. You know, he may come across as your English gentleman, but the guy can party.
I don't know what you're talking about, Simon. I'm going straight back to study some chess after this.
Just want to throw that in there. So, you know.
I'm liking the shirt, though. We can all appreciate a good shirt.
Thank you.
It's a great shirt. But Simon, where is the after party?
You tell me, Tanya.
After the party, there's the after party. And after the party.
Yeah, there's always a party.
I don't know.
One player who would approve of your fashion choices is Levon Aronian, Simon. He's known for his shirts as well. Did you borrow one from him?
I think we got different sizes, but I love his shirts. He's got a lot of cats on his shirts, hasn't he, and dogs, and I'm a big fan. But he's letting himself down a bit this tournament. We haven't seen any really crazy shirts from him yet. But I don't know his position as well. I'm just keeping an eye on that game. Also very interesting, and he may have some chances there.
We also saw that he's playing from San Sebastian, so not from his home right now. I'm just wondering, he's just fresh from Dubai, well, fresh from the tournament, but not really probably fresh. And maybe
Yeah.
it could be the fatigue and the tiredness of having played a really difficult long event there and then not being home, playing from San Sebastian. Maybe that's the reason that he's struggling with form a bit.
It would make sense, right? Especially when you're facing someone who's so fiery and just so ready to bring it, right? I mean, Ituri Zaga, this is an opportunity that he maybe has never had before, right? As he said so himself. And he's got all the energy and all the prep, and Levon maybe struggling a bit. Of course, we're spending a lot of time talking about the players not on screen here. But quickly back to this one. Let's look at Bishop D5, because I worry that was an act of desperation a little bit, David, trying to create some chances, but we might be heading for the wrong kind of forcing lines here.
Yeah, I agree, Danny. Also, we can mention the fatigue element with Fabiano. He just came from Croatia.
Yeah.
So, let's jump in and show this last move from Fabiano. He's planted his bishop. He's kind of using it as a plug here to block the d-file to ensure that the white rook can't get through. But I mean, here I'm looking, even at the very minimum, if you play a move like dropping your bishop back to g3, for example, you could trade off here first and then drop back. I just don't see what black is doing next. This knight is going to hop into d6, maybe even f6 in some lines. I actually think there's a big threat of dropping this knight in. For example, let's say black wastes a move. Suddenly this knight check could be deadly. You don't want to take it, for example, because it's suddenly a double attack, a hit on the queen, a hit on the bishop. And the other tactic in the position is that you cannot capture on the e5 square with your knight, because you're simply walking into a nasty pin. For example, maybe there's multiple ways of doing it. You can kick this knight away and suddenly, bang, you capture and you throw a knight out the way with a check and you win a bishop due to this pin. So all sorts of tactics in the air. He's just taken this bishop on d5, so we're headed in that direction. I was wondering whether you can take with a pawn, but again, it feels like the tactics will work in white's favor. At the very minimum, maybe there's better. You can plug. You can just plant the knight in d6. Looks beautiful for white, I've got to say. This knight is dominating everything. Instead, a knight capture on d5 and instantly by Wesley dropping his bishop back. Knight f6 may be a threat. Ideas like c4 kicking this knight away as well. Everything against black right now.
And black's got 3 pieces attacking that central e5 pawn. David, you have to show it to us. Why is it? What is the problem if black actually captures the pawn? All the tactics that do exist with pinning and repinning.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Tanya, knight takes does walk into the move c4. Kicking this knight away first, and as we show in a minute, wherever the knight jumps, same tactic. Knight takes knight, bishop takes, and the knight jumps out of the way. A check. You cannot take this knight because the black queen will drop. So, yeah, everything just dropping with tempo for black. That's the problem right now.
Is Fabi in big trouble?
Yes, I think so. Strategically, and as we see there, if he tries to initiate anything forcing, tactically in trouble as well.
A difficult moment for Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. He could be very well on the way of losing 2 games, and Wesley needs only a draw. Fabi here trying to gain some space on the queen side with that pawn move. Is there some hope of the knights jumping forward and perhaps landing on d3, or is it too slow?
He's got to try. He's got to try something.
Yeah, he's got to try something, but the problem is a black knight can land on d3. So what? When a white knight lands on f6, it's checkmate. You know,
Fair enough.
That's the problem. You know, the black king is over there, and it's a real target. So yeah, it just doesn't look good. There's too many holes, and that's the problem. When you put all your pawns on one colour square, as you see black has done on the king side, all of his pawns are on light squares, you naturally make all the opposite colour very weak. So all those dark squares around black's king, they're just so juicy, and there's another dark square that a knight has jumped into.
And is that a pawn sacrifice?
Yeah, I was just looking at that idea, because I think it's an interesting gambit, because if you take it twice, you're giving black the b file and a whole bunch of pressure. So when your back is against the wall, you got to come up with something to breathe life. We can show it real quick. If takes and takes, white can trade on a8 or not, but I think the idea is really nothing special. I think he just wants to get some counterplay on the b file, and that tells you how desperate the position is, though, because it's a pawn. That's a pawn.
It's a clear
pawn's a
pawn.
pawn.
The problem is,
pawn's a pawn.
You want to kind of put your queen on the b file, one of these squares, but this pawn is also weak.
Yeah.
And whoa, exchange sacrifice instead.
Wait, Wesley is all in on the attack. I love this chess from Wesley. I'm telling you, Wesley So is back. I'm calling it right now that this is a thing to watch out for when this guy gets going. And I regardless of who goes to the losers bracket between Nodirbek and Magnus, I don't want to face Wesley So anymore when he's playing enterprising chess like this. He doesn't even need to win, and he's all in. This is the Wesley So we haven't seen all tournament till now.
Yeah, let's just show the idea. He's blown open the center. Now, if this pawn is captured, then suddenly it's a queen check, and the knight jumps out the way. Ideas of smothered mate, but more importantly, this queen also just hanging. So, yeah, you cannot take this pawn. It's poisoned. Wesley looks like he's blasted his way through to victory. What else can you do? You have to move this knight out the way, but yeah, White can take this pawn. White can step forward. Spoiled for choice.
This is so fun to play as well.
So you're getting excited over it.
I am.
I can see it. Like, the heat is just coming off of you right now, radiating.
I mean, look at it. It's beautiful, yeah? That pawn diving down towards Black's king. I love a good old attack. It's one of my favourite things, you know, having a punt at the opponent's king. And, you know, you can even just win material by pushing the pawn further. And the dark square bishop of White's is so strong. White's knights are both so strong. Everything is so strong, and it's for a measly exchange. And I think you can see Fabiano, body language, his head is slumped, and he knows it's getting closer to the end. Our only friend, the end.
But again,
great song.
But again, in that rhyme,
Can't say friend without end.
Can't say friend without end. And again, we come back to the fact that Wesley So didn't even have to go for that in order to put this game away. There were so many simple ways to just take the b5 pawn, but I really am impressed by how he's been able to stick through, because this guy was against the wall, right, about to be eliminated by Fedoseev yesterday in Armageddon, and now is potentially the man to beat in the loser's bracket.
And Fedoseev actually missed that win, didn't he, that you pointed out yesterday, Danny, with that king h4. So he has got a lifeline here, you know, Wesley, and he could have been knocked out yesterday, and I think that gives you more power when you realise, like, oh, I should have got knocked out. I'm still here. Let's take advantage of that fact. And I think Wesley, when he gets going, is just so strong, as you say, Danny. So,
he's taking down world number 3 right now, and it's been very convincing. It's not just the scoreline. The first game, it could have gone either way, but Wesley really fought for it. He didn't go in with the repetition. He was ready to take his chances. He did that, and this one was a Wesley So sure, the second game.
By the way, I just got word, too, from our Fair Play team. He's playing in a Secret Lab chair, so shout out to Secret Lab. He must be comfy. Good back support for him to be leaning in like that. But no, I mean, David, I agree with Tanya, because even though Fabi, I guess you could argue, let more of the game get away, kind of snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, the fact that Wesley didn't settle on a draw, right? He smelled blood in the water, and he walked his king into danger. I mean, again, if you missed that action, it was wild, and I think you could sense a turning of the tide, right?
Yeah, and I think that's why, I mean, firstly, Wesley has so many fans, because he is so capable, but it's also why some of his critics do say, okay, we want to see Wesley take more risks. We want to see him push, because when he does go for it, it tends to pay off. And yeah, it feels like Fabiano poked the bear, and he's woken up now, Wesley. And okay, there we saw Black had to move the queen out the way. There was just too much tension on that diagonal. Gave up a rook. White's knight isn't trapped, though.
Sorry, I just got word in my ear that even better, Wesley is actually using his Champions Chess Tour Secret Lab chair as the desk. The computer is on the desk, and he's leaning over on the laptop. I don't know if we can get a shot from the Fair Play team. We can get Wesley's permission for that. He'll be fine with it, just maybe for a later show, because I think he definitely is playing in the most unique position of all the chess players as we observe his field of vision with the other cameras you can't see. So, sorry, totally off track, but I love it.
Whatever he's doing, it's working to perfection. So he shouldn't change the recipe at all. And as you mentioned, David, the knight isn't trapped because the queen jumps in, not only to defend the knight, but actually to attack Fabi's knight as well.
Yeah, exactly, Tanya. Multi-purpose move there. And I think this is just the killer blow. And the question, Simon, is whether he should
resign.
Just resign.
Just resign. There's a time in life when you just have to resign. We don't want to do it, but sometimes, you know, it's inevitable, isn't it?
It's tough. Again, and we were saying it a few moments ago, I didn't want to totally call it, but you can see the dejected Fabiano losing that game with White coming in here. The tide has turned. Wesley So gets all the credit for finding his form, right? But yeah, I'm just super impressed by Wesley, and unfortunately for Fabiano, he won't be playing in his third grand final for the 2023 Champions Chess Tour.
These could be the last few minutes of Fabi's run in the Aimchess Rapid.
Yep.
Wow. Just at this level, a piece is a piece, and this is a decisive material advantage. For those at home, I think, play on this position. There's always going to be chances, especially with queens on the board, but yeah,
unless you're playing Wesley.
Unless you're playing Wesley. I think if you're playing a grandmaster here, that's you can resign with a clear conscience. An extra piece is going to tell. And OK, Fabi reaches for his mouse. What's he going to do? 1 or 2 more moves here. The problem is it's going to be hard to keep the queens on the board if you want to keep the game going.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only chance that Black has, and he needs like 3 moves in a row without White playing any moves, is to use that knight, try to take off White's bishop, and then win the White knight in the middle. Trying to claim that the White knight in the middle is a bit stranded. It doesn't have anywhere to go, but it's just not going to work. I mean, it's far too slow, isn't it? And Wesley has many ways to avoid that. And
I think he's giving up.
He's giving up, as he looks like.
He's giving up.
Yeah, that looks like a resigns.
Resigning Fabi face, and indeed he has.
That's it. Fabiano Caruana is out of the Aimchess Rapid. Wesley so advances to the losers semi-final, winning the second game in convincing style. A heartbreaking day for Fabi.
Heartbreaking day, especially because he's a guy who, well, let's celebrate Wesley real quick on camera. He gets up. He knows that he's back. Look at that global championship trophy there.
Which one is it?
It's the second shelf. It's in the globe, the shape of the globe. Well, he's standing in front of it. There it is.
Ooh, we see it.
There it is. But anyway, no, Wesley is dangerous in these formats. Fabi is...
It's very still right now.
Maybe he needs a new lamp. I'm not digging the vibes.
I thought it was a mushroom when I first saw it.
Yeah, I mean, it was at a hat rack. But no, back to your point, Tanya. It's disappointing for Fabi, right? He played so well day one, ran up against the buzzsaw known as Magnus Carlsen, his old nemesis, right? And today, wow, the wheels just came off there against Wesley. So.
And Fabi won the first match in just 3 games.
Yeah.
And at that time, it felt as if he would be one of the big favorites to win the whole thing. But it's just such a demanding and a grueling format. And every day, you just have to show up in your best shape. And if you don't, you go down to a player like Wesley without a chance.
Yep. Well, it tells you just how hard this is, right? I mean, this is why punching your ticket directly to Toronto, which we can now talk about, the live finals, you can get your tickets soon, fans, is a hard thing to do. That's why there will only be 8 people there. I'll reveal now, too, just because all the players have been informed. We're also expanding it. Initially, it was only going to be 4 people brought to the live final. We will update your explainer video. We will have 8 people. So 8 of the world's best players will be in Toronto. It'll be worth your trip. Let's go to Lev, because, by the way, I said we would get one Armageddon. I think I'm going to be right.
Oof. David, what are the chances?
Yeah, firstly, it looks like a blocked tense position, but I agree with Danny. It looks like Levon has worked things in his favor. Not just dynamically, maybe there's something right now, but strategically long-term. White's bishop on G2 is utterly dominated. You can give it 5, 6, 7, 20 moves. It's not going to break out of the black pawn chain. And Levon, he's just going to slow play it. He drops his bishop back. The black knight is going to come out. The black king is going to move. Black's rook that looks really stuck on the king side is going to eventually re-centralize. And meanwhile, White, unless you have a breakthrough, you just have to sit and wait. And Black's going to improve. I don't think the same can be said of White's pieces. It's going to be a long grind, but Black has the advantage for sure.
But this amazing pawn structure that Lev has, all the pawns in the light squares, you pointed out that light square bishop that Iturrizaga has. Simon, is White essentially playing a piece down right now?
Well, the bishop is terrible, right? I mean, it's a horrendous piece, but I guess you know, White's real hope here is that Black can't break through. He's only got 1 break, and the only thing that Black can do is this move here that David's showing, G5, and that's got to work. If that move doesn't work, Black can't win this position. So I don't think it's as easy as... I mean, I know the computer was saying that Black's better, but I mean, that White knight is fantastic. White's got some good pieces on the queen side. I don't think it's that easy to win this one, right? It could be a very long game, this, though.
But I think the last point we haven't highlighted is the reason I'm so excited about Lev's chances. It's the 17th piece, as Tanya talked about it. We haven't talked about the clock. And when we first went to this game, not just looking at the eval bar and that bad pawn of a bishop on G2, looking at the clock was really suggestive of what we're about to see. And I think here's what Lev's going to do. He's going to slow play G5, right? He's going to Jamie Foxx slow jams this. He's going to, dim the lights, turn on some slow jazz, and only when you least expect it, he's going to play G5, and then the position's going to get wild, and Iturrizaga is only going to have 30 seconds on the clock.
It's a good tactic, right?
Yeah.
That tactic.
And already we see maybe nerves or maybe just a practical decision from Iturrizaga. His last two moves have been knight back to d1, knight to c3. He's just kind of waiting. He's saying, OK, I'm just going to almost pre-move this. And OK, we're repeating the position just once. And second time we've seen this one now. Iturrizaga, is he just going to keep moving his knight back and forth? OK, a3, not improving, just waiting. He's saying to Lev, OK, I'm just going to play quick moves. You break through. Pressure's on you now. You need to win.
Probably the right way to play, right? I mean, if you think you've got your pieces in the right position, you've got to wait for this g5. Why? I mean, the one thing that I wouldn't do as white here is try to move all my pieces to the queen side and do something on that edge of the board, because if you do that, then g5, this break we've mentioned, will hit you, and you're not ready to deal with that one. So you probably have to sit here, keep the knight there, keep your rook in the corner, and hope that move is not going to hurt you too much. Will it really hurt white when it's played? I mean, it looks like it's going to do some damage, but how scared do you think it's going to be a killer?
I mean, black has his time to prepare. That's my point. Is he can
do a lot of things.
He can go slowly here. He can bring the knight from f6 out, and I don't know, David, whether the knight should come to g4 for black, or I mean, obviously, if you could put it on g4 next, you'd probably be happy. But even if it goes to h7. So I expect, OK, he played queen d7. Lev is still hopefully not repeating again. Hopefully he knows that a draw is bad for him.
Hopefully he knows it's not a best of 4.
Hopefully he knows it's not a best of 4. That's a good point. But I think at some point, knight f6, where the knight comes in, you will get g5. And the point is, Lev isn't in a hurry, because why do it now when your opponent has time on the clock? He has to win, right? You have to create mass chaos, and you want full-out guerrilla warfare here with time scrambles with the best chance to win.
Yeah, just look at what he's doing, though, Lev. He's slow playing it. He's blocked in this white queen now. She's utterly stuck. This bishop, as we mentioned, is just a big pawn. And yeah, he's taking his time, but I think he will hit as soon as Iturrizaga goes under 30 seconds, under 1 minute. Then he's going to hit with this move g5 and blow the position open. He's the only one with a dark squared bishop, remember, and dark squared bishop, that was the key piece in the previous game between these two as well.
That's actually a great strategy right there, David. Black's got one plan. For Lev, he needs to get that break in. But wait for your opponent to come down to those seconds so that those critical decisions get that much harder for white to make. And but meanwhile, we also see Lev's clock swindling down there. Less than 3 minutes for him. Iturrizaga at 1.5 minutes. The G break, the G5 break has to arrive, but it's all about timing. It's going to come down to those seconds on the clock.
Yeah. No, and I think it's the right strategy because, I mean, Lev is experienced and smart enough to know that objectively there isn't a concrete win on g5. You were right, Simon, right? We all know that, right? But or at least he hasn't calculated one. So again, that's why I keep saying, like, slow jam, right? Take your time, make sure everything's improved, and if you have to win when objectively you know the breakthrough isn't a concrete win, make sure that it only happens when mass chaos will ensue. And here we go. Like, okay, I don't know if he'll play knight g4 or knight h7, but he's still going to wait for it. Go ahead.
I think he's going to keep the balance. He's just going to shuffle around with the pieces, and before he takes a committal decision of a trade or a pawn push, he's going to wait for Iturrizaga's seconds to really go down on the clock. Eduardo is really shaking a lot on camera.
Yeah, and by the way, now he's running the king. Running shoes.
Yeah, I like it.
He's doing the Forrest Gump.
Pulling the Forrest Gump.
Forrest, run, boy. Run, run, run. And that's what you got to do.
And we've got an update for you, Windows. Thank you, Windows. We appreciate your intrusion.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Don't you just love Windows? It times it so well.
Hey, sometimes those are the best moments. Clip it and ship it, chat. That was fun.
That was fun. Did you see Eduardo with the side eye? And I think he was looking at the camera, looking at Lev's expressions right now. Both players down to 1.5 minutes on the clock. And at some moment, Levon has to take the big decision to break. And then it goes either way.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Hikaru would have just played 50 quick moves and then broken with g5. And Levon, he's just waited too long, it feels like.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's, again, a little subtlety, one of the many that separates Hikaru from others in these formats. But I haven't given up hope yet. I think Lev knows that at some point, we see him give a little shrug. He's like, all right, here we go. He likes to kind of bounce a little bit. He's gonna get g5 here.
It's coming. And that last move hints at g5. Yeah. Getting the rook ready.
And as soon as g5 played, this game's just going to explode. Yeah. It's going to explode to life because White can't just defend that move. White's got to try to do something. He's got to try to use his rooks. Now he's got a square for the knight to come into the queen side. So White's got to try to get something on the queen side going now, I feel.
It might be now. G5 might be coming in now.
It has to. The thing is, in these positions, you can often wait so long because it's like, oh, yeah, I can always go G5. And you kind of like, you've got to play it at some point, you know. So they're under Lev's under a minute now as well. Still doesn't do it. And here comes that knight, you see. So White's not without counterplay here. I mean, that knight has a juicy square, a really nice square it can plonk into.
I feel like it's all part of the plan, like Mr. Burns, like Evil. I think he's just baiting the position to come forward because he knows G5 wasn't going to win on concretely on the board anyway. He needs it to work from a practical perspective, and both sides have to be under a minute, I think, for this to work.
He's got less time than Eduardo right now.
It's true. I agree. It's getting nerve-wracking, but he's also tricked White to putting everything on the queen side so that when G5 comes, G3 will be harder to defend. And anyway, I'm... standing by my Armageddon prediction here.
It's getting very exciting. Okay, let's. Okay, I have to stick to my guns and say Edouard is gonna like draw or win.
I love it.
Okay, just to keep it interesting. I mean, you know, what about you, David?
I mentioned it earlier. Eduardo, I'm scarred by losing Armageddons against him. He's super quick. I'll say Eduardo will hold. Although I like Black's position.
Tanya, can you gonna back up Danny here, 2-on-2?
You know what? I think Eduardo will hold this.
Oh my gosh, I'm down 3-1. Okay.
I feel like if G5 would have come at some point and Lev had more time, then maybe. But this is 37 seconds. Lev's double guessing himself when to push that pawn. Weaknesses on the king side for Black as well. The queen falls back right now. Ugh, I don't know.
How about we'll put 3 glasses of water at the Goodnight Pub on it. We'll see. I'm down 3-1.
Sparkling
and,
water.
three drinks at the Goodnight. Here we go. And all right, Lev, I believe in you, man.
The knight comes back, and Eduardo there shaking his head. He's not pleased with the decision that he just took.
Why move your knight away from such a great square? I mean, you could have put the pawn in that square or something. I mean, it looks a bit passive, but maybe it doesn't change too much, though.
Yeah, I think he's just reluctant to commit. He also had very tempting sacrifices. White's rooks could have captured that black bishop on b5. Looked very tempting, but I think he was shaking his head. He doesn't have enough time. And now the flagging is starting.
Oh, my gosh.
Here he goes.
15 seconds for Levon Aronian, and everything moving away from the king side. G5 is not happening anymore.
Not yet. But you're right. You're right. The pressure. Here's the other thing, though. If it was that bad, regardless of how excited we are about the momentum, the eval bar would back it up. I think that Lev understands his chances are slim, but his best practical take is still to...
And he's repeating, because Lev cannot repeat.
He's going to lull him into a false sense of security.
8
Come
seconds.
on, Lev.
You're scraping the barrel here.
No, he's going for G5. You just hold the phone. Wow. It's going to happen.
And White is just waiting.
Well, you got to do it before you flag, though, buddy. Come on, Lev.
Make a move.
Here we go.
There was a threat. Knight takes pawn there as well, and bishop takes f5. So White is playing with ideas, and now the rook can come in with a check, which he does. He puts the rook right in. And hello, this is actually, you know, White's counterplay on the queen side is becoming very strong here, with that rook diving in. And I don't know. This is. I mean, you don't want to play G5 now and move your king there, surely. That just looks weird. You could have put any piece there except for your king. What is this move?
96.
Whoa.
He jumps in, he gives up the knight, but he gets Black's key dark square bishop. Is this going to backfire? White's knight was also strong.
That was such a beautiful knight, though, wasn't it?
But the rook's coming to D6 now, and the pawns fall apart.
The rook comes to D6. And with it, I might be 3 drinks down at the Goodnight.
Oh, my God. 5 seconds for Lev. He made the last move with just 2 seconds on the clock. And White
takes
just take the knight.
Takes knight.
Take
Would he play
the knight.
it?
He does it.
Black's queen was overworked there. She had to protect her rook. She couldn't go and grab White's rook, and White has won a piece. Black's rook still undefended, and now there's going to be a mating attack against the Black king. Turn around.
And do you know what?
Eduardo's too quick.
G5 just never happened. That G pawn was just taken in the end. He had to have played it earlier, right?
And Lev shakes his head and makes a move with just 1 second on the clock.
Queen E6 and rook G8.
And that's checkmate on the board. Eduardo Drizaga reacts. He celebrates. He goes through. He has knocked out Levon Aronian. Wow. No Armageddon.
No Armageddon for me. My predictions are wrong. I'm 3 drinks down. Sometimes you can slow jam for too long and the moment passes you by.
Well, at least the drinks are cheap in Norway, eh, Danny?
And look at that. What a moment it is for Eduardo Drizaga. What a stage. We see his tattoo there. Never give up. And that's what he did, advancing into the losers semifinals after taking down one of the best players in the world, Levon Aronian. What a match that was. One of the biggest upsets that we've seen in the Champions Chess Tour by an underdog, by a player lower rated than anyone else. And that's a lot of reasons for Eduardo to celebrate.
He should be celebrating. We see it. We're getting it. Vamos, Eduardo, right? Even though the prediction was wrong about Levon getting Armageddon, you have to be excited for Iturrizaga. And the guy continues to deliver when he has his chance to do it.
And David, tell us, what was the moment that it all turned around?
It was knight e6, Tanya, a beautiful move from Iturrizaga, and this is why we love the underdog story. We saw how much it meant to him, and after waiting and waiting and waiting for both sides, totally blocked position as well, he finally landed a blow. He was quicker than Aronian, and knight e6 was a move that Aronian couldn't deal with only a few seconds left on the clock. This is due to the fact that the black queen is overworked. She wants to protect her bishop, but she had to capture this knight. It was too strong. The bishop falls, and this is where Aronian did blunder. He needed to play a move such as knight back to d7 to block this white rook's path back to d6. Instead, he dropped his king back, and this was the killer blow, attacking the queen, and next move, this pawn dropped. Just to show the winning tactic as well, a blunder, rook b7, the queen overworked again, rook takes knight, and if the queen had taken, queen takes b7 would have been a killer. Beautiful finish to the game.
A beautiful match there played by Eduardo Iturrizaga, and a classy finish there with tactics on the board. Let's take a look at our scoreline. We didn't get the Armageddons, but we got fire on the board in both matches as Wesley So took it away with 2 wins against Fabiano Caruana. And Eduardo Iturrizaga doing the same against Levon Aronian. It's not a score many would have predicted at the start of the day.
It's funny because we keep saying that the guys who've had their back against the wall maybe are finding their form, and they seem to be on more of a roll than the guys who joined them from the previous winners bracket, right? And it worked out that way. Iturrizaga and Wesley So, who started off with losses in the event, seem to be finding it and keeping that form. So it's impressive to watch and fun games.
Super fun games, and with Iturrizaga talking about how much this means to him. David, this has to be a big moment in his career.
A huge moment, and remember, he could continue. He's still in the tournament. If he wins it, that would be a life-changing experience for him. And yeah, congratulations. I'm so happy for him, and I think it's inspiring for everyone else who's outside the elite that they can make their mark on world chess.
And we are being joined by the man himself, Eduardo Iturrizaga, after his fantastic win, and a big smile there. Congratulations, Eduardo.
Hi guys, thanks. I'm really excited right now, really nervous and really emotional, because it's very special to play, like I said yesterday, against the super elite, and then I played this match against Aronian. The first game, I think I play really well, and the second, I don't want to play this kind of position, but then I think I made some moves to have some chances to try to win or draw, and he have to push with g5 in some moment. That it's not easy, right? To push, but well, amazing.
A really emotional win there. Eduardo, tell us, taking down Levon Aronian, winning in this style, what does this win mean for you?
I don't know, it's motivation to try to get better in chess, right? I always have a dream to have 2600 and if it's possible more, but of course it's never easy, right? And then I have difficult moments. Even this year, my mom died in March, and it's of course I dedicate this for her, right?
Wow, that's a lot, Eduardo.
Yeah, Eduardo, we're sorry to hear that, and our condolences with you. And it's just
thanks. But I am sure she's here with me.
Yeah. You've been playing amazing chess.
Yeah, Eduardo, it's been amazing to watch. Obviously, you're taking and making the most of this opportunity, and I'm sure everyone is proud and they're with you. And I wanted to say the internet has been you've earned a lot of fans. Not that I already wasn't a fan, but you've made a lot of people realize just how good you are and how well you play chess. And a lot of people are talking about your tattoo. If you don't mind telling us, we know what it means now because we saw it captured and it was translated on the internet. But what does it mean to you? Why did you get that that tattoo, and how is it a reminder for you to kind of keep your head up no matter what happens?
Yeah, because I think in my career, like a chess player, when I lost, this hurts really, really hurts me, but very bad. And then I try with the years to improve. After the loss, I always I see my tattoo and try to get better in the next one. Right now, no, to try to lose 2 or 3 games in a row, but sometimes happen, right? But I have to try to mentally stay in the tournament and in the games. And here in the matches, like yesterday against Jordan and against Farhan in the match in the play-in, right? That is, and of course I like to play tennis. I sometimes I play more tennis than chess, but and Stan Wawrinka has the same tattoo, and is of course Wawrinka is really inspiring for all the people, even not only in tennis, because he's always very competitive. And if you watch some game of tennis of Wawrinka, you know he's always fun and really competitive. And I like I say, I always see my tattoo when I lose, and then I try to get better in the tournament after a loss.
Wow. Honestly, Eduardo, listening to you, man, you're an inspiration. This is officially one of the best interviews of all time, and just everything you're sharing is something I hope people are making note of. I want to ask you, though, it's been so big, right? We can see how big this is for you, and you continue to deliver. Now, how do you do the thing of keeping yourself focused and realizing that as awesome as it is that you just beat Levon Aronian, you got more chess to play, and you might have a chance to come back and win this whole thing. So what are you doing to keep yourself in the right mindset, one big win after another?
Right now, I just want to share time with my daughter, my wife, and my dad. And then, like in 2-3 hours later, I will think about tomorrow. But of course, tomorrow I will fight with all of my heart and everything to try to play one more day.
Eduardo, we're really looking forward to that. Your chess is inspiring, your story is inspiring, and your strength is inspiring as well. We wish you all the very best for tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
Eduardo Iturrizaga there in an emotional interview. And yeah, our condolences with him. But he's showing amazing chess. It almost feels like chess is therapy for him.
Yeah, when you hear someone talk like that and it means so much to them, it reminds you that it is just a game, and it's awesome when a game can bring so much joy, right? And he does it with a heavy heart right now, right? A guy who's lost his mom too. That was interesting for me to hear, and that's pretty awesome to see someone bring it and really care so much about what they're doing.
And he's playing some amazing chess, beating Levon Aronian. But more chess is to be played by Eduardo, and there's more chess coming up as we will be having the winners' final. The big matchup between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Magnus Carlsen is coming up. We will be back with all the Aimchess Rapid action in just a few.
Next Monday, July 17th, the Bullet Chess Championship begins, where 16th of the world's greatest speed chess players will contend for the Bullet Chess crown. Will Hikaru defend his reign? Will Firouzja block his path and take back the title he held just 2 years ago? And will Magnus' BCC debut shake up the field entirely? Submit your Bullet Chess Championship bracket now for chance to win 6 months of Diamond membership. Use Comment Fantasy in the chat. Bracket submission close on July 17th when Game 1 of the BCC kicks off.
Click the link in the chess.com navigation bar to try Aimchess today and increase your rating 31% faster than standard tactics puzzles. When you sign up for Aimchess, our powerful AI breaks down your latest games and provides actionable insights to immediately improve your game. You will also receive personalized lessons created from your game history to help you learn from your mistakes and a custom-made study plan to help you reach your goals. Learn chess your way with Aimchess, your digital chess coach.
Unlock all your potential with Aimchess analytics and lessons, targeted training. That's what you get with Aimchess. And if you sign up now, you get your first month free. The code is CCT. Head over to go.chess.com/Aimchess. And right now, it's two players who need to unlock all their potential because we've got a big winners final coming up in just a few moments from now. Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusattorov will make their first moves. Guys, clocks are ticking. Opening predictions here. What are we expecting? A6 by Magnus? Is he going to take that risk, Simon?
No chance, no. I mean, he's going to take this really seriously. I think we got that, as Danny mentioned in the interview yesterday, that Magnus really wants this one. He wants to show who the boss is, and he's going to be playing his toughest openings, without a shadow of a doubt.
And there, with this whole new wave, this new generations of chess players, is it extra special for Magnus now to take them down every time he does it?
Yeah, I think Magnus is more motivated than ever, especially against these young players, but that's no guarantee that he'll manage to win because they have showed, especially Abdusattorov himself, that they are dangerous. They do not fear the king.
They don't fear the king because they want to be the king. And let's take a look at the regulations that we have for the winners final. It will be a best of 4. 15 minutes with a 3-second increment. 2.5 points is the minimum winning margin. It's double elimination, which means that the winner books his spot into the Aimchess Rapid Grand Final, while the loser will drop down into the loser's bracket. If the match ends in a tie, it will be Armageddon. Magnus there, he's ready to go with his chair, with his hair, not the teapot pose just yet. And look at that, 18-year-old Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He said it, he wants to play the world #1, and he's got his wish.
He did get his wish. Oh, and Magnus is
runs away
in his chair, going to fix his hair. Maybe keep the rhyme time going. But yeah, Magnus, I think you guys said it right. He wants to bring it against these young players. He likes the challenge, likes to remind everybody he's still the king. But I think the table's been set well because these guys aren't afraid, right? And I think it's something about the generation who's grown up playing these guys online. Like when the internet didn't exist, the first time you play these guys in person, you like freaked out. Right now, you're so used to it. They've had blitz battles and bullet battles, and you've seen them streaming. It kind of maybe works against them, right? Because they're not intimidated. They're not scared.
Yeah, often you need to kind of be of a different generation in order to not have that fear factor. And okay, we're off. It's a Queen's Pawn opening. Magnus setting up. Will we see a Grunfeld, a King's Indian defense? It's normal openings though. No A6. Simon was right.
I would love to see the King's Indian. Okay. What are the chances, Si?
I vote Grunfeld. Good.
Oh!
King's Indian it is.
It's the King's Indian.
That's brilliant. I mean, I love it when Magnus plays the King's Indian defense. He does it occasionally. And this is quite an interesting way of playing the position, a very aggressive way, because that queen will obviously and often swing to the other side of the board and go for an attack against White's king. But a bit irregular there, that plan and that move, David.
Yeah, a very rare move order here. We see already Abdusattorov, who's actually one of the best prepared players in the world, even at this tender age. He did pause for around 30 seconds there, and he eventually blocks this check with his knight. So black has options now. Due to the fact that this white knight is pinned, you can jump into the center. There we go. Magnus asking questions. It's only move 6. But there is a strategic threat on the board to capture this white knight on c3, Abdusattorov. How's he going to react to this? I must admit, I'm not familiar with this exact position.
I was going to say, I mean, we're kind of on our own, and I think Nodirbek might be on his own too.
There's quite a lot of tactics here as well. I mean, White could just move the queen to c2 here, and then, you know, the bishop could line up and another knight can move. It could get incredibly complex here already. And I was thinking now maybe the knight can move to attack that bishop, but I don't know if that works. I'd have to calculate this very carefully if I was going to play it. And as White, I don't really want to double my pawns. So I want to have an answer for knight takes knight. I want to. So it's getting a bit complex at an early stage.
Yeah, this is the idea you mean, so that you don't have to double your pawns on c3, I guess, Simon.
Yeah, that's
here you can play bishop to d2 and recapture next move.
Yeah, and just try to say I've got a bit of a space advantage, but of course I say that, and he's gone and doubled his pawns immediately. You know, which with the queen on b3 makes more sense because you've got the open file to try and tie down black's bishops here.
It's funny because it's sort of a Nimzo Indian structure, but black hasn't had to part ways with the bishop here in order to get it, right? And I wonder, David, how you would attack this structure. Again, I don't play this opening or these positions. You said you're on your own too, because to me, black could consider playing c5 at some point, right? As slow as it is, just to fix those doubled pawns, and then try to remaneuver the queen side where you do things like a Nimzo, where you play eventually, you know, the knight to c6 to a5 and b6 and bishop a6. And it's a slow game, but you say those are doubled isolated pawns that aren't going anywhere. And I wonder what type of plan Magnus will employ now that he has a target like that.
Yeah, exactly. E4, Nodirbek taking space here. I think we might well see your plan, Danny. It just makes a lot of sense, not just to kind of create a nice square for the knight on c6, but also to lengthen the diagonal of this bishop on g7. Essentially, you have to decide at some point to block with either c5 or e5. You cannot allow white to just continue stepping forward. But yeah, big strategic decision taken by Nodirbek here. I would be terrified having weak pawns like this against someone like Magnus, who's known for kind of capitalizing on these small, kind of minimal advantages. But yeah, he's fighting dynamically here, not scared at all.
Especially if we keep the comparison to the Nimzo going, white has this big pawn center, again, similar to some attacking variations of the Nimzo, but normally black doesn't have a fianchetto king side, right, which makes this position harder to attack for Nodirbek. So again, I'm liking the dynamic. I anticipate Magnus to maybe retreat the queen before he plays c5, but we'll see, because you want that a5 square available, right, if you do play c5. So a lot of dynamics, but a very original position that we have here, and I think that favors the now I have to say former world champion.
Yeah, no, agreed. But you know, I'm also liking the center. You know, I love having space. I love having big pawns in the middle of the board, which have potential, and white has those pawns. You know, white's got 3 pawns that can generate an attack at some point. If white moves the knight away, he can get another pawn going as well. That'd be something I'd be looking to do here. Maybe just get the f pawn going, Freddy, and just lunge that up the board. So I mean, if I was going to pick a side, I'd rather be white. Maybe it's personal choice. Even though I've got the double pawns, I've got more chances to get active play. And I think Nodirbek loves attacking, loves active play. So not all bad. Just a very interesting position, I think, right?
Very interesting position, especially because I think Magnus had the anti-young player approach in the opening, going into unfamiliar territory, just getting him out of book. And it could be because of the amazing, impressive prep that Nodirbek showed on day 2 as well. When we talk about Magnus often, I think the popular opinion is he's the best of all time, one of the best of all time, and for some, he's just GOAT. And then it's like, where do you strike? How do you beat him? What are his weaknesses? And he just seems to do everything better than every player. And while the other established elite players of the world, they do struggle to score wins against him, we often see this younger generation, right? Prague, for example, winning against Magnus from time to time. Nodirbek, Tata Steel, David mentioned, World Rapid. We've seen these performances by them. How are they managing to do that? What kind of play is required to actually make that a reality?
Yeah, I would even say Artemiev the year before at Tata Steel, that was a big one too. It's a great question, Tanya. I think that partly David touched on the fact that there is a psychological edge Magnus tends to have against his generation. And sometimes that we see that historically whenever a torch is passed, it takes the next generation to grow up and be like, no big deal, right? I got this guy. Just because, whatever, ignorance is bliss, if you will. But I also think there's something to the specific X's and O's that every next generation grows up in a different period. These guys grew up, the other guys grew up getting to know Magnus in real time. These guys grew up studying his games. They also understand a little more of his style. They also have been preparing with computers in a different way, where we're talking about the renaissance that has been injected into the game with AlphaZero and the Leela neural nets, where they just play more creative chess. So I think it's a number of factors, but I would argue that the psychological one is probably one of the biggest, that they're just not scared of him.
Yeah, they don't back down from calculation battles. That's something that a lot of people were scared of against Magnus back in the day. That's why he used to get a lot of endgames, because they were happily taking things down more simple paths. Now the young players realise they can't back down. They just have to kind of fight fire with fire. And okay, bishop f4 from Abdusattorov. Yeah, I think it's just a good strategy, just not backing down. And we can see that with his decisions in this game, taking the structural weaknesses, taking the centre, taking up the challenge. Simon.
Yeah, I think there's that foolhardy thing of youth as well. I think when you're young, you just don't fear anything. You're like invincible, right? And it's like Magnus. It's like, well, I don't care who he is. You know, I can beat him. And it reminds me, I was playing a young Gawain Jones. I was a grandmaster. He wasn't even an international master. And I remember he was exactly the same. And I think a lot of strongest players, they just don't have the respect. You know, it's actually, they say you should have respect for your opponents, you should have respect, but actually it's kind of the opposite. You shouldn't have that respect. Hikaru, another player, when he was doing all his great things, he didn't really have that, you know, I'm in awe of my opponent kind of thing. He just wanted to beat them. And I think it's actually, just being fearless and having no respect is actually the thing to try and
on the chessboard. It's good to have respect for people
on the chessboard.
Off the chessboard.
In general, yes, only on the chessboard.
I think. By the way, I gave the nod that maybe Magnus gave Fabi the draw yesterday out of respect, but I just saw a comment in chat that Magnus actually purposely ended the game as quickly as he could so he could play and then win the late Title Tuesday yesterday. For those of you who didn't see it, he went and played Title Tuesday after and then won. And anyway, sorry, that was totally distraction, but just giving Chad a shout out that was a great comment.
No such thing as too much chess for these guys. Right. He takes down Fabi and then goes on to crush Title Tuesday. And just going forward on what you just mentioned, Simon, perhaps for a lot of his own generation and his own colleagues, for Magnus kind of lives rent-free in their heads. But for these guys, they don't let Magnus get into their head. And that's something that's really important when you're playing against world number one. Otherwise, you just psychologically lose the battle before the game even starts.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you can't be afraid of them in any shape or form if you want to beat them, right? I mean, you just got to show no fear. And I mean, David, out of us, you've probably played these guys more. What have you found is your approach when you've played Magnus, you've played a lot of these great players more than us lot here?
Yeah, I mean, being from the same generation, I'm certainly part of the ones who we have this fear factor. Magnus is like the guy that's just unbeatable. But I've also played against some of the younger ones, and I remember analysing with players like Prag, and it's just the confidence. Afterwards, he was saying, oh, I had this and this, I was always winning, I was dominating, I was better. I was like, are you sure? Were we playing the same game? And of course, we checked with the computer and it said I was never in trouble. And I think that kind of helps them, this optimism. It's like we were saying with youth. And I was also at training camps where Magnus was there and Prag and some other young players. And like Danny was saying, they show them respect. They show Magnus respect off the board. They attended his lectures and things. But they played some blitz and there was some trash talking. They do not fear him at all.
Oh, hang on a minute. So who's got the biggest trash talk game out there? Are you going to let us in? I mean, it's not a bad thing to say.
Let's just say the young Indian prodigies. They're
wow.
They've got the talk. They walk the walk, but they can also talk the talk.
I'm surprised to hear that, actually. Yeah. You look at them, they just seem like the nicest, most modest chess players. Prag, Gukesh, Arjun, I just can't imagine them doing the trash talk.
I can't say it either.
They grew up consuming content, and they grew up watching Magnus in viral videos like Too Weak, Too Slow, right? So back to the point where, they say the hero always creates his own villains. There's a reason that usually the best player in the world is unseated by someone who comes up of the next generation, who watches them, was partly inspired by them. I mean, all these guys are inspired by Magnus, but eventually they're the one who takes you down because they not only probably grew because they learned from you, but ultimately they're not as afraid of you because they didn't grow up watching you dominate. They don't have any issues there. So I think there's a reason it happens the way it does. And I'm actually not that surprised by their trash talk because...
Danny knows something I don't.
Yeah, I've also seen it, so yeah.
Wow, it sounds like the story of when your idols become your rivals. And right now, Abdusattorov in a bit of a think after Magnus's last move, developing the knight, and moves the bishop twice, creating a threat of his own.
Yeah, so interesting. He's lost a move. He's lost a tempo here, Abdusattorov, by moving his bishop twice in a row, but he has lured the black knight to d7. Danny was highlighting the black knight wanted a more active square. He wanted to come out to c6 to put pressure on white center. But he's saying, OK, I'm happy to take that hit, that tempo loss, but your knight is inferior to where it should be standing. interesting move. And now he's forcing Magnus to react. Do we think Magnus is just going to shuffle, just defend this e7 pawn with his rook? It's a bit of a slow turn, this last couple of moves. I've got to admit, this bishop maneuver is slightly mysterious, to me at least.
Yeah, I mean, it does make Magnus do something. I'd be a little bit worried if I was White here, because White's just sort of playing normal-looking moves, but Black's plan seems a bit more concrete, right? And I think you've pointed out already, Black's just going to target White's double pawns. It's very simple. You're going to attack them with your knight, attack them with your bishop, and if White doesn't do anything, you know, you're going to be in trouble. So White has to come up with a plan, and it does seem like there's maybe a slight drift there with the last couple of moves. I don't really know if White's found that plan yet.
I love what David highlighted, that the purpose of the tempo loss was to kind of put the knight on an awkward square, and then when it's not on c6, where it would have guarded the e7 pawn, now I go to g5, where I can target it. And maybe if I force your rook to e8, that's a position where the rook is later awkward. But I expect Magnus to play rook e8, and I will say that just from a practical perspective, this type of game where the players are uncomfortable with the structure, it's awkward, and they're really, I mean, how many moves are we in here, right? We're 10 moves in, and they've really used a lot of time. I feel like this is what Magnus wanted, right? And you referenced the Tal quote yesterday, Tanya, right? Take your opponent into the dark woods. I think that not only because of what we saw Nodirbek do against Aronian, where some prep got wild and Nodirbek was super dangerous, I think that just because of Magnus's approach to younger players, this is what he wants to do as far as getting the game off the well-traveled path.
And he is getting a game, but also on the clock. Both are level. So who would you describe this as favoring the opening outcome? Who's happier here out of the opening?
I would say both sides are happy. There we go. Magnus played the move we predicted, just keeping everything defended. I think Abdusattorov is happy because it's imbalanced and he doesn't want a slow grind where Magnus's kind of superior experience, and we saw the aim chess stats, Magnus's endgame skills might come to the fore. Here it's in the middle game. Piece trades are unlikely in the next few moves. So I think Abdusattorov has some reason to be happy. Magnus, he's happy because he's survived the opening. Objectively, he's fine, and he'll still believe long-term he can profit from White's slightly compromised structure. So I think pros and cons right now and the next few moves will be critical in this middle game fight.
And Danny, your idea coming up on the board, Magnus targeting those double pawns in a different way, but same concept. And he could potentially even be looking at offering a queen trade. David, endings, who does that favor in this kind of a setup?
I'm going to say Magnus. I just think long-term, if the queens disappear, White's pawns look weak. Just having this extended center looks nice and pretty while it's the middle game. But yeah, the more pieces disappear, the more responsibility there'll be for White and more weaknesses potentially. And yeah, if Magnus can trade on his terms, then great. Abdusattorov will be looking for ways to ensure that doesn't happen. Or if it does, that it will be on White's terms.
Completely agree with the last points you made. I completely disagree with the first one you made about Nodirbek being happy here. I think that Magnus is the happy one here, and I think that Magnus played knight b6 quickly. I expect that again, like it's equal, and these guys are both super strong grandmasters. But I think Magnus is objectively very happy here. Here comes bishop b7. Here comes a traditional Nimzo style maneuver and assault of the queenside pawns, and I think Nodirbek's clock is only going to keep ticking here for a little bit.
It's worrying how much I agree with you, Danny.
Don't do that.
Get a room, guys.
It's really worrying. I mean,
look, they put us on camera together.
I know. Hi, everyone. And but it is. I mean, I agree. I mean, I think Magnus, if he's going to play this opening, he's got what he wanted, right? And he's got some weaknesses to attack. He's kept the piece on the board. There's, you know, it's going the kind of way he does. And I was just looking at Magnus's chairs in the background. I was just like thinking to myself, my brain kind of like drifts off occasionally, and I was thinking like, how could we improve his bedroom? And I was thinking, could we get, like, you know, because Magnus said yesterday he's got those chairs for people like David to come along and stream. So I was thinking, could we get like maybe some kind of doll, like a mannequin made with David's face on it, just put it in the background while he's streaming? Am I just being really weird?
No, I have fat heads in my office laying around. I got Magnus over there and Fabio over there. I get a fat-headed David. I got to get that. I'll put you and Magnus together.
Can we do that?
Please
and just put Magnus in the background, maybe someone else there, just to make him feel like he's, you know, that social character he really is, you know.
And we've seen some mannequins in David's crib previously in the Champions Chess Tour season. That video will not
say
leave
that
my
again.
What? I didn't know that. What is that about?
Fake news. Didn't happen.
You've seen some mannequins in David's
That's all
house.
I'm going to say.
Really?
It's all on the internet.
Are you sure they're mannequins? They're not life-size.
Don't say it, Simon. Back to the position.
Poor David's got to defend himself at least.
There's too much out there on the internet.
Okay, but
I need to bury.
I'm just pointing out, Nodirbek continues to think. I think that this is uncomfortable for the young guy, and I do want to share a comment because Magnus said on Osklid's podcast, working super hard in the back. Shout out to you, Osklid, that while everyone knows he kind of dubbed Ali Reza as the next best talent of all of them, but he did specifically call out Abdusattorov as a guy that he's taken a note of and seen that he's always in the gym working out, and he's got his eye on him as a fighter. So anyway. But like I said, when I accidentally poked the bear yesterday, I had a feel. I said it last night. I said I have a feeling. I told you. I have a feeling Magnus is going to show up here, like wanting to remind everybody that may not be as good as he once was, but he's as good once as he ever was. And I think Magnus wants to win this match.
Yeah. I must admit, I was watching Magnus stream Title Tuesday when he won, and afterwards he was still streaming, and I thought, okay, let's slide in with a sneaky challenge. I challenged him, and on stream he literally rejected me. He said, nah, I need to go home and sleep. We've got a big match tomorrow. So that shows how much he wants to win today.
Wow. Or he's just terrified of playing you.
I mean,
because you might have crushed him, and then you've done it before.
Magnus wants it. Magnus wants to win this one, and I think Danny, you're absolutely right. You might have poked him a little bit there with the World Rapid Champion situation. And look at that. Nodirbek Abdusattorov offers a queen trade. If Magnus accepts it, that would mean his pawn structure improves. But Magnus, I don't know if you caught his expression. Queen b5 on the board, and he winced a little bit. He was surprised by this move.
No, he did. And it was a wince of kind of like a Hikaru number 7. Like, I don't think so, buddy. He's like, it was a wince of I don't believe it. And whether that means, David, he can take c3 or not, you're the super grandmaster.
Rook is hanging, Danny.
There's a hanging rook on e8. So.
Oh, okay. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Why was he wincing then? Is it...
Maybe he just didn't expect it. I think Magnus was dreaming of ways that he could trade queens, and then he's saying, okay, you go for this on your terms. How dare you? And either you have... I mean, there's two moves that I can see. Either you have to trade off, and like Tanya says, suddenly white has better pawn structure, connected pawns, or maybe you can be a bit sneaky and keep the queens on like this. X-ray vision, protect your rook. I'm just borrowing an idea you mentioned earlier, Danny. Trading queens.
That's a nice move, though. Queen a4.
And it does come at the cost of some calculation. You have to wonder what happens if white captures a pawn and maybe grabs on c5. But as far as I can tell, you might be able to take this pawn. It gets a bit spicy, gets hot here. But I like black's compensation, even if you're down a pawn, because long-term, these will simply fall off the board. They're too weak. So knowing Magnus, I think that he wants to keep the queens on, and he's paused, which means he does see options. He doesn't go for the automatic, but commentator's curse, he does trade off. He might have seen something here to do with the fact that white's pawn, at least temporarily on b5, is a bit weak. Okay, interesting decision.
Go ahead, Simon.
No, I mean, this is the move I think he had lined up, right? I mean, this is... I think he should play this before white can put a pawn on that square. And it kind of looks like some of white's pawns are still a little bit weak. White doesn't have those double pawns anymore, but there's still targets over there, right? So.
I was going to say that because even though I think we objectively looked at queen takes b5, like, all right, that fixes pawns, or that's the quick thought. Knight a4 proves that they're maybe they look better, but they're not totally fixed yet. And I'm going to keep them separated with knight a4, and even a6 is a possible move now, right? Because when you force him to take, the a2 pawn comes under fire. And I like that the computer likes it because a6 is a way to expose that the rook had to leave the a1 square in order to guard c3. So knight a4, okay, bishop e6 next, now we see it. But watch out for this a6 move coming because both the bishop and the rook would be lined up on that file, hitting the a-pawn.
Yeah, weaknesses in white's camp.
I just feel every time Magnus plays and the queens are off the board, it's time to...
Just resign. It is. I mean, whenever Magnus gets them off and he gets these he just finds these little nibbles, doesn't he? He's like, just like, I don't know what that was again, but he's like nibble away like a little, I was thinking little rabbit at your ankle, annoying you. He's like that, and it's like, get off, you little rabbit, and it's like, before you know it, the rabbit's eating you. What's happened? This is, I don't know. It's been a long day, Danny, and that's what Magnus does. He nibbles, and And yeah, I agree, Tanya. When the queens are off, it is quite an uncomfortable situation. And, certainly Magnus is better here, right? I mean, he's got targets to hit. Someone else, help me out, please.
As weird as that was, I think it was actually the perfect description of what it's like playing an endgame against Magnus.
That's right. He's a nibbler.
He's a nibbler.
I've been watching too much Monty Python or something.
That's what I was thinking of, yeah. I was thinking of the rabbits in Monty Python, definitely.
And meanwhile, yeah, awkward move there from Abdusattorov. He puts his rook on c2, defends his weak a2 pawn, but suddenly I'm thinking about those Aimchess stats. Magnus' endgame accuracy was, what, almost 80%, finding the best move so often here, and yeah, just looks like awkward pressure. There's tactics in the air. A6, Danny, I'm loving it. Just strategically really desirable to activate that black rook on a8. Lots of
time edge too, so, and here he goes. He plays it.
Great call. A6 on the board. And trying to create more weaknesses in White's pawn structure. That would be a bad idea to open up the A line. So he does fall back with the bishop. And now perhaps Black has to avoid trading on B5, giving this tempo to White.
Yeah, if you, again, trade on your opponent's terms, then you might regret it. For example, here, there would be an awkward hit on the black rook. When you move the black rook, then you might just lose this pawn. Still some calculation to be done here, but instead, Magnus doesn't want to calculate at all. He plays a really nice move first. He plays h6, kicking away this bishop from the attack of this pawn. And when it retreats, maybe now, Tanya, is the time. Now that there's no pressure on e7 to take, and just park your rook on c8. All of Black's pieces are kind of peering now down towards these weaknesses. Kind of, you can sense the X-ray, the pressure on this c-pawn, and it's just a bit awkward.
I love what you're highlighting, and this position really shows why Black is in control here, because shout out to our guy Robert Hess, who always loves highlighting pawn tension, because usually you can evaluate, again, who's better based on who the breaks would favor, and Black gets to build up and take at the right time. Like maybe right now is pinned, but if you back up and point out that nothing good could happen for White. If White pushes the d pawn, you open up the dark square bishop, right? If you take on c5, the knight will capture and you open up the rook, right? And in all of these, you could have taken c3 even too, but I guess we're proving the point that usually we can evaluate captures as to whether they're good or not based on, does this capture give me more options or my opponent? Every pawn move for White gives Black more options, which is a really tough spot to be, because your opponent gets to kind of build the water against the dam, right? And eventually it breaks, and it's hard to find moves here for Abdusattorov that don't make the position a little worse.
Yeah, and he's forced to put his two rooks on really passive squares, and still no way to get out of this awkward tension for White. It looks like Magnus, if he can, will try to just slowly improve the position. You can already start, for example, kicking away this bishop from this active post on b5, and yeah, it feels like one-way traffic right now. But Abdusattorov, he's covered all the holes, so we should praise him for defending so far, and still level on the clock.
I think it's a sign of great players that you don't always know where one side's gone wrong, right? I mean, Magnus has suddenly got a good position, but where did he get that good position from, right? I mean, what did actually White do wrong in this game? And it's not really that clear, you know. He didn't do any bad moves. He didn't do any blunders. He didn't do any positionally big bad moves. So it's like, yeah, that's again a sign of real class. And I really like this last move, because this is something you see in the Grunfeld a lot. And I think White had to play this pawn move, because otherwise the bishop was going to slide past that and gain a very nice square. So yeah, so this looks kind of forced, and there's just a lot of holes. That black knight has a lot of potential, and the black rook as well on the open file. So it's very tricky for White.
It's funny. I think the only move that Abdusattorov did wrong was the one you were telling him to avoid, which was doubling the pawns early on. I mean, after that, it's been just a slow, as you called him, Nibble Carlsen.
Nibble Carlsen.
Nibble the Rabbit Carlsen.
Yeah, we could perhaps say that that kind of loss of tempo, where he was trying to be a bit clever, a bit sneaky, maybe bishop f4, then bishop g5. Actually, it helped the black knight. Black's knight turned out to be on a great great circuit there. But yeah, can he hold this? This is what Magnus would call anti-young player chess. Just queens off the board, no risk.
But your extra piece.
The extra piece, the 17th piece, is the clock, and right now Magnus Carlsen, touching the 2.5-minute mark, offers another trade. And I like it because, you were mentioning the knight. The black knight has all these jumping squares. There's one piece in White's camp that actually defends those squares, and that is the white bishop. Magnus trying to get rid of that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important when you're playing any standard, when you get into the middle game, you just got to, exchanges are so important, and you just got to work out, if I exchange these two pieces, does it help me or does it help my opponent? And you've got to have reasons. You've got to be able to explain to yourself how it helps. And the idea of this is that the black knight gets more squares. It's as simple as that. White does have this open B file, though, and when we're saying a lot about how Magnus is playing fantastically and he's doing so well, it's certainly not over yet. With that last move, White's trying to gain some counterplay on the B file, but it is just like, you know, going really in Magnus's way so far, I think, this game.
Will he grind this one down? Do you think he'll be able to, with given the clock situation, with the slight edge, but is it enough?
I think so, because like everyone else, I suffer from Magnus bias-itis. It's an affliction, and Magnus bias tells me he will, and his accuracy in the endgame has earned that bias. But I do love how Nodirbek has played these last few moves. Really tenacious defense here. Rook to B1 is a nice chance. Again, if that light square bishop falls, you pointed out, Tanya, C4 becomes available, even A4. So I think it's tough. And you can't double rooks because the bishop is going to grab C3. So I'm still struggling to see the best moves here for Nodirbek. But okay, I mean, the clock. I love that this is becoming a mutual time scramble if I'm an Abdusattorov fan. Right, let's take this thing and do a scramble and take my chances at the king there.
Yeah, until you remember that Magnus is great at blitz as well.
Darn it. Darn it. He's just good at everything. Schmarn it.
Yeah. We're talking about a guy who doesn't let that get into his head. I'm going to predict a draw in this one. I think Abdusattorov will be able to hold this.
Are we going double or nothing on our good night drink situation, or
is that 6 glasses of water?
well, I'm just I'm being PG here for the kids, because the water is the only thing you can drink, and that's what you should drink. No more soda.
Stay hydrated.
Put the soda away, kids. Drink water.
Yeah, and right now Abdusattorov, okay, he's tanked there, but drops his knight back to D2. Quick trade. Magnus retreats.
Look at the speed.
Yeah, speeding up now. I mean, yeah, you've got to change pace, haven't you, as well? That's another sign of what the top players do. When you're getting shorter time, you just got to, like, hang on a minute, right, I'll just move up the dial, put it into speedy mode, and Magnus is doing that. I mean, his knights hasn't found a great square on the queen side, the black knight, but his pawn structure is so solid, and that's another problem that White has. Look at White's pawn on the left-hand side on A2. That pawn on A2 is a straggler. It doesn't have a brother next to it that can defend it. It's all on its own. It's Billy no mates, or Ari no mates over there. He hasn't got any friends to look after it, and Black can just line up against it, right? The other rook could come over, and this is another issue. Just little positional things that White has to worry about here. No weaknesses at all for Black here. Maybe B7 slight weakness, but not a major problem, right?
And you know what Magnus wants to do? Eventually, when he's all lined up, once the black rook lands on A4, he's going to switch his attentions to the other flank. It's that theory of two weaknesses, two targets. You kind of focus all your opponent's energy on one side, and then you switch suddenly. And Magnus has pawn breaks. He can play moves like E6 or F5 at the right moment and start chipping away there. Abdusattorov is going to have to be so accurate. And that 17th piece...
Well, yeah. I was going to say, Abdusattorov is going to be accurate. He's going to have to be accurate quickly. He's got 20 seconds.
Make a move. And there's still big decisions to be taken in this game. This is just getting started. And you mentioned the rook moving forward, creating more pawn moves. And now the doubling up is about to happen.
I was going to say, and that was a huge moment there, because Magnus induces C4. Who does it take the square from? The knight, which allows you to play B6 because there's no more knight C4 targeting B6. So the technique there, phenomenal, right? Rook A4 first, induce C4, and then slide the rook over with B6.
That's a great point, because so many of us would just push the pawn and double up already, but you actually take away a key square from your opponent. And right now, it feels as if Abdusattorov is hanging by a thread.
Yep.
Just keeping things defended, but it feels like one more attack, and David, it will fall apart. Where will it come from?
Wow, Magnus argues it's going to fall apart on the C4 square. He's giving up his own B pawn in order to get some more juicy targets. And I thought he was going to slow play it. White's pieces were utterly stuck, utterly paralyzed. The white rooks, knights, but he's trying to cash in now.
Oh, 7.
He's got.
What's going on? He needs to make a move.
3, 2. He moves,
and he goes passive, defending it. And now, yeah, I mean, that's
a free pawn.
It's a free. Well,
B6 is hanging, so maybe Magnus will slow play it, just defend his own weakness on B6. The threats persist. I don't see how.
If he does that, F4 might. You have to be careful not to miss your chance. And I think Magnus is so good at not just smelling blood in the water, but having that sense, right, for the moment where you can't keep building. Because if you defend the pawn, does white get f4? I'm happy to part ways maybe with the dark square bishop as long as I hold. So I think that's what Magnus is calculating right now, and he'll be the one to tell. Okay, he allows it. So the question is,
I think tactically it was working. I think
tactically it worked out.
Yeah.
And now maybe black is just going to go pawn up. I mean, this kind of pawn structure. This is so important to know your pawn structures at home. You see this structure in the Benko and the Benoni opening, and I think it is very well known that as soon as the queens come off, white is so exposed, those pawns, and black's pawns are really compact, and these kind of middle game endings are nearly always losing for white. So know your pawn structures. You know, if you're playing any opening, you've got to know what you're doing in the later stages of the game, not just in the opening. And okay, this is a very sensible movie. I mean, he's not rushing. Maybe there was something a bit more dynamic, but he's taking his time. And look at
the
that.
knight jumps back. That's beautiful.
A beautiful little game of tickle.
Oh,
know?
And now maybe just knight. Oh, hello.
Takes c4. F4 was too late, and e4 is going to fall, and with it,
it's just too much.
With it, the house is coming down, I think.
10 seconds, and it doesn't even matter. You could have an hour on your clock against Magnus in this position. Magnus will still perhaps take it.
Yep.
Do you think this is still a draw, Tanya?
It's
okay.
I think it's going to be 6 glasses of water.
We'll cash in later.
6 glasses of water.
Wow. We talked about 1 weak pawn. Suddenly 3 dropped off in one go.
Yeah.
And that's how you do it, right? You strangle the position there. A boa constrictor is his style sometimes, right?
Yeah. This is how Magnus burst onto the scene, just known as an endgame grade 8.
This type of game.
Yeah.
Like I said, you know.
I think it is really like the timing is so important. I mean, this is something that Bobby Fischer was famous for, timing things so well. And we saw that Lev, you know, his timing wasn't right today. He didn't play G5. He didn't get that move in. On the other hand, Magnus just picking the time to make his breaks. And it's a really hard skill to learn that one, when to sort of change gear in a game of chess. But Magnus is one of the best in the world at that, the best in the world.
And I'm still thinking about what you said earlier, Sai, that it's so hard to really understand where it went so wrong for Nodirbek. The move that we were pointing out, moving the bishop twice, that one small inaccuracy has cost him the game. Magnus has played flawlessly out of the opening. And just impeccable timing with picking up the pawn, taking away your opponent's counterplay. This is the Magnus golden touch in endgames.
Agreed. I feel like that comment from chat must be sarcasm or something, because Nodirbek did not get a good position at the opening in this particular game. Yeah, in fact, I agree with you, Tanya. It's been Magnus. The little things done right in the beginning, he's going to win with black in the first game of a 4-game match, just like he did against Fabiano Caruana yesterday. We'll see if Nodirbek can strike back, unlike Fabiano.
It's under 10 seconds now, so they're very calm, these guys.
You're right. It's not over, but I think it's.
4 seconds for Nodirbek.
Ooh, he's
Make a move.
Move town, population
Oh,
U.
did
Okay.
he? Made it.
Made it with less than 1 second on the clock, I think. And
But another pawn falls.
Oh, very nice. Forces the rooks off. Get out of here. Get out of here.
It's just too...
Too good.
Yep.
Here comes C4. It's explosive.
It's just the little touches, right? That rook exchange was just
that's
brilliant.
it.
It resigns before the dynamite.
Over. Magnus Carlsen shows who's boss with the black pieces, wins round 1 in convincing manner in that endgame. And look at him. He's on the screen. This one matters to him a lot. He wants to win this match against Nodirbek, the new generation, the frontrunner of the new wave of chess players. David, tell us, where did it all go wrong for Nodirbek?
it went wrong quite early. The more I look at it, the more I agree with Danny. Just giving Magnus a strategic advantage was in the end fatal. Magnus zeroed in on those weak white pawns and eventually captured them. I want to highlight this one moment as just being really classy, not rushing. A lot of players, they'd see a pawn and they'd grab a pawn, but the key here is that Black's knight is super strong. So just retreating, allowing white to go passive and only bringing the knight back on his terms. This was the killer blow. Suddenly white is overwhelmed. This pawn is attacked twice. If you move a rook to defend it, then this pawn will drop. And as we saw, after f4, simply the house collapsed. Knight takes pawn, and Black's rooks did a mopping up job. Just the final nice moment here was when white's rook looked to be getting active a bit later on. Magnus shut the door again. He spotted a tactic, a double attack, trading rooks off, and the rest was history.
What a game that was. Magnus showing how it's done In the endgame, do not trade queens when you're playing against this guy. The Magnus touch in full display there, which means that now Nodirbek Abdusattorov is playing catch-up in the winners' final. He has to win a game to level the score. And we will, before going into round 2 of the winners' final, we will go into a short break. We'll be right back. But before that, here's a sneak peek at what happened when Danny and Simon took to the streets of Oslo with a fun chess challenge.
Simon has a distinct advantage because his openings are so bad, they tend to get more blunders.
Look at this back. Look at this slow positional chess going on over here. Three.
Okay, I'm coming for you. There we go. That's the subtlety you didn't see at the end of the line. I'm in the lead. Simon, sack your queen. Sack your queen. Come on. I'm freaking out here. Where's the win, bro?
Take your time, Danny. There you go. There's another one. Pressure's on.
I'm playing against 2 enemies here. Simon Williams and the clock.
Secret Lab is here to provide the support for players on and off the stage. And for a little tutorial, we hired the services of 2 well-known grandmasters.
Hi everyone, my name's David, this is Simon, the Ginger GM, and today our challenge is going to be building a Secret Lab chair. Simon, how are your DIY skills?
They're pretty bad, but we'll find out as well, won't we soon, David? Maybe it's something I can actually beat you at, building a chair.
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous. I think Simon's got this in the bag, but let's see how we get on.
Go!
Cheating! What's that? Hydraulic piston.
Come to the Champions Chess Tour, they say. Commentate on the chess, they say. You'll have lots of fun looking at Magnus's games, having some banter. But oh no, all they want is for me to put some chairs together.
Things we do for chess. Oh, there we go. Just get in there.
Aha. It's actually a very smooth fit. Brilliant chairs. They go together very nicely.
Oh no, the other one. The screw dropped out the other side.
Oh, no. Dave, this is not going well, man. So happy I've got to go out to the pub later. Install. Okay.
Are you done?
I reckon it's perfect chair. Look at it, no problem with it at all. Absolutely. Oh yes.
Oh my god.
So clearly David is a good chess player, but when it comes to DIY, making chairs, he has a lot to learn. Let's just put it that way. A lot to learn. But very comfy chair, very nice, very easy, flexible. Secret Lab chairs.
Wow, Sai, you won that one. You looked really comfortable in the end. David, still struggling there.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't show it like 3 hours later. I was still struggling. Fair play, Simon. You did well.
It's nice to beat you at something, David. You know, it can't be chess, so it's got to be putting chairs together, you know. But what that didn't show was just how hot it was. It was really hot there, you know, and we were boiling and boiling doing that. But yeah, your DIY skills, Dave, you might need a bit of work on them, yeah? So.
Wasted childhood. I was studying the Alpine Sicilian. I wasn't building chairs when I was a kid, but it was worth it. They were comfy chairs.
Wow, Simon there with his DIY skills. A lot of fun to watch that one. And right now in this winners final, the player who's having a lot of fun is Magnus Carlsen, who's taken his lead against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Now it was world champion Bobby Fischer who said that he doesn't believe in psychology. He only believes in good moves. While Magnus was the one coming up with the good moves, it's a chance for Nodirbek to play all the good moves next. Now we know what a beast he can be on the board. Let's take a look at what he believes about the inner battle.
How much of chess, Nodirbek, do you think is a psychological game?
Chess is a very tricky thing because, you know, if you lose your concentration, it's very hard to get it back and to get the initiative in the game. So just by improving your psychological stamina, I think you can improve your overall game. I like to look to my opponents because you know, I like to see what they are thinking and what's in their mind during the game. And if I see some kind of you know, disbelief in their position or skills, then I get, you know, I think I get some confidence. In chess, it's only you and your opponent, so nothing can distract you from game, and that's the most important thing, I think, in chess, to be in the game and to read your opponent's mind during the game. When I look to someone like Anish or Hikaru, I would have a feeling of something funny might happen just right now, you know. And you know, they are very charismatic, and you know, they are making this every kind of face acts, and yeah, it's really fun to play against them, I think.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov, you have to focus on the players, as he said, and try and get into the minds of your opponent. And right now, this is their head-to-head going into that round 2 of the best of 4. Magnus Carlsen leads with just one game. They haven't played each other that many times. Abdusattorov got that win. It was in the World Rapid Championship when he did go on to win and become the World Rapid Champion when he was just 17 years old. He lost the first game with the white pieces there. And when you play such a game, when you lose in this style, you can't really point out where you went wrong. How does that affect you psychologically?
It's not nice. I mean, it's like, right, this guy just outplayed me. And it's like, okay, and you've got to like maybe change your style. So you realise if you go down and do the same kind of thing again, exchange the queens, play a bit quietly, maybe this is not the way to play. So I think he's got to try to just go a bit more sharper and tactical in the games coming up now.
I agree with you. I think sometimes it's harder to lose a game like that than one where you just got destroyed because of preparation at home or just you played bad. A game that you lose in the boa constrictor style fashion leaves a mark. It's why Magnus has left a mark on so many people for so long. So luckily, Nodirbek is young. He can forget about it, but that's a tough one to lose.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget Nodirbek. He has many strings to his bow. Remember what he did against Levon Aronian? If he can land a punch like that in the opening, I think he needs to be more direct. Like you guys were saying, keep the queens on and just hit in the opening. That's the only way I think he's going to win this match now.
What's really important for Nodirbek, he starts with the black pieces, and the next one is to stop the bleeding, to make sure that he doesn't lose control of the match. Magnus, he will have the white pieces. How much will he push? And we've got the players ready to go. Danny, you keep talking about Magnus' style of being this boa constrictor, of just, you know, clamping down on the opponent. And it's very Karpovian. And a lot of the chess world believes that Magnus is this perfect mix of Fischer and Karpov. Would you agree?
I think it's a great comparison. And Karpov was known. There were all kinds of famous phrases that go with Karpov, like, you know, by the time he wins your pawn, you're going to wish that he had already won the game because he strangled you so much and tortured you. You just wanted him to win the isolated pawn. And that was a good example of that game, David, you talked about when the one pawn fell, the house went with it. Right, and I think, but Magnus also has a little bit of that edge. You gave the great Fischer quote where I don't believe in psychology, I believe in moves. Magnus doesn't believe in fortresses; he believes in winning. And you know, these guys, those are great comparisons. And I think Magnus being a combo of the two is really accurate.
But despite that, ever since he said that statement about not believing in fortresses, David, we've seen him hold a lot of games with fortresses.
Yeah, I did a chessable course with him and I brought up the fortresses topic. Magnus wasn't happy with me. He was like, stop it, stop it. I know I said it once, but yeah, I think he's got mixed feelings on this now.
I think it was a great quote, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Magnus has defended many games with a fortress and he sort of said it in jest and we hold on to things. But at the same time, I mean, the point is he doesn't believe in a lot of things besides winning, and he does that.
Yeah, and before we deep dive into this, I have one question for you. If you had to give one advice to Nodirbek right now, taking on game 2, would it be do not trade queens, or what would it be?
I think do what he's doing. Keep it complex, play something very dynamic. Nodirbek is an amazing tactician, really one of the strongest players around when he has the initiative. So I think picking a Sicilian, good choice. So far, so good.
Yeah, I like the choice of a Sicilian as well, especially against Magnus. But Magnus knows his opening so well. He often surprises opponents with the rare lines. And this is quite a rare move order, but he's got what he wants. He's got this Maroczy bind. We talked about it yesterday. Actually, Abdusattorov was on the white side of this pawn structure yesterday in one of his games against Levon Aronian. And yeah, it looks like white does have this kind of nice pawn structure where you've clamped down and black is the one who has the onus of trying to break out. Magnus just moving instantly so far, just looks super confident.
I was just about to highlight that because I think the other comparison we can already draw between this game and the second game, Abdusattorov isn't taking time that says like he's lost or anything, but he's not blitzing out the game, right? And he doesn't have more time than he started with, like some of these players will when they're really in prep, or he's not nearly as up on the clock as he was against Aronian. And again, I think it's indicative of the fact that Nodirbek, of course, knows these positions as part of his opening repertoire, but he wasn't expecting it, or there was some little subtlety that surprised him, or he's a little uncomfortable, and it just you can see early on that he's making sure he doesn't misstep against Carlsen.
Yeah, he doesn't misstep and he castles his king. Magnus has paused. I think most humans here would just castle kingside, get on with the game if we were white. But is Magnus maybe contemplating going the other way with his king, throwing some pawns towards the black king, Simon?
Simon would love that.
No chance. No, that's the only kind of thing that I would do. You're right, Danny.
I was going to say Simon would love that.
I would probably do it, but only down the good night, very late on in the night. Because, I mean, castling queenside is kind of just too much here for white. I mean, it's maybe playable, but I mean, you think about Magnus's style here. I would very much think he would castle, and then you can decide where you play. Do you play? White's got to decide. Do you play on the king side? Do you play on the queen side? Do you just keep pressure in the centre? And black really is quite passive unless black can play d5 in this type of structure. And, you know, it is like that typical kind of hippo where you've got to play d5 or b5 of black, or you just got to sit there and wait. And one thing that I think Nodirbek really doesn't want to get into is waiting against Magnus, because in a waiting game where you have less space and probably a slightly worse position, Magnus is going to be so happy with that. You know, he's going to do what he did in the last game, probably outplay you, use that space. So if I was black, I'd really be trying to break here. I'd really want to break somehow, and I'd want to do it quickly. So that maybe that's what Magnus is thinking about, just that break, how he can stop it, if he can stop it, potentially.
I agree. I also think he might just be thinking about whatever subtle bag of tricks he has. Maybe he has no intention of castling long, but a move like Queen E2, David, right? Flexible. A move, okay, maybe not A3, but I'm looking at F3. Like, there are other moves you can play that sort of keep the question in the air, right? And Queen E2 is one of them, so maybe he's just considering move orders he might try. Or he'll just castle and prove us wrong. We'll see. But I'm suddenly surprised by how much Magnus is thinking here, and indeed he does just castle. So interesting that he took more than 2 minutes there.
Yeah, and eventually deciding that he wants to park his king on the king side, very logical. And Simon, you highlighted this move, d5. If this works for black, great. You'll break open the center, everything will disappear. But we do see the evaluation bar react if this does happen. And I'm not 100% sure why. I guess the key question is whether white just pushes forward and just clamps down and says, OK, I'm going to attack your knight. When you move, wherever you go, I might just push my pawn forward again. Here I'm just tempted to take, and it looks like white's pieces, look at them, they're just so centralized, so ready for the action to happen. And Nodirbek says, OK, no, that's too scary, and he sets up like a hedgehog. He's going to plant his bishop on b7, bring his knight to d7, and just curl up into a ball.
Yep. And white's moves almost played themselves. You're going to put the queen on e2, you put the rooks on d1 and c1. you can decide how aggressive you want to be, either with A3 or F4 at some point. But this will be okay. Wow, Magnus is being more aggressive right away. Leaving nothing to the imagination here. No subtleties in terms of where he puts the pieces. He's all in with F4.
Yeah, nice move, committal move, as you mentioned, Danny, because this pawn might be a bit weaker than it otherwise would be. But maybe Magnus is thinking of a pawn storm, maybe something to do with F5. Simon, maybe G4, G5.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's just kill. You can smell blood. You gotta go for it and rip them apart in chess. And F4 is the most aggressive move, so I'm really happy that Magnus has gone for this. And I think one of Black's normal responses is to play now E5 at some moment, but his knight's not quite backing that up enough, I feel. But E5 is a move you can consider. It looks a bit weird here, though, to be honest. So, yeah.
Chooses Queen C7 instead, so preventing White from breaking with E5, just covering this square. But, yeah, maybe Magnus, if he's feeling aggressive, will go for something on the king side in the near future.
Can he swing it, baby? Can he swing it around yet? Or
the white rook?
Yeah, get the rook to H3 and just checkmate. I mean, that's how my little brain works. And that's why we won't see it. Yeah, I mean, there's loads of moves. You can put the queen behind the pawn you've just moved, put the queen on F3. Can't be a bad idea. And you can think about doing one of, F5, as you've already pointed out. There's G4 is certainly, there's so many ways you can play this as White. Maybe that's why it can get a bit confusing as well.
Are we surprised to see the evaluation bar so far up on White's side already?
That's really strange because we're on move number 10 right now. And again, Black seems to have made all the natural moves, developing the pieces, creating squares for the queenside pieces, bringing the king to safety, while the eval bar does seem to creep up for White. But once again, these kind of positions can be so deceptive. And for Black as well, you want to hold on for White to start over-pushing on the king side, start extending too much on the king side, and then suddenly it blows open on the long diagonal, and Abdusattorov's the one who's trying to checkmate the White's king. So it's a bit of a waiting game in these Maroczy-Bind setups.
And I love that you called for that sometimes the position is deceptive, because I think this is still one of those, there are very rare positions left where I feel at times the computers can misevaluate, at least in terms of what's really practically possible, right? Where the computers love space. And this position objectively is dominated by White because of space. And so, but when you look at the concrete lines, there are literally positions like this where you can study with a computer and they'll say White is plus 1.4, but the best move is like King H1. And because they also can calculate deep enough to understand that none of the pawn breaks work. There is no F5 or E5. You know what I'm saying? So again, computers would beat all of us here. I'm not undermining their power over us, but I also agree that objectively speaking, like the advantage isn't that big yet, but the potential is there. You have to be very careful if White does get one of those breaks.
But I think when you are trailing a match and you want a position where you want to fight for a win, for Nodirbek, this is a good position to get, to try and get those kind of imbalances here. I've played these structures with Black, and David, always the big question is, where do you develop that queenside knight? Because the last move that Magnus has played does set up some tricks.
It does, Tanya, and I think you've got this one in mind. The Black Knight might sometimes want to jump to C6 to trade off for this piece in the middle, because you are cramped, you want to trade pieces. But show us, Tanya, which move now?
I wanted to jump in with the knight. The rook lined up on the c-file. You want to go in to that central square, and look at that pin coming into play. And this would just lose on the spot, which is why we see the other developing move. It might look passive at first, but that knight is eventually headed over to c5. He does play knight to d7.
Yeah, he plays knight to d7. It's heading to c5. The other idea you mentioned.
Ooh, carry the g-pawn.
Love it.
He's coming.
Love it. This is what we want to see. Just going for the crush. Not messing around, right?
Means business.
Yeah. Even though a draw is probably fine for Magnus, he's in the lead right now. He wants to win. He wants to end this match as soon as possible. Second game of 4 and g4, g5. His idea, Simon, I think you're right. After you push the pawn, the Black Knight will retreat. Suddenly the White Queen's going to come out, and that swinger, that rook lift.
I love a bit of swinging action with the rook, just bring it around, aim at your opponent's king, and it's just really like, we call it caveman chess. There's no subtlety to it. You just put your pieces near your opponent's king and checkmate them. And it's kind of nice to see, I was going to say the world champion, but he's not really, is he? It's nice to see Magnus play like this.
The world rapid champion.
World rapid champion play like this.
these top players, that's why they're so good. They adapt to the needs of the position. We saw Grinder Magnus in the previous game. Now we're seeing Caveman Magnus. Just impressive stuff. We're going to see him continue advancing those pawns.
Yeah, and I mean, the downside of that move, though, the G pawn, is that you do weaken the white king.
Yeah.
So at some moment, if white overextends, we talked about it before, those pawns that move forwards, they are your bodyguards. I've said this before, they do look after your king. And if they go too far forwards, the white king can suddenly get very exposed, especially by the light square bishop that black has on the queen side. That could shoot down the diagonal, and counterattacks can often be very nasty. So it's not one-way traffic for sure, this kind of advance.
I was just piggybacking because Tanya made that point earlier. I think it's, even though it's an advantage for white, and it is Magnus Carlsen playing white, this is scary. I agree that, there's a chance, this is not a bad weapon when you want to win as Nodirbek, right? Because the explosive nature is that at some point the position is going to blow open, and probably both kings will be under fire at some point because of expanding the pawns. So,
It's
we'll
the
see.
deep dark forest that we were talking about. Mikhail Tal's deep dark forest of complication, where you bring your opponent out and the path out is narrow enough just for one to get out. And queen to f3, defending that central pawn. Magnus making his intentions clear. Even though he's got the lead in the match, he wants to try the win with the white pieces in this one. It's a match strategy that can backfire. Clock situation right now, 2 minutes ahead on the clock there. I still think that you're underestimating Black's position here, simply because Black has his own defensive ideas. You can move the kingside rook away, get the bishop back, and just really try to keep things together on the king side. And the overextension with that g-pawn, very often it does backfire.
You sound like you play these positions as Black. Yeah, so
I like them.
It's okay. Your bias is creeping in, and I think that's okay.
Can we have a match in this? I'll take white, you take black. Yeah.
Oh, let's do it later at the good night.
That's content. Right
and that
there.
last move that was just played, it's exactly so that if you push the g-pawn further, the black knight does have another square, and it's on h5 where you block up the h-line. You have that option.
Yeah, I think we might see that happen, Tanya. And okay, first Magnus kicks the other knight. What is this? Why are all white's pawns on the 4th rank gaining so much space? That's just greedy. 5 pawns now on the 4th rank for white. And Magnus just going for it. Normally I see him on the black side. He normally likes to stay compact, but going for all the space.
I just saw a comment from chat that Magnus setting up his pawns like he sets up his chairs. I love it. Well, look, he's playing fast here, and the eval is slowly getting closer to equal. And I think your point, Tanya, is no. I didn't disagree. I think that the position is aggressive, and white has a small edge. But these positions are, I'll put it this way, I think these positions are harder for white than they are for black, right? Because white has to be super accurate to justify what they've done, expanding the pawns in front of their king. Black gets to be like, all right, come on, and then I'm going to get my chances.
And visually, it's just so appealing for white, right? You've got all this space, you've got all these nicely placed pieces, the pawns, the avalanche in the center. But actually, every break in these kind of positions has its own drawbacks. What do you think is going on in Magnus's mind right now, David?
Yeah, I think a bit of panic, Tanya. Actually, I wanted to throw the question to you because you're the expert here on these types of positions. Let's say I just play a move. I'm just going to control my pawn. How will you break out as black? How will you set up your pieces?
So very often you want to just wait with black, and you could have the idea of bringing your queenside rook to see it. Or you could also move the kingside rook, and what you want to do, David, is put that dark squared bishop on g7. So one of the retreats is bishop to f8 and bishop to g7.
Oh, hello.
So these are the two plans. What just happened?
Sorry,
oh
Tanya.
my gosh.
Magnus played knight d5.
I was going to suggest this, but I thought I'd be a wally if I did. So I held back.
Let's go. I love it.
Whoa.
This is it. This is the way
This
to
is
go.
the game.
Sorry, Tanya, I wanted to learn some things, but Magnus says no.
No, we're not going to let black do any of these remaneuvers.
The boss, what is this sacrifice?
It has to be
Probably
taken.
because he didn't want Nodirbek the chance to remaneuver like Tanya over here. And I think he's like, you know what? Black's pieces are a little dysfunctional right now where they are, like the tempo on the queen, like maybe the bishop on e7 if I put the knight on c6. So he's all in on taking advantage of it right now.
Nodirbek says no.
He buys the bluff. Or was it a bluff, David?
I don't know if it was a bluff. I would have just taken the bait and asked Magnus to prove it. Now I'm looking at the fact that Magnus can, at the very minimum, take this bishop off the board. Is there something else? Okay, I'm going to dig deep here with our silicon friends. And knight d5, wow. after e takes d5. Computer says...
Knight f5, yeah.
Bang.
What?
This is beyond most humans' capabilities, but Magnus, engines, they see this type of stuff. Another knight lands, and if this knight is captured, then... Wow. Okay, I'm just to read one line, for example. I'll take this one, attack the black queen. Now I'm going to take this knight, and apparently there's going to be disaster on this diagonal in the near future. White would have been winning here.
Unbelievable.
These players are too good. Knight d5, immediately ignored by Abdusattorov, so credit to both of them. Yeah. And now the queen has dropped back. If the knight captures the bishop, at least, as Tanya mentioned, this bishop is very strong still. Anything could still happen. Beautiful moves from both.
Knight sacrifices, knight d5 with the idea of giving up the other knight. That is incredible. And the speed with which Abdusattorov refused to take that also shows his understanding of these positions.
Yeah, and just risk management from both sides there. Magnus realizing that planting the knight in was strong. It cost him a couple of minutes calculating it. But, yeah, risk management from Abdusattorov, realizing, nah, I don't want to get involved, no calculation, just feel that you reject. Queen h3.
Okay.
This is the deep dark forest, by the way, just saying.
I'm starting to, like, you know, I'm maybe looking at the evaluation bar too much, but I'm also starting to think, the position of the black's actually not that bad, is it, at all? I mean, like, you know, look, I've tried to sack a piece. You didn't want it. You know, I gave it a good shot. What do I do next? Do I throw the other knight in? Like, you know. Well, actually, now I say it.
You're not wrong. And again, like, those pawns have advanced. Sometimes you get in a position where the best move is to move a pawn backwards.
Exactly, and you can't move those pawn backwards now. And you know, there's a lot of holes. It does get very holy, and I'm not sure how you can attack anymore. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's this Queen d8 was a real quality move because I think the whole of Magnus's play was built around knight d5 and sacrificing the piece. I think if Magnus had maybe maybe he didn't see Queen d8 or take it that seriously. Obviously he saw it, but maybe he didn't expect it. I don't think he would have gone b4, and I don't think he would have gone g5. I think it's very, you know, he's extending himself a lot.
It shows the depth of understanding, too, for Nodirbek, that you can part ways with the dark square bishop, even though you play g6, right? That's a scary thing to do when you've got those holes on the king side, h6 and g7 and f6, all those dark square holes. So he understands that there's no real way for white to take advantage of that. And that's kind of a deep understanding to do that when most people, I think, would be really afraid.
Yeah, and Magnus, it feels like you say, Simon, he was trying to be too clever, maybe, and actually trading off one set of minor pieces just makes Black's position look so much more attractive. Visually, the fact that he's slightly cramped doesn't, well, it's not an issue now, simply.
I have a question for the expert in the position, Tanya.
I'm going to answer it before you ask.
When does black go for e5?
Oh, that was your question. I thought that was another one. I think when white can't jump onto f5, and then tactically that can be a very risky situation to allow white to get that knight into the camp. So e5, knight f5 would be very scary. I don't know if tactically it works, and I think I see the eval bar. It seems to work. The knight is hanging. But the last move by Nodirbek, there's another sneaky idea it has in these positions. It's all about rerouting your pieces and maneuvering around with black. So the queen can fall back to its original place and actually go all the way to a8, line up on that battery. Remember, we've been talking about this pawn extension by Magnus, g4, g5. You want to make the most of that diagonal, and that's an idea always to keep in mind.
I love it, and that's a super strong idea and a very typical hedgehogian, is that a word? Hedgehogian idea to relocate the queen to the battery there. And at the end of that line, if you can go back, the reason I was asking e5 is because obviously the eval was disagreeing with me, but I thought after e5, knight f5 takes h5, I thought maybe there was bishop takes e4. So I was asking concretely because I was like, at some point, and this doesn't look great, but also look at the white king. So you know what I mean? At some point, white has to be careful because black might shoot this out and then all of a sudden it falls apart. I don't know why white is so much better here because I'm like, this is looking kind of scary. But taking f5. Okay, there you go. That's the idea.
Yeah, as long as white can keep the lines close towards his king and go for the black king, maybe. But like you say, Danny, it's really concrete.
You have to be very careful of this stuff, yeah.
I think Abdusattorov is calculating exactly this because
I think it might happen.
Yeah, if it works for black, you're doing great. But
well, hopefully not. Hopefully he goes for Tanya's idea because queen d8, I think, is much better.
Yeah, it's quite nice as well, queen d8, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a nice move to make.
Yeah, it's kind of a pretty way to...
He's done it once before in the game, by the way, Sai. It's on the board.
Yeah. There you go.
It's good that we got our expert here. I mean,
thank you guys. I got your back.
Yeah. I was wondering if white can put the knight on g3, because I don't like this e5 move. this e5 move, I want to play f5. And
the other expert, Simon versus Tanya. Death match in the hedgehog. It's on. I'm sponsoring the match. We're going to play a thematic match where Simon plays white and Tanya plays black.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to put it, because this knight on h5 is just annoying me, you know, and I want to get rid of this knight on h5. I love to open up the h file, and I just want to give my queen some luft as well. So so I guess maybe queen a8 now is critical though, because that pawn is now weak in the centre. So possibly, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's coming. That will be consistent at least. And I want to praise both of you. That's why knowing the ideas in openings, even if not just the move orders, is so important for everyone at home. Clearly, Tanya's done the hard work. She's done her hard yards, and it shows off when you find these ideas. And Nodirbek, the one thing I'll say for him is that the 17th piece is going to play a huge factor now. 3.5 minutes against 7.5. So despite the fact we're liking the way this game is going, it feels like momentum black. It's still very tense, and the clock in these types of positions is going to play a huge role.
It got him into a lot of trouble in round 1 as well, and now down by more than 4 minutes on the clock in a position that's just starting to heat up right now. All the pieces on the board, white has still got this king-side tension. Black needs to target those overextended pawns. There are going to be a lot of critical decisions to be made on seconds. Nodirbek needs to take decisions quickly.
Yeah, he needs to take them now. I don't understand why you play queen d8 and then don't
Danny,
play
you'll
queen
move on the
a8.
board.
That's not a good thing.
I thought I stopped that move.
I've made some decent predictions today, but I was just asking for science. I wasn't suggesting. I was asking for science, and now he goes for it. It might backfire for Nodirbek.
I actually thought the knight retreat just stopped this move because of f5.
Yeah, you were right.
I don't think it, you know. I mean, I know black's trying to open up the king side, but surely white's in a better position to deal with that.
Why didn't he go with queen a8? Like, what was he?
I feel like he's worried about knight g3, you know, and the rook comes to h2 maybe. Maybe.
Even after winning the e4 pawn.
Maybe.
It's interesting. I feel like he either saw a ghost, which sometimes can happen, not just because you're playing a world champion, but the end of those lines, and what we mean by seeing a ghost is you see something that's not there, right? And it's an affliction that all chess players should avoid when you're nervous. And I feel like Nodirbek saw a ghost there, because e5 is a panic move.
Yeah. Exactly. I think it is that 17th piece talking right now. Sometimes you have an idea, you don't have enough time to really think about it, and then you just go full panic mode and make it anyway. And the fact that Magnus played the most obvious response to e5 and Nodirbek goes into a big think again is bad news.
Yeah, very bad news.
Yeah, it feels like he's lost the thread just with 2 moves here. Abdusattorov gone from a very pleasant position to suddenly facing some serious threats, and it feels like he's playing on the wrong side of the board. Like Simon says, white's pieces are amassed on the king side. They're ready for the action there. Magnus was the one trying to create, and Abdusattorov's kind of given him a helping hand. And, OK, rook f7 looks like he's contorting now to get his pieces over to protect the black king. The question is, what does Magnus do next? Is it your move, Simon? Just get rid of that black knight on h5, the kind of plug that's stemming the flow on the king side right now.
Be a bit worried about knight f4. That's the only reason I might not rush into moving the knight there. But maybe it's still playable. Maybe I don't have to worry about this move. But I'm just thinking, like, it's kind of typical to sack a pawn.
I love it.
Something like this.
Simon, you've got a natural feel for these positions, bro.
Well, when I'm hacking, give me some hacking chances, and I'm off for the fairies.
No, but it's a great idea. Now the g5 hangs, the e5 square has opened up for the black knight.
Yeah, this seems like it could be stopping knight over there, but yeah, you know, Magnus's play is still not that natural. Maybe, I don't know, did you build up more rook f3, or I'm not sure really. I'm not sure.
It's not easy for either side. You can maybe go after the d pawn as well, but black's queen will move. Black's queen has targets as well on this side of the board.
I think he has gone after the d pawn.
He has.
So, yes, yeah.
Did it. Played rook e1.
Switching to that one.
I'm waiting for Magnus as well to push his pawn and maybe switch the bishop to this diagonal.
I love that idea.
That's full board awareness, Holmes. Get some.
Yeah.
OK, it might be coming soon.
Yeah, but he could go bishop c2 and do it that way, couldn't he? That could be quite a nice way.
Bishop c2 is even more accurate, I think, right now, because you have the protection of the a2 pawn for the b3 square.
It's a really fascinating game, this one, though, isn't it? I mean, it's this, you know, both sides. It's so hot. It's so rich with possibilities. So many different ways to play.
And it's also so much tension on the board. I mean, look at what's happening on the king side with that pawn face-off, the f and g pawns. And then there's also action on the center, and then the overextension on the queen side. There's a lot going on in the position, and he does get the bishop here. This also does give the possibility for the c pawn to advance one step ahead at the right moment to create that counterplay of along the a to g8 diagonal.
Yep. C5 and then C4. Sorry, I got to say, it gets explosive, right?
It does.
Boom goes the dynamite with the bishop.
Touching the 2-minute mark there.
Such a fascinating game. We saw Greg Shahade in chat earlier saying this is a fascinating game. I agree. This is a fascinating game where I'm learning a ton. And it's funny when you see positions that still have so many pieces on the board, yet clearly there's just so much subtlety. And this is it's gonna blow up here in just a minute.
Yeah, and the eval bar is deceptive. There we go, it does drop, because this position could still go either way very quickly.
Yep.
And it's starting to open up now. Magnus taking a pawn there and moving his bishop in. I mean, but it's, you know...
Feels scarier for black, no?
Feels loose for both somehow, but that dark square bishop, really powerful.
It is good. It's a great piece, isn't it, that one? So you kind of don't want to take that rook in some respects.
I was going to say, I wonder if there's
know.
I'd love a capture on F5 takes F8 and a capture on E4, right? A couple of tempos. I
would not be surprised from these two guys as well. I mean,
my gosh.
They're playing great chess.
And these are the moments that you wish you had those extra seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Because it's such a critical moment. You want to think about giving up your rook for this really strong bishop, but do you do it? Do you take this critical decision with just a minute and a half on the clock? And time management, it's such a crucial part of these formats.
Yeah, maybe we can get the engine suggestions up right now. Does Abdusattorov have to move his rook away? What does the computer think? Because to me, it looks like the stakes are high and whoa, G5.
What a move. If it's good or bad.
Good or bad, it's a move.
It's a move.
It's a move, all right.
I mean,
look at this. The engine says you have to take it with the queen or bishop. You cannot run away, otherwise the advantage passes to black. But he wants to open the G file. He's going for the white king right now.
He can take this with check and take the rook. I mean, okay, unless the knight really doesn't want to retreat, does it? I mean,
it's a crazy move, Sai.
What a gutsy move.
I would never consider I mean, it's
beautiful because it's crazy.
I love seeing, moves that I'd never predict. But I'm trying to work it out. I mean, doesn't it just lose a pawn?
Yeah, take it with check.
And then the exchange. Let's take it all and see what happens.
The thing is, now you have some threats against your king. Now suddenly this pawn on E4 is attacked twice.
And I would say Queen H4. I would just go back.
Such a genius idea, though. Because now the rook comes to G4 now.
And then I thought...
And this is like...
somewhere and...
Wow.
Okay.
He's gone for it.
By the way, he's in this exact position, so...
Wow.
Taking the rook.
I don't know if you should... I mean, this is an amazing idea from Nodirbek, but it looks... I mean, now I'm kind of like, well, I love the attack. Black's now got the attack, so I'm like, hang on a minute. I wouldn't...
Again, this is where you take the eval bar and throw it out of the window.
Yeah.
It's still one of those positions anything can happen. David is highlighting the big threat in the position. It's a basic one, but it's a huge one that Magnus has to take care of. Also notice that center pawn. If that falls apart and Black's bishop becomes active, that is bad news for White. Imagine a battery down that diagonal and Nodirbek there. How do you think he's evaluating this position? And do you start playing on intuition now with a minute on the clock? How do you handle this complicated mess?
I think the first thing you do is do exactly what he's doing, setting an example for all young viewers. He's working so hard on Magnus's time. You have to be ready to play. So many times you see people just not focused, like pretending they're not under pressure and only have a little bit. I love how just zoned in he is, and I love that we need an update, and I love you, Windows. But Knight G3 has been played by Magnus.
Right now.
Good time for an update.
Good time for an update.
the most exciting position we've maybe had all day, and Windows comes along. So.
Long.
Yeah, I mean, incredible though. Yeah, it's. I mean, you know who Nodirbek reminds me of? I mean, we talked about Magnus and how he reminds people of Karpov and Bobby Fischer, but Nodirbek reminds me of Garry Kasparov, just because he's always getting this energy. And Kasparov was one of the most energetic players out there, always finding very interesting ways to just energize his pieces. And playing actually similar positions to this, similar openings to this. But a sacrifice like this would be, I don't know, it's either Kasparov sound or Tau unsound. I'll tell you in a minute, I don't know. Because, Tau would do lots of sacrifices that didn't work, and we will find out soon, won't we? So
whether it works or not, this is the mark of genius, G5.
Yeah,
in practical terms, this would have just stumped most opponents. This would have just confused them, and Magnus taking a time to just... get his senses.
It still might pay off. I mean, I agree with what Tanya said. The eval bar can be thrown out the window, not because an engine would objectively maybe win, but this is the definition of a blunderable position. Magnus is going to get under 2 minutes right now, so both players, under the 2-minute warning, if you will. And there's so many tactics here, right? I mean, there's knight g4 coming in all these positions. The e4 pawn is weak. I will not be surprised if Magnus defends it, but a single move could strike that eval bar down.
A really nice featured chat that this is what Nodirbek did yesterday to win in a lost position. And this was game 3 against Levon, where he created this complete mess, sacrificed that knight g4. What a move that was, David. And we're seeing similar sort of signs and motives of that. I love how Nodirbek has just given up material and he's just playing for compensation. There's no immediate checkmate on the board. There's no way to win the material back on the board, but he just keeps the tension.
Yeah, he keeps the tension, and look, the eval bar already reacting slightly. Magnus, he's trying to trade off pieces. He's trying to get his, maybe get some counterplay. White's rook on d1's opened up. So Abdusattorov needs to strike now or in the next couple of moves.
Well, and I love that Magnus played bishop e2, and I love the comment from Greg Shahadi in featured chat. Again, it's not on the screen, but I got it right here in front of me, and he made a great point, which is Magnus's time advantage was super useful there. He just burnt about 90 seconds, and that shows you why you earn that advantage earlier in the game, so that in big moments like this, and there you go, Nodirbek did not have enough time to play the right move.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but can't White just eliminate this one? This is why I thought this was maybe not the correct way, because now White can go rook takes knight. I would be taking that knight, you know, without any thought now. I mean, trying to just stabilize it. Yeah.
Well, Magnus now touching the 1 minute mark. Will he get rid of this knight? And he does it. Great call there by Sai. And picks up the pawn. The D pawn is weak as well. And Nodirbek with just 25 seconds on the clock. Down 2 pawns now in the position. But he does pick up a key central pawn.
I didn't see knight take d4. You know, that simple move.
This is why they're so good. They see one move deeper. Magnus had foreseen that he's dropping the e-pawn, but he just gets his king out of dodge. The white king now is actually just running away. And OK, nice pin there from Abdusattorov. Don't pick up that black knight. The white knight is needed to block the g-file. There's checkmate threats there.
It's crazy position. I mean,
brilliant play by both sides.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, they're both under a minute now, and it's only a 1 pawn advantage. And Magnus giving the pawn back now.
I think it's a great idea. If he gets to the end game, he's the only player who can win, and we know he loves the end game. And if knight takes, well, then now d6 falls. I think you could probably take both ways, but rook takes seems to be the...
Nodirbek just avoiding any queen trades here. He has to go for Magnus's king.
Yeah, but rook takes d6 is rook f8, isn't it? I mean, it's such a wild position, that, again, the evaluation part, I think, is misleading, and they're both so short a time.
I wonder if queen takes is better, so that if the knight moves, you can play queen d4 and get the queens off the board.
Nice, Danny. I think that might be the key. The white queen and king were both lined up on the f-file. You needed to move one of them. There would have been too many tactics, as Simon pointed out.
Look, now the evaluation bar is pretty even.
Great move, though. He just walks with the king to the center of the board.
Anyone's game, this.
I like that move, because now he'll take the queens off the board, even if he doesn't win the d6 pawn. I think he might have tried to play queen d4, just using the practical edge. What is that a win?
Oh, wow.
He just queen d6?
Yeah.
I think for the
4 seconds. And look at, he reacts. He knows he's made a mistake. He goes back.
First mistake of the game in terms of practical play there. He just lost a pawn with gain of tempo.
But the queen guards g1 now, so knight f5 is on the agenda.
Yeah, oh, he's just swapping off. Oh, man. That was a shame.
1 second, and did he get flagged?
Oh, under 1 second when he made that move, but it's not going to help him here. 2 pawns down, and he's had to retreat his knight. Attacker's gone. This is a mathematics equation now. Just knight f5 coming in.
David.
Look at the queen's board geometry. She doesn't guard g1 anymore, but she guards g5. Yeah. So there's no more checks that follow. Although king f1 would have allowed queen h3. So Magnus is very careful
1 second.
about that.
And this queen d4.
Wait, did he make it?
Did he make
it?
He didn't. He lost on time.
Yeah, he's losing
right here.
Wow, and Nodirbek loses on the clock. What a game, what a win, an absolute wild ride there. And you can see Nodirbek disappointed, but he really did give it his all. He was so close, created his chances. We got a glimpse of his genius with the sacrifice that he made. But when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen, sometimes even genius is not enough.
And look how bad he wants it. He's devastated. Magnus shaking his head because he knows he might have just gotten away with one against someone who he might not get away with too many more in their future matchups.
Magnus Carlsen there, relieved with the outcome of that. He takes the big lead. David, a wild ride, a roller coaster of a game.
Yeah, a roller coaster, and praise to both players for playing really creative, just imaginative chess there. And it all came down to one move in the end. Abdusattorov had worked his magic, found something out of nothing, and it was here where Magnus, I think, just surprised Nodirbek by playing king to e1. This was actually a move of genius in the end. If he had taken this pawn with his rook, knight to e4 would have actually been winning for black. We would have seen a full 360 due to the fact that there's a pin. You cannot move the knight. There would be a checkmate on g1, and rook f8 would be a deadly threat. So Magnus moving the king, shifting the king, confused Abdusattorov here. And rather than playing a move such as d5, getting the pawn out of dodge, or maybe just pinning the white bishop, Abdusattorov blundered. He played queen to e7, forgetting that this pawn could be captured, and now he had to move his queen away. He'd lost time, lost a pawn, and Magnus took the win.
Wow, great breakdown, David. I'm sorry, Tanya, go ahead.
Just incredible chess. I'm still thinking about all that we saw in that one. The knight d5 move, Magnus sacrificing his knight, Abdusattorov sacrificing his rook, and a pawn, and absolute craziness on the board. Let's take a look at the scoreline right now. Nodirbek Abdusattorov with a 2-point deficit. Can he do what seems to be an impossible task, make a comeback against Magnus Carlsen here? He needs to win game 3 on demand to start with. Magnus needs just a draw in this upcoming big round, and that's where we're headed right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Airthings Masters, Chessable Masters, Chess Kid Cup, and now Aimchess Rapid. They all lead to one thing: the Champions Chess Tour finale. The finale will be played between December 9th and 16th in Toronto, Canada. The top 8 players from the season will compete to be crowned the 2023 champion. 3 spots are already taken, and the remaining 5 will be decided in the upcoming tour events. So follow us to see who will join Magnus Carlsen in Canada in December.
It's the race to Toronto, and it's heating up as we are in the 4th stop of the Champions Chess Tour, the Aimchess Rapid. And this is the winners' final between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Magnus Carlsen. It's going to be a fun ride over to Toronto. And we've also been seeing a lot of fun happen in Oslo. And Danny, you and Simon took to the streets to hustle it out.
We sure did.
Who won?
Well, Simon, do you want to spoil who won, or should we let them watch it?
I think we should see the video.
I can hear everyone yelling, "Well, don't spoil it." Of course, we're not going to spoil it, but we'll just say, here's a spoiler. It was a lot of fun, and you're going to want to watch this.
Let's take a look.
Grandmaster Simon Williams, Ginger GM, and I are about to play a whole bunch of chess players. And in 40 minutes, we're going to see who can rack up the most wins, non-stop, Speed Chess Championship style. The clock is running. And we're also secretly keeping track of who is the best trash talk, but we already know who wins that. And so we'll see if he can keep up. I'll be gentle. Let's go. Clock starts. Simon has a distinct advantage because his openings are so bad, they tend to get more blunders.
Look at this bat. Look at this slow positional chess going on over it. Three.
Okay, I'm coming for you. We knew when he showed up in his tank top, he meant business.
Come on, fight, man. Fight, man.
There we go. That's the subtlety you didn't see at the end of the line. I'm in the lead. Simon, sack your queen. Sack your queen. Come on. I'm freaking out here. Where's the win, bro?
Take your time, Danny.
There you go. There's another one. Pressure's on.
I'm playing against 2 enemies here, Simon Williams and the clock. The Dutch is an opening he plays, which should tell you how good it is.
Yeah, I took his course, but it was really bad.
There you go. Bad idea. First mistake.
Can I give you a little bit of rules for trash talking?
Yeah.
You can trash talk if you're doing okay on the board.
Yeah.
If you're doing terrible on the board, you don't really have the right to trash talk. God, this is too close to call, yeah? Oh, for f***'s sake. Jesus Christ.
Here we go. David, this is not what we talked about, man.
What have I done?
You're doing well, man. You're doing well.
Wow, really?
Wait.
He wants to draw.
Oh, I actually missed my queen was on pre. Shit, man. Oh, no. Oh, no, not the grind, man. Not the grinds. The David grinds. This is not fun. Oh,
look at this. What is this? What is this?
Simon, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm feeling it.
You're feeling it.
I found the flow.
You're in the vibe now.
I'm in the zone. Oh, here we go. He's back.
What is this then?
Oh, my gosh. I'm falling apart here. I'm messing this game up.
You're messing up?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on.
It's not going good.
Come on.
It's not going good. So
And you got David to come as well, just to put a little bit of pressure on. Just, Danny, we're even. How's your position looking, Danny? Oh, as soon as I open my big mouth.
You're in check.
Come on. Come on that board.
I got a little wild. All right. But I survived. All right, what's the score? How much time?
I think it's even, man. It's even.
No, it's not even.
I think it is. What's the score?
No,
it's even. I've been winning a couple of games here, man.
Yeah?
Look at that face. I love it. Can we just get a picture of that again? One more time.
How is that possible?
Wow, what is this?
What is this? I have no idea.
He swindled me.
I tend to perform better on camera. That's a little known fact.
What's happened here? I've blundered.
If I beat David Howell.
Wait, you blundered back.
Yeah! Get in there, son.
Oh my gosh, it was over and I blundered my rook.
This is real.
No! No!
No, he's gonna play me!
Yes!
Oh, my words, man. Oh, no.
I feel like the score got away from me. How do you beat David Howell and lose anyway? It all comes down to Tanya Sachdev.
What's the king doing over there?
Exactly like we
Well done, Tanya. Well done. Oh.
What do you want? You want white or black?
I don't mind. Black's fine.
Black's fine?
Black's fine. Yeah,
For the draw?
yeah.
I'm a little
perplexed, yeah? So am I.
I'm a little perplexed. I'm a little.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know about that one. I have my doubts.
I'm actually not sure what happens next here.
No.
That's my problem. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. But hold on, I've got more. I've got more coming.
It's a little bit scary.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Everything is working out.
How did you get this going?
I don't know, but I'm very excited about it.
This is nasty, man.
Everything feels good again.
That looks like the move, yeah?
I almost blundered into the.
My last trick. My last trick. I was just like trying to do a little bit of calm talking there.
You did.
And
you were
quite
massaging my ego. That's my weakness right there. You did it. I take it though. I take it. All right. Barely.
That was awesome to watch. Sai, how are you feeling right now?
Yep. Okay.
No, honestly, I didn't deserve to win that, but somehow Armageddon was kind to me. I'll take it. I'll take it. And you've been kind to me in a lot of our rivals matches, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Danny.
Very modest of Danny, but
I think it was a setup. It was definitely a setup.
I did beat David.
Hang on a minute. First of all,
and again, it was cheap, but
did you play Tanya?
I didn't.
Yeah, hang on a minute. So you didn't play Tanya. Okay, so
I beat David. So
I played David. Yes,
but you didn't
did.
beat David. You lost to David.
I know, but I sort of.
it was a close one, though.
Hey, and I know we're just picking on David over there. I mean,
and also another thing, I've just got to say, my opponents weren't resigning. They were playing till the bitter end. I'm sure that you were giving out diamond membership to a lot of your guys.
Did you see that one?
I bet you're like, have a diamond membership if you resign as soon as you sit down and lose a piece.
Anyway,
I'm sure. Not that I'm a sore loser at all. At all.
We need to get to the bottom of that. But Danny, you're very competitive.
Why not be, right? I mean, you're in the moment. The whole point is to win, right? So you play the game to win, and we had a lot of fun, and I am competitive, I guess.
Wow, and it's getting pretty competitive here as one player is in a must-win situation. While this one went into an Armageddon, we're not so sure we'll get an Armageddon in the winners' final, as Nodirbek Abdusattorov has to win on demand this next game. He is trailing by 2 points, and take a look at their Aimchess stats there. Opening accuracy, 100%. It's so close, their stats, David, here. We see their endgame accuracy right next to each other, but the match so far hasn't been that close.
Yeah, it feels like Magnus has always been in control. The first game was just a masterclass in strategy there, in the grind, the end games. The second game, despite the fact that Abdusattorov was blowing us away and just surprising us on every turn with these amazing moves, he never held an advantage. Magnus felt like the one who could pull the brakes at the right time, and yeah, that is reflected now in the scoreline.
Usually we talk about whether we'll have an Armageddon or not, but right now the question is whether we'll have the fourth game or not, because this man on your screen has been dominating today, winning 2 back-to-back games against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Nodirbek has to win with white. He never got the chance in that game 1. He starts with the queen's pawn opening. Are we expecting a repeat by Magnus? And he says, no, it's not happening.
Yeah, again, we didn't get to comment too much on just how devastated Nodirbek looked after that loss, right? We moved quickly to Magnus, but I wanted to highlight, it wasn't to rub it in, but to just highlight how much he really cared. You see the passion in that kid's face and how upset he was about that. It just makes me excited for all the future matchups to come. But the reason he's so upset is he knows how difficult this task is, right? When you lose the first game with white, now you're coming back to white, but you're already down 2-0. So this is a very, very uphill battle.
It's an uphill battle. He starts with the Catalan opening, Abdusattorov. Remember, this is one of Magnus Carlsen's favourites ever since the 2021 World Championship match. And Magnus, he's tanked now for 30 seconds. Of course, he's studied the position for probably hundreds of hours, but he's just choosing which weapon is going to get him that desired draw and get him through to the grand final. Okay, he chooses to play c5, the most kind of direct move to just try and destroy the centre, trade off as many pawns as possible. And it looks like Magnus certainly is going for a solid reply here. He trades off on d4 and white castles. Okay, what do we think of this opening choice?
Oh, I'm still thinking about them. Just move on, Simon.
You gotta stop reading chat. Somehow I won, but they all favor you, which is a big surprise. So go ahead.
Oh dear, no, it was close. It was close. And Tanya beat me as well in a good game. And I did offer Tanya a draw. Not that I'm bitter about that, but yeah, sorry, we're looking at another game.
What was going on? But
it was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun.
It was good fun.
Maybe we can have a rematch.
I think
tonight?
So. Yeah, I think so. I think we've got to get down the good night and do it again. Run it again.
I think Danny just plans to run away with that victory. He's not looking like he's up for a rematch.
No, I'm all in. I mean, I don't get many victories, but that's okay. That's by design. So I'm all in.
Yeah, I mean, back to the real match, I guess. Yeah. And yeah, I was going to say, I think it's quite a good choice, this opening against Magnus. I mean, I've seen Magnus lose in the Champions Tour to Dubov, actually, in this line a couple of times, I think. And Magnus playing c5 seems like a wise choice just to clarify the centre as quickly as possible. Even if he's going to be slightly worse, he's going to be in less danger in those lines than some of the more sharper stuff. So I think he just realises, I need a draw. I'm going to play lines that gravitate towards that.
Yeah, and these players, of course, at the top level need to know all sorts of openings. This one, it started as the Catalan. It's going to transpose into the Tarrasch, most likely, where black might even have an isolated queen's pawn, but Magnus knows those lines. He actually has studied them, like you say, Simon, there with Dubov. Okay, a capture of pawns, and this is the moment of truth. Magnus doesn't go for the IQP. He takes with his knight. There's also transpositions there to reverse Grunfelds, where the players would be trying to work out move orders. And, okay, he steps back with his knight. Abdusattorov is banking on the fact that, although it's symmetrical, he has this Catalan bishop, white's light squared bishop on g2, peers down this long diagonal, exerts some pressure there. Black's pieces, meanwhile, on the queen side, take a while to get out sometimes.
Yeah.
So minimal static advantage here for white.
You pointed out these players obviously know all the openings they need to be playing chess at the top level, or they wouldn't be here. But now Nodirbek has to think about all the openings he knows that avoid simplification, right? A lot of times when you come into a match, you know, you're testing the waters, seeing what your opponent has prepared, but worst case scenario, you peter out to a draw. Not an option here. So he has to make sure he keeps the most dynamic lines on the board. And I love your point. The bishop on g2, right? That's the advantage white has here. Also note the bishop on c8. If that knight on d5 has to move or can't move because the b7 pawn might be tender. So, yeah, it's one advantage, but it is something that white can hang his hat on for now.
Yeah, and the move you kind of want to play here is the move knight to c3, just to get rid of this blockader. And the key question here is whether damaging your pawn structure is worth it. Here, white would have isolated pawns on c3 and a2, and I think Nodirbek is scarred by the first game, having weak pawns on those two squares as well, and therefore he doesn't go for this direct approach. He first parks his bishop on d2, so that when he does try to remove this blockader on d5, he can capture back on c3 with a bishop. Nice, small, but important detail there, Simon.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of position Nodirbek would have loved to have had in the first game, right? He'd love to have had this position where you shouldn't really lose with white ever. They called it a 2-result game because, you know, you're the one with the advantage of the bishop. It's symmetrical pawn structure. But your winning chances, how high are they? And, you know, that I guess you're going to win, I don't know, like 60% of the time with this kind of position, but that's a complete guess. In this game, as you know, you've all pointed out, it's a must-win scenario for Nodirbek. So Magnus just has to do something with those bishops. I'm wondering if he can move his bishop to c6 immediately here. It's the kind of thing you'd like to play, the bishop on c8, try to get that one and exchange it off. I mean, if you can get rid of those bishops, you're absolutely fine. So that would be something worth thinking about. But OK, a normal developing move instead.
Yeah, I like that idea, Simon. I think that would have been my choice, bringing black's light squared bishop out. Often, if you leave it too long, that bishop never gets out. So that might have been one opportunity, but Magnus's move looks very healthy, very natural as well. And I'm used to seeing Magnus on the white side of this type of position where there's minimal risk, where he can apply a little bit of pressure and yeah, test his opponent here and there. Let's see whether Nodirbek can use the Magnus approach against the master himself here to take the win and prolong the match. Mission impossible, it's called on the Twitch chat there, but I think he's got some chances. I like the way this opening's panned out. Still enough tension, enough pieces left on the board to pose problems later.
Yeah, agreed. All pieces left on the board at the moment, so it's yeah. I mean, I'm just wondering what Magnus's plan is to do with his light squared bishop. Maybe he can move the pawn in the centre of the board to give it a bit of freedom that way at some point. But yeah, a little bit better for white, Danny, this position.
Yeah, but I'm sitting here trying to think of creative ways to keep the edge. Knight a3 is an interesting one in a slightly unorthodox development. You want to go to c4, maybe even b5 in some positions. I feel like these positions often come down to the question of, I was just going to say, can black get the bishop developed without any tactics on the d5 knight? And he just answered it. I was actually considering e5 the moment white played bishop d2, because that's the other square the bishop can go to, is e6, not just c6, right? But it only works because that knight isn't hanging. And I don't know if e5 was possible back when the bishop was first played there, but I really like this idea by Magnus.
Yeah, he's got his bishop out, and black's pieces look really healthy now. I guess the one idea for Nodirbek is to plant a knight either on the c4 square or maybe even the c5 square to try and gain the bishop pair, a long-term advantage there. But if you bring your knight into c4, firstly, is this really such a big threat? Maybe not. For example, if black just plays a very kind of slow, logical move, maybe actually taking with the a pawn is nice here for black. You open up your rook. This white knight is utterly dominated now by the black pawns, can never jump anywhere. It's just misplaced and looks solid. Looks like Magnus has got everything he wants. If he goes for the other option, Nodirbek here, then again, the question is it such a big deal? He has played this move. Is it such a big deal that you might gain the bishop pair? Magnus says no. He trades off. And how is he going to solve the tension here? Some pressure against the black knight still. Maybe he'll just drop his knight back. Maybe he'll bring his queen up to gain some time first, connect his rooks. Feels solid for black, but at least some imbalance now with the bishop pair for white.
Magnus taking that critical decision of giving up the bishop pair really quickly. What do you make of this strategy by Nodirbek? He comes into this game 3. He has to win it to just take it to game 4. And then he chooses the opening that is Magnus's speciality. In the World Championship against Jan Nepomniachtchi, we saw Magnus win the match with the Catalan. It's something that surprised me. How do you make sense of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, a mark of champions. We saw it with Magnus yesterday. He entered the Lion's Den. He played an open Sicilian position against Fabi, and it paid off. Sometimes you have to fight the opponents where they're strongest. Sometimes it's the only way. You can't always duck and dive and dodge and, yeah, dodge their preparation.
Dip, dive, duck, and dodge. The 5 Ds of dodgeball. Dive, dip, dive, and dodge.
I'm already confused.
Sometimes you can't dodge the opponent's preparation, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I think, you know, a big difference between these two players, I mean, they've both obviously got all their strengths, but is the experience and the fact that Magnus's opening range is so much more than Nodirbek's opening range, right? I mean, Nodirbek is younger. He obviously specialises in well, he surprised Aronian with a new opening, but his range of openings that he's comfortable in is not as big as Magnus. Magnus can play anything, and in a situation like this where you have to win, and we see Nodirbek now taking some big risks, but he has to, you want to have a wide range of openings to draw upon in certain situations. But yeah, this is a big change in positions here, isn't it? So do we like what White's done here?
Whether we like it or not, I think he had to do it. I think he had to try something, and this is the current position. Let's do a quick action replay. It was here that Magnus made quite a committal decision. I was surprised. I thought just retreat to this square, back up the knight with your other knight, but Magnus said no, I'm going to plant it on b6, and he allowed a capture on c6. And the reason, Simon, I guess you're saying this is so risky is because White has parted with his beautiful Catalan bishop. There are holes on light squares now around the White king. You have to be a bit careful here, especially with opposite colour bishops favouring the side who can whip up an attack. But the whole idea is to capture on e5, and Magnus in move. To be honest, I quite like it. It takes a while for Black to ever kind of create a checkmate threat. You can plant a bishop on h3, but White just dodges. A pawn on f3 will later guard the light squares. But maybe Magnus's idea is to take this pawn. At least now there's a nice safe square for White's bishop on c3. Black has weaknesses here. Even in an endgame, maybe some small chances. What do we think?
But it's obfuscated bishops too, right? So, and here he goes. He does take the a-pawn because White better get something on the dark squares in forms of an attack, right? Bishop to c3, a rook to g5, and, you know, use your imagination in terms of what could happen over there on g7. But outside of turning the opposite bishops into a strength, which is where you really assault and attack on the color complex your opponent lacks, this is getting closer to a draw.
Yeah, closer to a draw. We should also point out that White couldn't here have trapped this black bishop on a2. Normally this happens if you go behind enemy lines. A famous example in the game Spassky-Fischer from 1972, where he took a poisoned pawn, got his bishop trapped. But here, maybe there's even better. Actually, firstly, queen d6 I've spotted now with a double attack. But at the very minimum, Black could play bishop takes pawn and get his bishop out because the White queen is overworked. Suddenly this bishop would fall and Magnus would be safe. So you couldn't trap this bishop. And we're going to see maybe an endgame if the queens come off.
That's got to be bad news for Nodirbek if this goes into an opposite color bishop endgame. Although there are still some dynamics against that g-pawn that you highlighted. White can combine the rook and bishop to put some attack. I'm not expecting him to trade rooks now on the board. We see queens have been traded off the board. Magnus offers a rook trade.
Yeah,
He's got to avoid that.
Interesting, we had a comment from Featured Chat a moment ago that said, we have had no draws today, which was a great comment. Although I think we might get our first draw right now, right? So instead of commentator's curse, a bit of a chatter's curse here.
But only because it suits Magnus. It gets him the match.
Yep.
That's the thing. He's got so many different gears. He's been going in like quite a high gear trying to win these games, Magnus. But now he's kind of taken it back. He's saying, OK, I don't need to push. I'm just going to try and neutralize you. And I've had it myself, often in must-win situations. These top guys, they don't even give you a chance. They can shut the door when they want to.
Yeah, and they don't even mind being a little bit worse, do they? That's the thing that impresses me. You know, I hate being a little bit worse in a position where I have no winning chances. I just really don't enjoy those situations. But, you know, Magnus can do that. He can be a little bit... Well, he did it in the World Championships. You know, he did it in many of the games. He knows he's a little bit worse, but the danger of him losing was so low, it didn't worry him at all. And here, equal material, opposite coloured bishops. White has a better rook. Yes, White has maybe a better bishop, but is it enough to win?
The one danger, obviously, we should highlight the back rank, as long as it exists,
yeah,
right?
Don't grab that pawn, right?
There can be a back rank checkmate if Magnus loses his mind and grabs a pawn. But I expect something even like h5 or h6, depending on how he wants to use the Harry over there, use the boy wizard. Yeah, I really like f3 by Nodirbek, whether he plays king of 2 or eventually when e4 comes, because not just because it's a majority, David, 4-on-3, but that pawn on e4 holds the d5 square, which is actually kind of critical for Black's coordination. Either the bishop or the knight would love to use it. So king of 2 and e4, again, it's hard to expect a victory in obfuscated bishop endings, but keeping pieces on the board is the first thing. You want it to be not just the dynamic of the obfuscated bishops. That's the first pro tip. And the second pro tip is you want to keep your opponent's pieces from using central squares. That's usually where the best blockades are started. And here, Magnus is not going to let that knight be sidelined. I like it. Puts it on d5.
Yeah, I think important point here, Danny, because if Black had just taken a timeout and moved a pawn, then maybe e4 would have prevented this this concept. So Magnus sensing the element of time here, knowing it might be the only chance he gets to block the d-file and offer this trade. And OK, king f2 played. I guess the e-pawn was attacked there as well. And now big decision. Does Magnus eliminate this bishop?
I think he has done, David. I think he's already taken it.
Wow.
And,
oh, he already has.
Yeah. I mean, this has changed the nature of the position, right? Because no more opposite-coloured bishops.
Yeah, so. that's kind of good and bad. More
I was going to say, it favors the practical argument that at least we're not an obscure bishop ending if you're Nodirbek, but the bishop is better than the knight when there's pawns on both sides of the board, and I see an a-pawn. I see a5 and a4 and bishop b3 and I don't know.
Queen.
It's coming.
Okay, here he goes. He plays a5.
I love these very simple ideas as well. You know, just push the pawn as far as you can, guard it, and ask your opponent what he's going to do next. So
kind of tough to understand that with the a-pawn pushing down the board. Why is the eval bar saying that white is fine? Because it feels like if anyone can push for an advantage or a win in this position, it's got to be Magnus.
If the rooks disappear, it's only Magnus who can ever win this one. But maybe it's just the fact that temporarily, for now, white's rook is more active than its counterpart, and white's king slightly more active than the black king. But yeah, I agree with you, Tanya. I would be slightly afraid here with white that if you lose control for 1 second, if rooks come off, suddenly black is the only one with winning chances.
Also notice how the white's knight is being dominated with that bishop and the pawn on c6, which is somewhat a weakness, but taking away key squares from white's knight. And it feels like Nodirbek's rook and knight is really struggling to find that coordination and harmony to bring in the counterplay.
I think it's a great point. We haven't talked enough about the knight on the rim because Simon has he's out-rhymed himself. So he's out.
I think he's still thinking about the match.
He's still thinking about the match. You got to get over it. It was a fluke. But black is going to play king f8 and then king e7. This is looking more and more like the direction of how the Fabi game went, where maybe in the end Magnus will be the one pushing for a win and Nodirbek will be happy to receive the mercy draw.
I mean, white, though, what you must do in the ending is look where you have the majority of pawns. So we talked about black's pawn. That's a passed pawn, and that is what you want to make a queen. But where are white's assets? Well, white's majority of pawns are on the king side. He's got 4 pawns versus the 3. So you really want to use your majority. And I think white should just use Eddie, the pawn, to support the rook. And this could give him quite a nice hold in the centre. He can move his king in behind that. And he can start, causing some problems in the middle of the board. I think he's very well positioned. So it's not completely over by any means. I mean, this gives him chances, right, to play for the win.
Yeah, still some life left, still some chances, but he needs to preserve rooks and he needs to ensure he's still active, Abdusattorov. So I think it's just a very wise decision for him now to tank, to kind of think for a couple of minutes, because it's a critical moment. He needs to find something in the next few moves, so he needs to keep the energy in his position, otherwise it will fizzle out.
But I love Simon's point. I think using the pawn majority is the first thing. The other thing you often want to do when you have a knight versus bishop is centralize the knight, right? So a centralized knight can compete with a bishop. It's hard when there's an a-pawn that you're worried about over there, right? The knight is being used as a bit of a blockader, unfortunately. But I was imagining a line like that where you get the pawn to e5. You're also going to use the f-pawn to try to create some pressure in the center. Maybe the white knight lands itself on d4. And, and he's played knight c2 with that exact idea in mind to try to bring the knight to d4. So it's not over.
Yeah,
it's not over.
Definitely not.
Yeah, nice move there from Abdusattorov. If the black a-pawn pushes now, the white knight can maybe spring to b4. Yeah, it looks like it's jumping somewhere. And will Magnus bring his king, as we predict? The black king is the only piece not participating. Is there the luxury of time? White's knight, is it going to start jumping to the centre and picking off pawns? It's a bit of a race in a way. If black gets the king to the centre, you're comfortable, but I'm not sure you're reaching there in time.
Yeah, I mean,
interesting moment.
White does potentially have a threat here, right? Just move the knight to d4, take the pawn.
I have an interesting idea here, though. Let's say we play king f8 and knight d4 happens. I wonder if we can play a4. And the whole point is that if the knight takes, I'm just going to play a3. And if you ever move the knight, the c-pawn hangs. I love it. Thank you, Engine. And this is what I was wondering is you wouldn't play king e7 because then the knight would have taken on c6 with check and won the a5 pawn. But you play a4. And if you back up, if you took with the rook, I think you just lose. I think I just trade rooks and my passed pawn is just going to win. And you'll move the bishop and then the knight will have to sack. Anyway, so I think that this might be what Magnus is looking to do. But you should play... Oh, he played king f8, but Nodirbek played rook d7. So they're on top of this line. And instead of knight d4, but Magnus already all over it with a4.
Yeah, and the idea here, after the bishop protects this pawn, is that I guess he wants to move this knight, Abdusattorov, but the question is where? If you jump to d4, black is just going to hit you. And if you ever trade off, black is ready to cement this passed pawn. Feels like this is going to fizzle out. And wow, Magnus, nice geometry there. He pushes the pawn first. Do not capture because you'll get forked.
Oh, very nice.
It's rare you get forked by a bishop, but double attack.
It's these little details, right? He's able to kind of piece the minute details in a position, and we're talking about defending the A pawn first, then pushing this pawn, and he does it. He's able to combine tactics with these strategic ideas, and he does it in seconds. It just makes him so strong. And is it also difficult for Nodirbek, given the match situation, the opening approach he had, trading off queens, going into this rook? Does it feel like a player somewhat loses that motivation or that belief that you can come back in the match?
I think it's hard, especially in endgames, as we know, because he just takes the life out of the positions. Although I am wondering, why does the advantage has gone up for white here? This is really interesting.
Is he just going to win a pawn? Knight b2, taking that black a pawn?
Oh wow!
I'm thinking maybe Nodirbek has one more shot in him here, and that's going to be a rook ending, which is hard to win. But he's going to corral that a pawn.
But it's something.
Wow.
It's the best position he's had all game.
Yeah.
All match, maybe.
All match, maybe.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. I mean, I really like what he's done. I mean, you know, I was saying move the pawn in the centre of the board, but the positioning the pieces has proven to be a lot more important. He's put his rook behind the passed pawn. Another bit of advice for anyone out there in the ending: if your opponent's got a passed pawn, try to get your rook behind it, tie it down. But his manoeuvres with the knight, and I think Magnus just moved a little bit quickly there. I think he forgot, or I don't know, maybe just somehow missed that knight, as David mentioned, is going to come back to b2 and just pick the pawn up. And there's no easy way now to draw this at all. I mean, if Magnus was white here, I'd be on the verge of saying he's just going to win. So, I mean, it's a free pawn, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't see anything.
Did you see Magnus a moment ago? He kind of just moved his hand. It's like, I missed it. I missed it.
Yeah, he's just made a mistake.
So what was the mistake? Where did he go wrong that he just loses this pawn? Because we thought c5 was brilliant.
Yeah, if we backtrack, maybe it was the move c5 that was a small mistake, kind of forcing white to find a new route for the knight into the centre. If instead he'd played this move, now the white knight dropping back, I don't know here, but maybe the black rook has more options to try and get active. Maybe, for example, you could try and get active via d5, and if the knight ever moves, you kind of come for this pawn.
That's such a hard idea to find if that's the case. What an engine! How often do you rook lift in an endgame in front of your own pawn to hit the isolated pawn? But what a save that would be for black.
But this is great. I think the match is going to go on, and I think Nodirbek's going to convert this. I mean, like, we know Magnus is still a brilliant endgame player, so it's by no means clearly winning, but it is a clear pawn. And Nodirbek has played fantastic so far in this game, really, really well.
Magnus is now trying to think of the optimal rook ending, right, for a draw, which is a huge moment, because he may even want to try to give up the c pawn so that he gets the other c pawn, right? So, like, you try to give up both the c and the a pawn along the way to get the e pawn, the c pawn, because that actually is a draw, the 4-on-3. It's not the easiest draw in the world. Everyone remembers the famous Garry Kasparov loss to Jerome Pickett, right? We've seen world champions lose 4-on-3, so it's much harder than any other version. But look at that, h5 is also usually where you want the pawn in these endgames. Trying to set up f7, g6, h5. Anyway, obviously it's going to remain to be seen whether he can do it, but when you're about to go into a bad position, champions try to find the optimal bad position.
Yeah, and the evaluation bar doesn't like it. Maybe it's a timing issue that the black rook can't get active now. But yeah, it looks like white can just go for that pawn and grab it. Like you say, Danny, if the c pawn's disappeared from the board, great drawing chances. Probably just dead draw when it's Magnus involved. But yeah, with those c pawns on the board, it's going to be white having a kingside majority. And the fact that black's rook will be tied
No, I think
down.
that's huge. The c pawn staying on the board increases white's winning chances like tenfold, like literally, right? Now you can do principle of two weaknesses. You can flex a king that gets in the center to attack a pawn. So this is going to be really difficult for Magnus if he can't eliminate the queenside pawns.
But he needs to make a decision fast. Nodirbek needs to catch up on his speed. He can't just let the seconds go down. If he has to go for the pawn, make that move. Is there an alternative that he's thinking about? Because the idea you mentioned, you want to play it immediately on the board.
Yeah, it's the most obvious move, going for that pawn, the most consistent move. And as we see there, the engine says it's by far the best move. If you don't seize this moment, maybe then the black rook will get active later on. And he doesn't go for it.
Strange. I remember a famous saying of Tony Miles, Britain's first ever grandmaster. He just his most famous saying was "simple as good." It's just, there's no reason to overcomplicate it if there's a good, simple solution. And in that position, you win the pawn. It's simple. It's good. So why overcomplicate it? It's probably still good for white, right? But
still looks good.
What can black now do even?
I agree, simple is good, and I'm surprised he didn't. But I'm also still thinking this is really difficult because the rook a5 move is actually kind of creative in a way, because now if the c pawn falls, he's pointing out that the h pawn is under fire immediately. And again, I don't know what the engine would suggest here in regards to how is black holding here? Why did the eval get worse, right? It still looks like a really difficult position for Magnus.
Is there a bishop c2 and you race the king in if the knight... Oh, no. I'm trying to get rid of the c-pawn, right? So I want to race my king in here.
You want to race?
Hopefully you take the a-pawn. I'm trying to get this ending.
Yeah, you're trying to get the big trade.
You mentioned before where I've got great drawing chances, but...
Yeah. 4 versus 3 is a draw here, but there we see the engine suggestions, and they're all to do, or at least the best move is
rook
to do
d8?
with activating the rook.
What a move, though. Rook d8 is that is an engine move I've ever seen when you're giving up the c-pawn in both ways so that the rook can get active. Like rook d2, I assume something like that.
And now you can take on
a4, but then rook c2, and I'm going to win the pawn back.
Yeah, that's the ending. Yeah.
Oh, no, apparently not.
Apparently not. Maybe you get pinned here.
It was bishop c4 instead of rook c2, and the e2 pawn was fine. I didn't see that. It must be.
Yeah, you can go for this pawn instead. But Magnus needs to find, let's show rook d8 again, because this is, for a human, incredibly tough. Just not even trying to get through to the open
And he
file.
doesn't find it. That's my point, is rook a5 was frowned upon by the eval bar, but rook d8, that is an impossible move to find.
Yeah, agreed. I think maybe if Magnus had an hour by process of elimination, but king e7, much more human. He's going, as Simon says, racing towards his pawns. And the problem is, I don't know if you should take, because king d6, as you mentioned, Simon, this pawn is going to drop, most likely. So maybe you should still go for this pawn on a4.
I think maybe 2 still. Keep the pawns on the board.
But once you haven't played it once, right? Will you play it the next move when you've actually lost the tempo? Psychologically, it's hard to play, because you're giving yourself more complications. You now got 3 pawns or 3 ways you can take a pawn, right? And you got to decide upon one of them, which is a little bit trickier.
And he does it.
He finds the right move.
So keeping his chances alive, he wants to keep those c pawns on the board. Goes for the a pawn, and now also up on the clock. How easy is this? An easy convert or requires world-class technique?
I think it's going to require technique, but I think you made a great point about the clock. As long as he's not down on time, he's not also playing behind there. Oh, this is a nice little trick. He wants bishop c4.
Oh, he's found the idea, just one move too late, maybe. But as you say, Danny, there's a threat coming to c4.
Well, rook a2 is also a threat, winning a piece.
Dual threat.
So is there a knight takes pawn and a check or something? I'm just trying to think how you deal with this.
Yeah, let's show this. As Danny mentions, for example, if the white king moves forward, then suddenly a pin, and white here is forced to bail out, I think, with a move like knight takes c5, but this would only lead to a draw. Instead, if you do take this pawn, the most obvious, then suddenly, yeah, as you say, Simon, it's not easy to take this one. If you give a check, I'm not sure where the black king goes.
Just be careful.
I guess you go back.
Yeah.
As you say, be careful. Don't move forward. You walk into a knight fork, those pesky forks. But yeah, it looks like still impossible in this position to defend the e2 pawn. Counterplay.
Such a hard moment to be a young player facing Magnus Carlsen, right? You're both getting under time pressure. You're in a must-win spot, and he's doing what he does as far as making it messy. Okay, but Nodirbek is up to the challenge. He finds the most accurate approach, which includes giving up the e-pawn to activate the king.
That's a great move. I just didn't see that move. Yeah, bringing the king in and supporting your passed pawn at the same time, right?
Beautiful.
That's really nice play. Yeah.
Coming in with the tempo to the center of the board. He attacks the c2 pawn, and that's a mistake because the white king can jump forward.
Yeah, can continue marching. I think the issue was black's bishop was lacking squares. He wants to capture the e2 pawn with his bishop instead, just to get it out of the way. But evaluation bar says blunder, and nice move from Abdusattorov.
Brilliant move.
He finds it. And the point is if rook takes c3, rook c5, and you pin the bishop.
Oh.
It's brilliant play, yeah? I mean, he found it so quick as well.
So quick.
The match is on.
The match
We get a game 4.
on. This is...
Wow. I felt like it was going to be a match in 3, but Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he is on his way to do the impossible. make a comeback for one round at least against Magnus? Can he still convert this? Because both players at 2.5 minutes. David, how close is he to actually winning this one?
I think he's on the brink now. Just 1 or 2 more accurate moves and he should have this in the bag. Let's just show again the genius of this last knight retreat. Knight stepping back is always the most difficult visual move, but knight d3 clinched it because rook takes c3 now does just walk into this pin. Next move, simply king to d4 is going to win the game. For example, if black tries to keep things alive, at the very minimum, you can grab a second pawn on h5. I think that's even better there. But yeah, we see instead catching up with the game. It's still a 2-pawn advantage. And yeah, as long as he doesn't allow too much counterplay with the rook going behind, he's got this in the bag. He drops his rook back to a2. What a move.
Brilliant technique.
These are the kind of games that that earn your stripes as maybe a future world number 1. The fact that you didn't go quietly into the night, you were down 2 games, and you rose to the occasion. It doesn't mean he's going to complete the comeback, but the comeback has to start somewhere. It can only start with 1 win. And these are the kind of games that, like, show Magnus, like, hey, like, I'm ready to play with you for the years to come.
And there aren't too many players who can beat Magnus in an end game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's it. He's outplayed Magnus in an ending.
He's
how
pulled
many...
a Magnus on Magnus.
He has, yeah. I mean, how many players outplay Magnus in an ending? There's a handful that can do that. And if you can do that, then it's quite phenomenal, actually. So.
Yeah, and his 2 previous wins against Magnus came in queen endgames. And actually, I think Magnus is the best queen endgame player of all time. He always seems to know where to put the queen, when to start running with kings. But Abdusattorov outmaneuvered him there twice. So he shows he's capable, and you can tell Magnus has almost given up on this. I'm not a body language expert like you guys, but it looks like he's just playing moves out of inertia here. And all you need to do is combine when to push your pawns as white. White's rook looks like it's perfectly poised, just defending and protecting the king from checks. Here we go. The pawns are going to start running now. It's a matter of time.
Got 2 extra pawns there. He's got less than a minute and a half. Magnus with 2 minutes. But Magnus isn't going to give up. And getting a winning position against him is half the job done. He is going for the pawns, forcing Nodirbek to take a decision. Does he actually just ignore the threats on the pawns and think about advancing his own c-passer?
I think it's too early to do it just yet, because only because the black king can come over and help. I think if there was a way, if the black king was cut off by the rook, if your own white king wasn't in the way, maybe. But I think you'll need to play a move like rook d3, if I had to guess first. Just defend the pawn. Rook d3 also has another purpose, which is it prepares rook c3. Okay, he doesn't go for it, but that allows rook c1, so I'm surprised. Maybe he's just repeating to gain time. But I think if you go back to that same position, rook d3, rook d3 is the move.
I mean, you can go king d... Oh, he's going this way.
I'm worried about his clock.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's 17th piece.
He's trying to transform his advantage here. He's going for black's kingside pawns. He's happy to use the white c-pawn as a distraction. Will we see him play a move such as h4 now, maybe? Or will he just push his pawn? c5 for glory. It looks like, there we go, he keeps it for now. And yeah, maybe black's just not in time to create counterplay right now. The white king's keeping everything protected. And yeah, he might switch his focus. He's made his rook and his king passive here as white, but I think he's going to go for black's kingside pawns.
I love how he switched up the king and the rook, right? Because the rook now cuts off black's king from trying to defend the c-pawn from queening. Meanwhile, white's king is defending all the kingside pawns. So a nice structure there by Nodirbek. But how does he make progress? Because for now, black's rook is stopping the c-pawn from advancing.
I know who comes to the rescue.
Who comes to the rescue?
Harry.
Harry.
Always. H4 is another reason why the rook on d5 is so good, because when you play h4, you force the 5th rank open. That rook can gobble up the h5 pawn while protecting the c5 pawn. I think h4 is white's threat.
And you've also got Freddie as well. If you really want to start using them all, you could push Freddie a couple of squares forwards at the same time.
Harry and Freddie.
But I mean, this is quite. I mean, the white rook is in now a beautiful place. It defends everything. It cuts off the black king. And you can start using other bits, can't you, on the board, like like you say, the H pawn or something like that. So it is, of course, just a win, isn't it? Just a matter of time. He's giving up the pawn now.
Now that's interesting. Now's your idea, Tanya. Now the timing was right. The king is cut off.
Perfect timing. Yeah, you can't take the pawn because the c-pawn would be unstoppable then.
Yeah, let's just show that really nice move, sacrificing a pawn temporarily. Abdusattorov, he dropped his king back to d2. If this pawn had been captured, then c6. And yes, the rook can get back just in time, but suddenly the other rook is there to face off against it, and white makes a new queen. And, okay, the game has progressed. He couldn't go for this, and, okay, he's trying to create counterplay. Harry did arrive on the board, but this one looks like it should just be over. White can play moves like king d3, kicking away this black rook. This pawn is going to drop very shortly. Okay, he takes it first.
Takes it. I think king d3 was Anyway, expecting that, but this is also going to be good enough.
Magnus is going to be super angry with himself, how he let this one slip away. In a Catalan, having everything under control, and then suddenly in an endgame, he gets outplayed by Nodirbek.
He's going to be annoyed, yeah.
I mean, but again, it's it also I think he will tip his hat, right? He knows that Nodirbek is a fighter, and there's a reason we're all hyped up, right? We're not making fake drama here. This is a big match. They know it.
He wanted to wrap this up in 3. He wanted to assert his domination, and that's going to annoy him, Danny, that he wasn't able to do it.
I agree.
Maybe it was just
look at that.
deflection. Don't take that black rook. Black would have made a new queen, but of course the pawn disappears instead. And now it's just, again, simple math. 3 versus 1 on the king side. And rook's behind past pawns. We've said it before.
Baby.
It's running that H pawn. Harry, Simon.
Called it.
Always a winner.
Always a winner, that guy.
Always a winner. Winner, winner, Harry dinner. And it's going to come. I mean, you know, you might as well play it on just in case this position, but don't spend too much time on it. And we should talk about the last game really, because you know now, Nodirbek is going to have to win with the black pieces, but he created a lot of chances in the last game with the black pieces.
It was close.
It was very close, and I don't think it's going to be a walkover by any means. I mean, as this game has shown, we were assuming this would be a draw, and he outplayed Magnus. So I don't know. Could be an amazing comeback if he gets the next one.
He beat Magnus with black in Tata Steel Masters. He's done it before.
Yeah.
Yep.
He will believe. And, okay, a check. Both players leaned forward. I thought he'd resigned there, Magnus, but all rook end games.
17 seconds.
There's still a little bit of the outside chance on the clock, right? So he's...
Still can't write it off. It's really not over till it's over against Magnus, with Abdusattorov doing everything right. Yeah. And now the rook will move on to the 5th rank.
Magnus defending really tenaciously,
defending really well. And if the rook goes to the 5th or 6th rank, the rook will come back to F1. So you enter the king first, but now there's rook F1, rook F4. Obviously, okay, he goes for it. Nodirbek must have calculated it. I was worried about this. I was worried about rook F4.
What's happening here?
Oh my gosh. King G5.
Black just moves the king.
Yeah. King G5 guards the pawn.
And Magnus 17 seconds, he finds it.
He found it. Oh my God, Nodirbek's in trouble.
But now the G pawn drops. What's he done?
There.
He's going round with the white king, is he? Wait. But now the E pawn drops.
Oh my God. Magnus knows it. He just gave you the Magnus like nod.
Oh, poor Nodirbek.
There was me writing it off.
Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
The pin.
No.
And Nodirbek knows he was so close. Oh, he smiles.
He's laughing. How did that slip?
I can't believe it. What a fight it was by Nodirbek. But it's really not over till it's over against Magnus Carlsen. And he does it again. He survives.
It again. He offers a draw. Nodirbek is laughing.
Oh.
These top players, how do you beat them? If you can't win from those positions, they're just such fighters. And he was so close.
Tanya called it. She said, hold on, it's never over against Magnus until it's over. We thought we were here for another hour and a half. Turns out it's time to go home, everybody.
Seen it happen so many times. And look at that. Magnus himself in disbelief at how he saved that one. Just unbelievable. And Nodirbek so close. And look at that. Heartbreak.
Oh, man.
Oh, we're going to see this matchup so many times over the next few years. Nodirbek versus Magnus Carlsen, and what a fight this was. But today it was the world number 1 who was dominant. He won the first 2 games, and then from a lost position manages to survive in that end game. David, what was the turning point there?
The moment he let it slip, Tanya, was this one where he just chose the wrong moment to go for it with the white king. If he'd taken a slower approach, maybe starting with the move rook d6 first, maybe bringing his king around this way a bit later on once the black pieces are passive, then he surely would have won. But he did need to slow play it a bit. Instead, he went for glory now with king f5, but it backfired after a check. Maybe the move he'd missed was rook to f4, a double attack against his 2 pawns, and suddenly it was difficult, and the win did slip away after the move rook e2. King g5. Suddenly, white's rook is passive. You cannot defend both the e and g pawns, and as we saw, one of the pawns dropped off, and that was enough for Magnus to guide the game to safety. Huge missed opportunity for Abdusattorov.
We were all so close to thinking this is going into game 4, but once again, Magnus surviving. It's you really have to get that point in. Till he hits that resign button, the game goes on. And look at that, taking the winner's final in just 3 games, 2 wins. The first one dominant, and then finally holding that 3rd game draw. And we are being joined by Magnus Carlsen. He's here. Magnus, can you hear us? Well, while he fixes that, we will get back and ask all the questions to Magnus. But what a save that was by him, and a difficult moment for Nodirbek.
So difficult, but it wasn't the cleanest 3-game victory. So I guess Magnus, if he faces Nodirbek again, remember there's a loser's bracket where Nodirbek will have an opportunity to redeem himself. So I think Magnus will remember that. I think Nodirbek is going to remember that. And I think any future matches with these guys just this delivered in terms of the drama.
It was a dramatic day of chess, and Magnus is back with us. Magnus, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
It was quite an exciting match. You took it in 3 games, but Magnus, is it fair to say that the scoreline doesn't tell the full story?
Wait a sec. There we go. I think the first game was fairly convincing, but the second game just became a complete mess. And I mean, to be honest, like I just completely fell asleep at the wheel in the 3rd. I mean, he just started to outplay me, and I didn't realize there was any danger before I was just busted, that he was just picking up the pawn, and so that was incredibly careless and really poor. After that, it was just completely lost, of course, and there were so many ways to win. I was considering to resign, like let's not spend any more energy on this and just focus on the 4th game. But then I thought, he's been kind of shaky in the other games. Let's keep it going for a bit. And yeah, sometimes these things happen.
And Magnus, they happen a lot around you. And that's an incredible skill you have. And I want to ask you, do you enjoy the challenge of playing this younger generation? Is that extra motivation for you?
Well, I like playing anybody, but when you're playing young players, it's good to get them while they're young, so you can. There are a lot of players that I've played with for a long time that I kind of have a psychological edge against, and then you got to get the young guys early to get that.
Magnus, I wanted to ask specifically in regards to your prep, or at least your mindset coming into the first game of these matches, because you won with black against Fabiano Caruana, where you challenged him in an area where most people fear to tread in those open Sicilians. Then you won with black against Nodirbek in a very different game, but seemed very deliberate in terms of the type of position you were trying to reach. You got the end game. How much effort are you putting into making sure that that first game goes your way, especially when you have the black pieces?
Oh, I'm just playing terribly when I try and be solid. So I just felt that it's better, in the mood that I am recently, lately. It's better just to try and fight. And it's been working out well. Usually, I kind of prefer starting with white in these matches, but when you come in unseeded, that's not a choice you get. Of course, like winning with the black in the first game is even better than getting a white win, so I can't complain.
Yep.
And Magnus, tomorrow you get a rest day. It's been quite a few long weeks for you of chess, and finally you'll get some time off. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, Wesley, Iturrizaga and Nodirbek will fight it out to challenge you in the grand final. Do you have any preference of who you'd like to meet in the grand final?
Of course, it'd be interesting to play Wesley. I haven't played him in a 4-game match in a bit. I did beat him in the losers bracket last time out, and it's his play has been really shaky here, but maybe that win today will give him some confidence.
It's really interesting because even yesterday in the interview you mentioned about the other games. are you following the other games while you're also playing your own match? How are you finding the time to do that?
Sometimes I check them in between games, and now that there's the losers bracket first, then you have a little bit of time to follow.
Yeah, that's really cool. And Magnus, with your rest day tomorrow, how are you planning to spend it?
I don't know. We'll see, but it will be nice because it's the first real rest day I've had in at least a week and a half.
And Magnus, I just have one question for you. Yesterday, I was watching you stream Title Tuesday. You won it. I challenged you, and you rejected me live on stream. What's up with that, man?
Well, you really think I wanted to play Blitz after a big match with Fabi and then a bunch of Blitz games? No, I'm sorry about that.
Let's be honest, you were scared, right?
Well, when you found the energy to play in the Title Tuesday, no such thing as too much chess. Magnus, you enjoy playing these Title Tuesdays?
Yeah, I enjoy. No, I wouldn't necessarily say it. I enjoy it when I do well, but sometimes, usually I win, or usually I get to like 7 out of 8 or something like that, and after the last break I start choking. But you know, sometimes they choke as well.
Wow. Awesome performance there today, Magnus, and we look forward to seeing you back in the grand final. Get some rest.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen there with a dominating performance, taking his match in 3. But like he said, it was close in that game 3 for Nodirbek. Nodirbek also has some positive takeaways from this match, Danny.
I think he definitely does. The focus has to be right now on facing whoever he does, between the winner of So and Iturrizaga, right? And he's got to take care of that business first. But should he get another chance at Magnus, this is a building block for him and his career. He's only, 12? I'm kidding. He's 17 years old, 19 years old. So I think he'll have another chance, and I think he'll remember the positive things about this match.
I think it was really cool to see the way he ended the match as well, because obviously he was upset because he's outplayed Magnus, but he actually smiled.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really good sign. He's going to be annoyed with himself, but he's also already thinking, okay, there's some positive about this. So that was giving away a good, I think, a good fighting spirit that he's got.
Yeah, and Magnus might have said he's keen to face Wesley in the grand final, but I think I speak for everyone here. We want to see a rematch. We want to see Abdusattorov have another shot at Magnus, because the way he played in that last game, he'd definitely have a chance.
I don't know. I'm going to say that Wesley So has found it, and I've seen this Wesley before. This is I think that a match between Magnus and Wesley, given that Wesley again was on the brink in Armageddon in the losers bracket, that would mean by definition that Wesley took out Iturrizaga and Nodirbek. I would also love to see a Wesley So Magnus grand final.
I feel you guys, but I'm rooting for Iturrizaga. I feel like his story has been just phenomenal in this event, and I would love to see him go down to the distance and make it to the grand final. Let's take a look at the action that is coming up. This is our bracket at the end of day 3, and what a day of chess it was, with Iturrizaga knocking out Levon Aronian. Fabiano Caruana goes down to Wesley So. Magnus Carlsen wins in 3 games against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We will have the losers semifinals, with Wesley So first taking on Iturrizaga. The winner in that match plays against Abdusattorov to decide who challenges Magnus Carlsen in the grand final. David, prediction time. Who is the player who's making it to that grand final?
Oh, this is a tough prediction, Tanya. As Danny mentioned, Wesley So, he has found his form before today. I would have been skeptical, but he will start the match as a favorite against Iturrizaga. Surprises, of course, possible. But yeah, that final, if it does get down to it, Abdusattorov against So could just go either way. Either way, we are guaranteed a phenomenal final.
Yeah, I mean, I think my head says So, but my heart says Eduardo. Definitely. I'd love to see him get all the way through, as Tanya said after that brilliant interview that everyone's got to watch.
I couldn't agree more. Again, I made my point about Wesley. I think chess for chess, pound for pound, Wesley versus Magnus would be an amazing grand final. Nodirbek has been great, but Iturrizaga, that guy stole my heartstrings. I mean, that was an amazing interview. What an inspiring guy and an inspiring story. So, rooting for everybody, if that's okay.
We are here rooting for chess, and it's been a day of inspiring chess in Division 1, and also some big news and action from Division 2. Ketty's joining us. Ketty, how did it go?
It was absolutely amazing today for Division 2. We had such a big fight between Garakamsky and Samuel Savian. They had 4 decisive results, and this match went all the way to the Armageddon, where Sam had 12 minutes for and black pieces, and Garakowski had a winning endgame, but he flagged himself and he is now out. We're gonna have then Denis Lazovic and Sam Savian in the finals. And Tanya, you know what happened? Amin Tabatabai has not shown up for his game because he is playing over the board tournament. He cannot play 2 tournaments at the same time. So that means that Lazovic goes to the finals in the Division 2.
I was looking at that scoreline. That Denis Laz, he wins with 3-0. How did that happen against a player like Amin Tabatabai? Now that makes sense. And he plays for that big ticket to Division 1 of the next Champions Chess Tour event against Sam Savian. It's Dan Laz versus Sam Savian in the winners final. Ketty, is there a favorite there?
I cannot say who is the favorite because what I have seen today, Sam Savian is in a great form, and we have seen also Denis playing so great. I'm looking forward for this match. But Tanya, there is also 3rd division, a lot of actions going on there. Yu Youngi absolutely dominated the match and won this match against Minley, and he will wait for his opponent, which will be known tomorrow after the matches.
This is incredible stuff, and Yu Yangi with a 2-0 performance there, Ketty. And we also see some more results coming in.
Right, this is the losers bracket, and one of these guys are gonna have a chance to fight against Yu Yangi in the final day of the Division 3.
There is so much at stake for these players, and in the Champions Chess Tour, this is a brand new format, a brand new season, and it's all roads lead to Toronto. Take a look at what's at stake.
Airthings Masters, Chessable Masters, Chess Kid Cup, and now Aimchess Rapid. They all lead to one thing: the Champions Chess Tour finale. The finale will be played between December 9th and 16th in Toronto, Canada. The top 8 players from the season will compete to be crowned the 2023 champion. 3 spots are already taken, and the remaining 5 will be decided in the upcoming tour events. So follow us to see who will join Magnus Carlsen in Canada in December.
It's all about getting to that Champions Chess Tour playoff happening in Toronto. We've seen exciting chess happen there in the city, and it's all happening in these 3 divisions. Ketty was mentioning about all the action in Division 2, and Danny, there's so much on the line, so much motivation for those players to try and make it to Toronto.
I mean, yeah, for anyone who's in Division 1, they can punch their ticket. But Division 2, I think people forget, they are fighting for a golden ticket into Division 1, right? And for a guy like Iturrizaga, the Cinderella story is on, right? It's living, and who knows how far he can take it. We're obviously going to find out tomorrow, but you're totally right. I mean, Division 2 is hard-fought chess for a reason.
Yeah, I just hope Iturrizaga makes it there now. So after that interview earlier, so definitely.
Yeah, and we shouldn't forget Division 2, Division 3, the players are fighting for points. They will be happy that Magnus Carlsen is now in the final. He already has a ticket, and it might come down to those 1 or 2 points in the end to decide who makes it to Toronto.
Who makes it to Toronto? And right now, the question in Aimchess Rapid is who will make it to the grand final to challenge Magnus Carlsen for the championship at Aimchess Rapid? That's something to think about. We will find out the answer to that tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Wait, he does it. Wait, he allows it?
What? Was it part of the plan, or did he miss it, David?
Fabi.
Oh, wait.
He plays on.
No, he wants more.
Lev shakes his head and makes a move with just 1 second on the clock. Eduardo Iturrizaga reacts, he celebrates, he goes through, he has knocked out Levon Aronian.
Oh, very nice. Forces the rooks off. Get out of here. Get out of here.
It's just too
good.